Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of Late Night Exhale here on the Tim Finn's Tailgate. I am your host, Ali. How's everybody doing? We got Color. What's up, Color? How you doing?
Pretty good, man. How about you?
Great, man. I see you've been going crazy during the daytimes, doing 6-hour marathons.
Not trying to, just happens that way. You know,
Yeah.
You get going and you figure, well, it's all I do is sit here and talk to people, like yell at people online anyway. Might as well go live, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Anyway, I hope it's been a good week. We got some news to talk about tonight, some interesting stuff, and a lot to go over. And yes, gentlemen, we're going to be talking food tonight. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. So can't wait to share it all with you guys. But let's do the rundown. So I'd like to everyone make sure you hit like and subscribe. We got TMI Tuesdays with Tonk and Color. They got some great information, a lot of community outreach there. I love that stuff, what they talk about. Color commentary is normally on Thursdays, usually around 9 o'clock. However, sometimes you can find Color during the day, Coffee and Color. And then you got Late Night Exhale with myself and Color. We, get everything off of your chest. And then every other day of the week, we got El Capitan, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday sometimes, and every day of the week. And don't forget about our partners. We got Fanatics, official partner, and get your gear there. We also have some merch. We have some really cool merch, sandals, hats in different colors. I like that. No, she doesn't come with the hat, but it's still pretty cool. They got yoga pants. We have an awesome flag. Yes, I want this flag. I'm getting this flag next paycheck, and I'm going to hang this at my tailgate, which we'll be talking about tonight. Yes, I know, Color. And don't forget, we have a new partner up in this house. Backroom Collection is now part of the Finn's Tailgate family. Use code #TFTG at checkout for 10% off your Backroom Collection purchase. So yeah, I'm going to save some 10%. They have some cool t-shirts, and they have some stuff that I can actually use in my man cave Yes, I am going to use that 10% color. I am.
I hear you're I hear you're gonna end up giving us all a tour of that man cave at one point.
Yes. I actually have something
Newly
I'm going to be hanging on
constructed
the
man
wall.
cave.
Actually, thank you for telling me this. Hold the fort 1 second, color. I'm going to get it. It's right behind me. I got something to share with you guys that I'm going to be putting in a frame and hanging on the wall. So just hold on 1 second. I hope you guys can see this okay. I got Merino. It actually has the stitched numbers on the back and everything and on the front. And it's all stitched in and everything. It's pretty good quality. I think it's going to look really nice on my wall.
And the aqua is proper.
What do you think of that?
The aqua is proper.
Yeah, that's the throwback jersey. I like the throwback jersey myself. So yeah, I can't wait to hang that up on the wall. I got some other Dolphin stuff that's coming in the works. So let's see who we have with us tonight. We got California. Shout out to California. Pete's Takes. I love it, Pete. Start your engines. He knows what I'm talking about. Got our energy drink going on. We're going to get talking about stuff. Bryson, what's up, man? Ends up, Tonk 7. What's up, Tonk? Hopefully you get on the show tonight. Can't wait. California. See, I think you pronounced that Hoffel. Is that how you pronounce that, color?
I would say Höfel, or Höfel, or Höfel.
It sounds German. Maybe
it is.
Yeah,
it
there
is
you go.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The OE is like a E sound. It's kind of like.
Pete, I'm rocking the hill. Thank you for noticing that. We are going to have a Jersey night soon. I want to actually. Here's some breaking news. This Saturday before Game 1 is going to be a Jersey night. That's going to be hype night. Saturday night hype night. That's what it's going to be. So I'll be posting about that. We're going to have some special stuff going on. I'm hoping we're going to have a special guest color. You don't even know who this person is. Well,
really?
You know, I can't. You don't know who this special person is. I'm not saying you don't know her or him. But there is a special guest.
You said her. You said her.
I said him too.
But you said her first.
Maybe I did that on purpose to throw you off. All right, man. Let's get into.
Maybe I already knew that.
This is true. What's up, Shake Money? Thank you for coming on. Joe Levesque, what's up, man?
What's up? It's Joe Levesque.
Levesque? Okay, I'm sorry.
Levesque.
Okay. Yep. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm not the best at names. If I actually typed out my last name, you're going to be like, what, Fubar? That's what you're going to say, because nobody can say. Color knows how to say it because he actually took a good guess and he was actually kind of right. So, but it is what it is. Anthony Manzano, man, what's up, buddy? I had a question for you later on in the show. Remind me, I'll have to ask. On another show, I saw you said something and I wanted to ask you about it. All right, so let's get on with today's news. We don't have a lot of Dolphins news, but we do have some news to talk about. So news came out today that Browns Deshaun Watson's disciplinary hearing amid NFL probe to begin Tuesday. Cleveland quarterback Deshaun Watson will begin disciplinary hearing Tuesday amid NFL's investigation into the allegations of sexual assault or misconduct during massage therapy sessions while Watson was a member of the Houston Texans. Adam Schefter reported the news Saturday. He also noted that the NFL and the NFL Players Association jointly appointed former United States District Court Judge Sue L. Robinson as the disciplinary officer for the hearing. That's kind of interesting. So they worked together and picked somebody. Let's see. Let's see what else we got going on this. So that was the start of the news that came out earlier, just about a couple hours ago, and then all of a sudden, an NFL report comes out. NFL pushing for an indefinite suspension of Browns Deshaun Watson. Now, color, prior to the suspensions, I said don't be surprised if this happens. On Dudley Do Wrong's Discord, I told people that this could happen. I've been on Drubatron's show and told people that this could happen. And look, the NFL is pushing for at least a season suspension.
They have been pushing for that.
I know, but people don't think it's going to happen. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, my thoughts don't change on that. They can push as hard as they want, but
yeah, it says the NFL is looking to hand down an indefinite suspension lasting no less than 1 year. So it'd be 1 year minimum under the league's personal conduct policy. Multiple women have accused Watson of sexual assault or misconduct during massage sessions that occurred, I should say allegedly. I have to say allegedly. That occurred during in 2020 and 2021. 20 of the 24 civil lawsuits brought against the quarterback have been settled. Now, people are wondering, well, what about the other 4? Why haven't they been settled? Well, truth be told, the other 4 actually have different lawyers than the initial 20. So that is kind of maybe what's delaying the settlement that they may have. There's also speculation that, and I'm not trying to say that they have a smoking gun or something like that, but the truth is that he did settle shortly after the news came out about the Houston Texans maybe having a hand in enabling what transpired. You know, people say that he could have maybe said, "Oh crap, they have something against me. I gotta, settle." I don't know if that's true. I think they were working to settle just to get it done and over with anyway. That's a possibility. I don't know what's your thoughts about that, Colin?
I mean, it's hard to have any because it's all legal issues now. And if I look at it from the legal perspective, it's different than if you look at it from, other perspectives. I mean, to tell you the truth, I've checked out on Deshaun Watson and his legal issues because, as far as the 4 that didn't settle, I just know that what the angle what they're going for, and he said before he's fighting because he didn't do something. Well, if he settled with the other ones, those may be hills he didn't want to die on. But if he's not settling with the 4, are they the ones choosing not to settle, or did he try to settle with them? I mean,
well, I think it's because it's 2 different lawyers. You have the main group first, and then I don't know how many lawyers are involved in the 4. I know, like, initially when we had like the 22 women, there was another lawyer that was sponsoring the other 2, or what do they call that, where they're on behalf of the other 2. They were a separate lawyer than the main allegation. But I'm just curious, what people think. I personally can't say why he settled. He did say that he didn't want to settle. He was going to fight it in civil lawsuit as well as civil case. So, I mean, I'm just going to use this as a comparison. Like recently we had the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. You know what I mean? Johnny Depp took that all the way to no matter where it led, even though it smeared his name left and right with certain things that happened during that. In the end, the jury, awarded him that they felt that he was defamed and whatnot. He won his case. Whereas, I thought that's what Deshaun Watson wanted to do. He wanted to prove everybody that he's not this person. But he settled. Do you think that hurts his case?
Was the other lawyer involved with the same hearing with the other 4 women, or did they have a separate hearing involved with all this stuff?
You mean the to decide if it was criminal and all that stuff?
No, I'm talking about this recent hearing where they all kind of like started things up, and then all of a sudden everybody decided to settle.
I don't know.
Because if it's separate, it may just not have gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, part of it is it's also a newer lawsuit, and that one or 2 of the remaining 4 actually came out and identified the Texans as one of the people that they're suing as well. So
see, that's what I'm saying. It's bigger than that on that one. That's probably a whole separate thing.
So that's probably why they haven't settled yet, and that's probably what's taking so long with the remaining 4. My question is that do you think this hurts his image even more, like for settling? No,
Nope.
it doesn't make a difference to
Nope,
you.
because the same people that are upset with him settling or think that it proves his guilt are the same people that had already pegged him as guilty anyway. It's right around down the same lines it's been.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought he was guilty and you're upset with him for the idea that he might be, then you're going to fall along those lines. That's how it is. If you're the type of person that is like, we don't all know the circumstances and blah, 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 and there's culpability to go around, then you think that it's a big nothing burger. You see what I'm saying? You understand that people settle out all the time because the energy's not worth it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've even heard some say, oh, well, you know, they only settled because they didn't have the money to fight it. Well, that's a moot argument because everybody knows lawyers take pro bono. So if they're going after Deshaun for a bunch of money, the lawyers aren't going to be charging the ladies anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And in addition to it, you know, he did get guaranteed $230 million. So there's money. We know he has money. So that's the other thing of it.
Right.
So I have to shout out to Andrew Beaton of the Wall Street Journal. Some of the information that's in this article I'm reading, he provided. And it goes on to say, per Beaton, an answer on Watson's future in the NFL is expected to occur during the week of 4th of July. So they're looking to know by 4th of July, they know what his suspension is going to be. That's news to us. That's awesome.
Well, we know the Browns did prepare for a
1-year
suspension. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
contract. So
that might be why Baker Mayfield has not moved yet.
I think the ship is completely sailed on Baker Mayfield. I think he'll refuse to play for them.
So
I don't mean hold out. I mean they stick him out on the field up under center and he refuses to take the snap.
So you think they're going with Brissett the whole way?
No, I don't. Actually.
Oh, you don't? What do you think they'll do?
I mean, there's been talk.
You think there might be another trade, maybe?
Well, more maybe a 53-man cut pickup or something. Or
is Sam Darnold still with the?
I'd sooner see Sky Thompson as their quarterback than Jacoby Brissett or Baker Mayfield.
Okay, now you're killing me, bro. Killing me. I didn't want Skylar Thompson going anywhere. All right, I want him here.
People forget that we might have picked this guy up because maybe he's better than 7th round, and we might know something. But that doesn't mean we did that for our own benefit. We could have just done it to have another trade piece.
And that's true. That's true. But I mean, is Sam Darnold still with the Carolina Panthers, though? Is he still over there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think maybe they'll eventually work out a deal where they send Baker to Carolina for Darnold?
I think that's really what's going to happen to Baker. I mean, they were really close to a deal, and then everybody backed off and said, no, we're not close to a deal. And then 2 days later, it's platitude that they're close to a deal again. So, you know, and apparently I think that includes Christian McCaffrey. I'm not sure. But yes, I don't know if it was Hunt. Oh, Hunt. Well, yeah, but and
Pete,
this is
I hate when
it's not I'm not really beating around the bush, Pete. I was getting to that actually. There was a discussion on a previous friend of the network show, Miami Sports Fanatics, about some kind of possible three-way trade where we end up acquiring Baker, the Browns end up acquiring Tua and Gesicki or something like that, we end up getting him, and they end up, I don't know, it was a convoluted trade.
By the way, shout out to Pete for his $1.99 donation. Thank you for donating.
Appreciate that, Pete.
Now, we also have Venmo and Cash App. I may have forgotten to talk about that earlier. So thank you so much.
And
I really appreciate it, Pete.
Shout out to our members.
Yes.
The ones that have decided, hit the join button if you want to become a member of the family. We got a couple different levels. What is it?
We got MVP, Familia, and there's
Amigos. So
yes.
Amigos, you can start by exclaiming your friendship with us. Make yourself an amigo. Then you can be a familia if you want to be a familia. Everybody's family, but
definitely.
And then, of course, you got all our VIPs. We do have some, and shout out to them. If they're in the house tonight, we appreciate that. But we also appreciate the like and the share too, and the good old fashioned YouTube subscribe. Hit your notification bell. Make sure you know when we're going live. Lately, I've been trying to do things in the afternoon, so don't miss it.
Anthony Manzano, are you on your phone or are you on like a computer or a tablet?
You know where the subscribe button is, Anthony? It's right over next. It would show up to the left of that as the similar kind of button.
Yeah, it should just say join, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as Deshaun
he's on his iPad. I don't know what it would look like on an iPad.
I think the league is just saber rattling now and trying to make it look like they're using strong language. He'll probably get a year indefinitely. I don't know. That's, like I said, that's saber rattling.
Yeah, well, essentially, they kind of answered that in this article, which I was going to read. Per Beaton, he gives more insight into why the NFL is pushing for a lengthy suspension. Okay, the league's belief is that it should institute what is essentially the strictest discipline it can access, is based on its investigation over the last year. The breadth of the breadth of the allegations against him, and some accusations that NFL officials have concluded are particularly damning, essentially, is what he's saying. While the league's argument includes a broad array of accusations against Watson, in addition to the 24 lawsuits, other women have accused him of wrongdoing without taking civil action. So there's more people making accusations, but not all of them are taking civil lawsuits.
Yeah, because again, what are those accusations? And I've kind of read into it a little bit early on. At least for this, what I like to call the staunch four that have been like, nope, we're not playing ball at all through this whole thing. It ends up being the same four. And there's some people that agree with what they're saying, sociologically speaking or principally speaking, but they know that there's no precedent for law for it. And it has to do with the celebrity power dynamics. So there's a lot of people that are willing to wave their finger and say, yeah, and accuse him of something. But what are they actually accusing him of? If they're not joining the four women, then that means, yeah, they believe what those four women are saying about power dynamics, but they know that the court don't hear that nonsense. So they're like, no, we're not joining the lawsuit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Also in the article, it says the league will focus on 5 cases as it argues for significant ban. Those cases include contemporaneous corroboration, such as text messages of the women accounts. 2 of the people said league officials believe that the allegations in particular are objectively probable and establish a clear and disturbing pattern of behavior from Watson.
Right.
So
and here's the thing,
they're looking at specific things that happen, not the overall thing, it looks like.
And here's the other thing about those power dynamics, and this is why it upsets me about the Texans trying to skate through this whole thing, is that if let's say we all decide as a society to rise that to the level of the R word, or even just calling it assault, as if the idea that these celebrities somehow compelled these women to make a decision that they normally wouldn't make, sort of like being drugged or which isn't an unfair argument if you're having it in the vacuum of a college where it's like, let's examine these psychological issues and sociological issues. Sure. But there's no precedent for it. And the thing of it is that if that is all to be true, well, what precluded the women from blowing the whistle right away if they were victim of those power dynamics? In other words, I'm not saying why didn't they stop? I'm saying, and I know there's the whole, I get it. You're afraid this guy's powerful, but that's my point. Where does that power come from? Who did they think that they were facing if they were to blow the whistle? Lowly Deshaun Watson with his millions? No. an entire organization like the Houston Texans who facilitated this stuff. So when these women get in their shell of, I don't want to say nothing because, you know what I mean? Like, you feel like you've got this uphill battle, or, you know, the traditional reasons why women keep silent when things like this happen, then that was exacerbated by the fact that you've got the face of a multi-billion-dollar corporation as a wall you got to climb to blow the whistle. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So essentially, I mean,
in other words, where do those celebrity power dynamics come from?
Yeah, I see. I mean, personally, I think the most recent accuser, I think, has taken the right stance. They're not only standing against the Watson, but also the enabler who helped enable it, and that's the Texans.
At
I
the
think
one
that
level.
person-
And then if you look at, like I'm saying, you look at these more
Yeah.
complex power dynamics issues, it goes even deeper for them. Because
yeah,
where does that, you know,
how
you
how
see
far
what
up
I'm
the chain
saying,
does it
right?
go? Yeah, I definitely
I
understand.
mean, if I'm one of those women who are claiming, oh, I was compelled to do something because of these dynamics, well, I'm pretty sure that the multi-billion-dollar organization behind it strengthens those dynamics or enhances them.
Anthony Manzano is asking, do the NFL teams have the right to hire private investigators and have them follow their current roster, or is that in that
They
invasion of privacy?
absolutely do.
They have that right, and they already have them on retainer all the time, regardless of what's going on.
Yeah, because Anthony, they sign things in their contract that give up those private rights.
Yeah.
Like there is literally, I mean, I'm not going to say literally because we don't really know if it's that specific, but there is probably somewhere in somebody's contract that says they can't go skydiving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or something stupid like that.
I know for a fact Jerry Jones, because he's been known to still bring in players that have had off the field issues. They signed in their contract. They had, they basically said it's okay that Jerry Jones' security team, escort me and stuff like that. I think Pac-Man Jones had a big issue at one point.
Well, let's ask yourself this, Anthony.
Yeah.
If you know, hey, you could put your brand new Corvette in the garage, or you could let me strap it up to a bunch of bungee cords and send it off of a bridge. That's a big investment for you to decide to let me do that. You see what I'm saying? So they actually can't do certain things. And yeah, they have private investigators that follow them around to make sure they're not like bungee jumping and stuff like that at the wrong time.
Yeah.
I know it seems petty, but that it's $1 million investment.
Yeah, definitely. So that whole situation with Deshaun, it's kind of crazy. I'm kind of, in a way, even though I really want an elite quarterback here at some point. I'm kind of glad that we don't have. I mean, we have our own problems, but I'm glad we don't.
You don't think Baker's elite?
I don't think Baker's
I'm just kidding, bro.
Okay, all right. Well, you know who I would. I mean, to be honest, at this point, there is a player I wouldn't mind trading for, and we've talked about him on this show. And that's Lamar Jackson. I think if we're gonna go with picking a quarterback to trade for at this point, I would go Lamar, because I think
you think there's anybody left that rises to that level where we're like, it's a sure thing over Tua? Is there anybody besides him left at that standing where you would really be like, oh, I'm not arguing, get him instead of Tua, I mean, not really, right?
Besides Mahomes and besides Josh.
Well, I mean, the people that haven't, anybody that isn't locked down is what I'm saying. And there really isn't anybody anymore.
Not really. I mean, I at one point I would have said, hey, I wouldn't mind having Dak Prescott here, but now people have pointed out to me like certain flaws in his game, and I'm starting to watch tape, and I'm like, oh wow, Mike, I never noticed.
And see, Dak's one of those guys where I'll use their argument, like his ceiling, and we know what it is. Like, it might be better or worse, but I want to make sure too his ceiling ain't better than that. You know what I mean?
I just want a quarterback here that steps on the field from minute one.
Dak is literally the same as the Ryan Tannehill argument. You know what I mean? In my opinion. I don't think he will ever achieve more than Ryan Tannehill.
I think he was better than Tony Romo, though.
Might be
The guy who's
better, I'm
played.
saying, though, and he might be better than Ryan, but he won't achieve more than Ryan. Clip it.
Louis Amador. He says, I love you, Ali. Talk that Lamar talk. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. He is a lethal weapon because he can run in addition to throw. And that's what brings juggernaut to our offense. Crypto likes to say that it's 60-40. We're going to be passing 60% of the time. We may be passing, but the truth is I think that
Crypto's wrong.
I think with our offense, some of the passes you could say is part of the running game.
Crypto's wrong. It's much more likely to be 75-25.
You think it's 75-25? Interesting. We'll see. I think it's I want to say it's I think it's I want to say it's 55-45 is what we're going to see this year.
That's what I'm going to lose if it's that. We're going to lose if it's that, bro.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. We haven't had a real run game in a long time, dude. So we'll see.
I'm just hoping it's more like, in reality, that it ends up being more like 60-60. Like we increase both volumes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're winning. You know what I mean? Like, it's balanced. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What I'm saying is 50-50, but increase both volumes. So we're actually talking, 70-70.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. For me is I want to see us control the shit out of the clock.
And that's the thing. It's when I say 70-70, I also mean that gives us the ability to be whatever we need to be that week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's we'll see what happens. We'll see. Anyway, moving on with our next topic. So Bleacher Report put out who they think will be the breakout player for every team this year. And of course, we'll talk about the Miami Dolphins. We might look at some other teams as well. But lo and behold, wide receiver Jalen Waddle is their pick to have a breakout season this season. The Miami Dolphins spared no expenses upgrading their offense this offseason, while pricey additions like Tyreek Hill will help them in their quest to return to the postseason. One of their best weapons is a holdover from last year's squad, Jalen Waddle. Wideout Jalen Waddle made an immediate imprint after the Dolphins selected him with number 6 overall pick last year. Although the Miami was a middle-of-the-road passing offense and scored only 21 times through the air last year, the Alabama product led the team receptions 104 targets, 140 and receptions 104, targeted 140 times, and receiving yards 1,015 yards. Color. Do you think he has met his ceiling? Do you think his ceiling is much higher? Do you think he's already broken out? And last but not least, who would be your pick for the breakout season?
Number 1, he's not reached his ceiling. It's much higher.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Number 2, that ceiling will not be reached in Miami with Tyreek Hill on the squad. It just won't.
That's interesting. I have a little bit different take. Tell me more.
And so, what was the third part to your question?
Do you think he'll meet? Do you think he will have a breakout season? And who would be your pick if it's not Jalen Waddle?
And I don't think he'll have a breakout season per se. Not unless, I mean, it just is what it is. You know what I mean? You can't. There's no way that, given the atmosphere that's been created, that it's just a matter of money. If his ceiling is reached in Miami, it's next year. And I just don't see that happening in the long run anyway. So, I don't think the ceiling will be reached in Miami. And so, no, it won't happen next year. And if I were to pick somebody who will have a breakout season from what they've already broken out, I don't know. That's hard because the guy I would have picked is already broken out with 8.5 sacks in one season. So it's hard to say. The other guy I would pick is already kind of broken out too, Van Ginkel.
You know, so you're more on the defensive side of the ball.
But if I were to go on the offensive side, I mean, it would have to be, if anybody's going to have a breakout year, given what they've already done, in relation to what they've already done, in relation to, you know, how they can change themselves, how what we've brought in can help them change themselves. It would be none other than our comeback player of the year, quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That is the hope.
Well, remember what I said about execution and it being that time of the year. Well, if we execute, our quarterback should have a breakout year, because if you're saying that he's going to get over 4,000 yards, that's an increase from 2,000 something. That's breakout. So why wouldn't I pick the quarterback?
So I'm going to shout out to Moss Sports, because he's actually naming the player I thought you would say.
Smythe already broke out.
But see, I don't believe that.
How not? The only thing he needs is increased targets, increased volume to really break out. But
I think that Smythe, that's who my pick is to break out this season.
The other thing is, this guy, this article writing about Waddle, he's writing that for the fantasy suckers who are going to like pepper their lineups with Waddle every week.
Mike McDaniel did that on day one. He said
I know.
He said that if you get Waddle on your fantasy
team. And isn't Mike McDaniel a student of Sun Tzu?
This is true.
So think about misdirection.
This is true, but on the flip side, it could also be misdirection
the other way, right? Now you're talking about the argument in Princess Bride with what's his name about the poison, remember?
Yeah, because I mean, you think about it. What if getting Tyreek
Hill? The other guy was like, the truth is, I developed I developed an immunity to the poison. Both of them were poisoned.
I mean, think about it though. I mean, think you maybe they got Tyreek, they paid him all the money, so he's gonna be happy. And he brings over double coverage, leaving Jalen Waddle one-on-one. He might actually have a breakout season. And when I say breakout, well more than 1,000 yards.
But see, even if we give deference to Tyreek and we say he's willing to back off a little bit, with his thirst,
that's true.
You're still not gonna. I mean, you're still gonna have the same kind of performance that Waddle had this year, which was only great because he's a rookie.
I see what you're saying.
You know, Tyreek, how many receptions did Tyreek have last year at Kansas City? Like 140 something?
I can look that up real quick, Color.
Imagine a rookie doing that.
That's definitely...
Now, some of this is obviously, like I said, predicated upon the breakout of our quarterback. So that's why I go back to that really being the call on who's going to break out. It has to be the quarterback.
So 2021 season, he was targeted 159 times. And he had 111 receptions.
So he had 7 more than Waddle.
That is correct. Now, a question that I have...
Now put them both on the same team. Who gets them? Because you still got to feed Kelsey, i.e. Gesicki, a similar number of targets, given that they got to lock down Tyreek and Waddle. You know what I mean?
But that's my argument.
Or Cedric Wilson.
Interesting. So
I keep forgetting about Cedric
Travis
Wilson.
Kelce was targeted 134 times in 2021. The same year that Tyreek had 111 receptions. So he had 6 less targets than Tyreek.
Now what you want to do is you want to look at Mecole and Pringle. And take those receptions, and those are the ones that are going to be divvied up between Waddle and the rest of the crew.
I understand. Now, speaking of Mecole Hardman, That is actually who is predicted to break out for Kansas City, which is pretty obvious. They need a receiver.
He is fast. He is. I mean, he's not much slower than Tyreek. I mean,
he is similar to Tyreek. I just don't think he necessarily has all of the abilities that Tyreek does.
Now they could consolidate all of the secondary targets to Waddle, and then he may still be able to break out. But
now Mecole Hardman was targeted 83 times and only had 59 receptions.
Right. And Pringle was roughly around that too.
I believe you are correct when it comes to is it Byron Pringle? Is that what we're talking about?
Byron Pringle, yeah. I mean, we're talking roughly about the same. Not he's probably
a little bit less. He's a little bit less, yes.
I think Pringle might have had more touchdowns.
5 touchdowns to let me see. Mecole Hardman was he had 3 more touchdowns. That was the only difference.
Right.
So I think, in my opinion, I think that Waddle could still have a very successful season, very similar, if not equal to Tyreek, as in like both having the same amount of numbers, same amount of touches in touchdowns and everything. I think the thing that Tyreek does that I haven't seen Waddle do yet, and that's a big yet because it could happen. I think Tyreek could be used in that Debo style of play where they basically toss the ball to him. It's not necessarily a pass, but you know what I'm saying? In that type style of offense and take it to the house more so where we haven't seen Waddle do that as much. You know what I mean? So that might be where things might be a little bit different, or they make up some of the targets he's not getting. They use them in the run game. Does that make sense? I think we lost color commentary. Hopefully I have everybody else here. Oh, look, I'm in a split screen. This is good stuff. While we're waiting for color to come back, I'd like to tell everybody, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Check out the merch in the links below. We also have some partnerships with Backroom Collection. Check out their stuff. They have some really cool canvases that they've made of different players. They have t-shirts, all different types of stuff. So check them out. If you want your great sports gear, Fanatics. Fanatics is our official partner. Check them out. So check them out. Let's see what else we got. I want to shout out to all of our members, Moss Sports Talk. We got 3 different levels of membership, so check that out if you like. The 3 levels that we got. We have Amigos, Familia, and MVP. Check that out. So definitely. Let's see what else we got. We got merch we talked about. If you guys see in the right-hand corner, I have a new logo. Yeah, the wolf, just like you guys see on the little reel when we're advertising our shows. So I got myself a logo finally. But yeah, so I personally think that Jalen Waddle is going to be very successful. I think the numbers between him and Tyreek are going to be very similar when it comes to targets. I don't want to say that he's not going to break out because he could be a player that has very successful and broke out, but may not be leading the team in receptions or touchdowns. I could still say he's a breakout player. Who I think is going to break out is Durham Smythe. Now, Moss Sports alluded to it. I think he was very successful last year. I think he has a lot more of a ceiling that he could do in this offense. And some people might ask, well, what about Gesicki? He's technically on a contract year. He wants to do the best he can so he can get the best, contract. Well, that may be true, but I don't know if Gesicki is going to be here before, after week 6. Color, welcome to the show, man.
What I said, being fair to it. What the hell happened, man?
I don't know, man. The 2 ears came after you.
Telling you, man.
But anyway, while you were gone, we had Giant.
Did you have Ali with the mask on for a second? I saw that.
It was like two ways. I don't know if you guys seen the new Doctor Strange multiverse. I'm not gonna try to ruin it for you, but I had a feeling. I felt like I was in two different universes at once. But yeah, so it was fun.
That's what it's like. Hey, by the way, that's what it feels like when you have a concussion. That's what it feels like you're looking at the world through.
Yeah,
it's like your eyes get separated in their processing. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
It scares the shit out of you.
So basically what I said while you were gone is that I think that Waddle and Tyreek Hill are going to have very similar close in numbers. I really think they're going to have similar targets. Tyreek might have more yardage or more touchdowns than one or the other, but I still also think that you can be a breakout player and not lead your team in targets or touchdowns. You understand what I'm saying? With the amount of offense,
that this is all hype? Do you think Tyreek's willing to let Waddle eat and be that guy? I mean, I can't see them being in. I can only see them being 1 and 2 in the same spot on the depth chart. I can't see Waddle playing out of position.
Well, think about it this way.
Unless they're reverting into a traditional deep threat and letting because let's be honest, the stuff Waddle was doing last year really ain't him.
From what I understand. I think because of the style of offense we're running, I think they're going to be able to utilize Tyreek differently than not just as a receiver, but also in the running game, which will give him more touches on the ball so he could have overall more yardage, in the bigger picture. All purpose yards, if you want to call it. So that's what I think. Now, the person that I'm predicting to have a breakout season is Durham Smythe. He had a very good season last season, but I think he can really break out even more and take it to a different ceiling this coming up season. And the reason I say that is because I'm one of those folks that I don't think Gesicki is going to be on this team after week 6.
Right. I can see that if he starts really getting the lion's share of even the tight end targets, then yeah. Besides, you see what I'm saying about that percentage. It's like, okay, sure, we know the percentage will fall if he gets more targets. Like I'm willing to accept that, and that's why, given as many targets as Gesicki has, that's why his catch percentage is lower. I get that. I'm not stupid. But when you're talking about, his buffer is at 82% from last year, 85% over the last 2 seasons on average. Now you're talking, okay, so if his volume goes up to the level of Gesicki's, how much will that percentage back off to? 75%, 72%? Still 6 or 7 points higher than Gesicki's career percentage.
This is true. This is definitely true.
He's got a lot of meat on the bone, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, sure, I expect him to drop more if he gets higher volume. Sure. But he's demonstrated in a large enough volume that he catches it at 85% rate.
Yeah.
Do
you think, speaking of Gesicki, do you think that you mentioned, I said I don't think he's going to be here after week 6. I don't think he'll be on this team. He may not even be on this team before the game 1, to be honest. What do you think about, like I heard on Batman show earlier, there was a suggestion that we trade him to accrue
the pick to get Baker. Right.
Well, not necessarily to get Baker.
Well, that's what they were saying on his show.
Another thing is that trade him, like make a 3-team trade. Trade him to Cleveland to get picks that would be sent to another team to obtain a center, for example.
Right. That's possible.
Do you think that would be something they do?
I don't think it's necessary to go through all that to get a decent center, though.
I don't know. We'll see. One thing we know for sure is Greer doesn't want to move off the top picks, the first round picks. He doesn't want to touch at all. He really doesn't want to touch any picks if he doesn't have to. You know what I mean? But it is, we do have to make some decisions. The offensive line is always an issue. We brought in all these coaches to fix it. If it's a matter of bringing in a decent center, then let's do it. I think that we have enough offensive linemen here to fill that role at right tackle, to fill the guard position. The only one that's in question, which is the number one most important position on this offensive line, is center. And I really think that is the biggest question mark. Now, Connor Williams, could he be the guy? He could be. In my opinion, we have better offensive line coaching staff than Dallas did when he was playing center there, and it didn't work out so much. So that could make the difference. But do I want to bet on that? If I'm going all in and this is the do or die years, I want to have the guarantee. You know what I mean? That's just my own opinion. How do you feel about that?
I feel the same way. I just honestly don't believe it's going to take that much to get that quality of a center. Given, like you're saying, the fact that we got coaches, the coaching situation.
Or do we just give up the bag for JC Treader, who, wants more money?
I just haven't been in favor of that from the get-go. I really haven't.
So you don't want to pay him the money then? Especially if I don't know if this is true. I've heard it's true. He doesn't practice, but he plays every game.
I mean, is he going to beat Dwight Stevenson?
I don't know.
Then I wouldn't pay him the money.
I see.
I mean, that's the level you got to be at center to, you know what I mean? Like, really, come on. It's a center. I understand how important its position is in our offensive scheme and all that. But money doesn't guarantee you that the guy knows what he's doing or is going to execute or anything. Now, if you told me you were sure that this guy is the equivalent of a Dwight Stevenson, then no, you'd be an idiot to pass him up at that kind of money. But if we're going to give him that kind of money as a center, I expect to see his name in the Hall of Fame and him have a dolphin on his uniform for the next 10 years. Now, if you don't foresee that happening out of JC Treader, then I don't think he's worth the money.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Given what could possibly be coming down the pike after cuts and whatever else.
I mean,
who knows if we can't package Gesicki somewhere, like you're saying, to acquire an altogether different guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different centers that are out there that are in the last year of their contract. I mean, and I don't think we should have to give up the bag for it. I do think that, we could make a trade. Like, for example, let's say we send Gesicki to Cleveland for Hunt and a draft pick, and then trade the draft pick, or whatever to the Saints. So that might be an option. Because the Saints, from my understanding, they have two centers, and one of them, we could definitely use. So we'll see. We'll see what's up.
And there is the argument to be made about the cap being, 12 million. We're probably going to recover that just in inflation next year. You know what I mean? So there is that argument, I guess, if you're that concerned about center,
Yeah, But anyway, going on to the next topic, since we're talking about breakout seasons and yardage and everything. NFL records that are most likely to fall during the 2022 season. Are you ready for this? So the first thing that they say that is one of the records that are going to fall this year, single season passing yards. So it's currently, the record is 5,477 yards by Mr. Peyton Manning, 2013. Do you feel that there is a quarterback that could beat that this year?
Very good chance.
Yeah?
Very good chance given the 17th game and the way things are,
Yeah. Who do you think that person could be? Like, who are your dark horse to
Derek Carr
with Devontae Adams and Waller
and Mac Hollins.
Renfro.
And Mac Hollins, yep.
That's a good one. I
mean, you figure if he takes the top off with Mac like 3 times, throughout the season, which we know is a possibility because Tua did it twice last year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
In all honesty, I personally think he's the only one that has a good chance. I think Derek Carr really is the way
and has the actual moxie and heart and kind of surprise ability to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of think he's the one that has the chance because of his personnel, that he has there.
They
Now,
also don't seem to be building to be run heavy
no, they don't. In
this
fact,
year.
there's rumors that they're looking to move off of Josh Jacobs. Who's going to be their running back?
Schmidt. Yep.
Yeah, and I want to say I would love it to be Tua because that means he would have balled out. But I don't think our offense.
Weapons wise, Tua has every bit of chance as anybody else. Sure,
but does the offensive scheme we run allow for that?
That's the question.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I don't say Tua.
Depends on how many of those handoffs are going to be jet sweeps. Because jet sweeps are counted as a pass.
Yeah, understand. So the second record that they say could be broken is the single season receiving yards. Currently, the record is held by Calvin Johnson, 2012, 1,964 yards. Cooper Kupp is a name that possibly could break away with that.
I could see it being Mecole Hardman.
I'm not as high on Mecole that you are.
If he's picking up the volume from Tyreek.
Here's the issue that I have with that color. There are 4 games. I want to say it was either last year or the year before that Mecole was there that had the opportunity to show he could do what Tyreek does, and he didn't show it. So that's why I'm not as high on him. I know he's very talented.
As Crypto points out, when Tyreek was off the field and Mahomes still threw for 300 or 400 yards, who got those yards?
Kelsey.
Oh, yeah.
That's who. But they still had Mecole Hardman in that Tyreek position, and he just didn't maximize. He wasn't open as much as what Tyreek is, That's what Tyreek's speed does for you. The speed that he can go 0 to 60 at. I'm not saying he goes 60 miles an hour, but you know what I'm saying? That transition speed is off the charts.
I could also see maybe what's the kid's name in Philadelphia? Tua's receiver from Alabama.
Smith?
Yeah.
That's an option.
I can see him and Hurts hooking up for
I would say Jamar Chase possibly.
Yeah.
He has Burrow.
That's a given, I guess.
I mean, there's a couple names.
There's also Pittman and Matt Ryan.
Yeah, that's awesome. Single season receiving touchdowns. The record is 23, held by Randy Moss since 2007. Was that the year that he played for New England? 2007.
Probably.
The almost undefeated season.
What year was it?
2007.
Oh, that would have been Vikings because I think.
Let me check here. 23 receiving touchdowns in one season is such a high bar. Randy Moss did it with New England. Yes.
Oh, it was New England. Okay.
I'm pretty positive that was the season that they went undefeated during the regular season.
Yeah, I just for some reason I thought that undefeated season happened way after our 2008 run. For some reason. God damn, Brady's been in the league a long time, hasn't he? Shit, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Tyreek or Waddle could have this record. And I'll tell you what.
Don't rule out Gesicki.
Gesicki, yeah, but I'm going to say Tyreek or Waddle, and I'll tell you why. That's one aspect of the game that Tua does very good. He's very good in the red zone. At least that's what the stats say. So if that's true, that means that when we get in the red zone, which it sounds based on what they're hoping, the hope is we're doing it often and all the time.
According to you guys, we're running the Wildcat with Gaskin from 5 yards out every time we get in the end zone.
That's what some people say.
Wow, see how that circular logic works?
Yeah, so don't
spin yourselves into a corner. That's what happens, man.
Yeah. But when it comes to receiving, I think that the touchdowns, it could be Tyreek. Waddle has a chance. We'll see what that'll
Well,
be
the irony in 72, the irony is that when I made the argument that Gaskin got 7 touchdowns last year, somebody told me that 4 of them were from 5 yards out in the Wildcat from the goal line.
Touchdown, but this was receiving touchdowns. That's the key.
Right. I know. I'm just funning.
So the next record,
but they say people throw out to his red zone percentage. Like, well, okay.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
What about Gaskin's red zone percentage?
That's funny. So single season scrimmage yards. The record is held by Chris Johnson, 2009. This is the record I think Tyreek could definitely break.
You said single season what was it?
Scrimmage yards.
Mm-hmm. That's like even if through the run and everything, yeah.
Overall yards.
Yeah.
I think Tyreek could do it. I think he can be
You're
in the running game.
You're still sold on that Debo strategy, ain't you?
Well, you think about it, Tyreek was the original Debo.
Well, actually, it's Camaro, but we'll let you have that one.
All right. Well, I disagree with you because I think Tyreek has done it better than Kamara.
Okay.
And I think Tyreek has been doing it longer. I think Tyreek has been in the league in maybe a year.
But Kamara is a pure running back doing it.
He is a pure running back. Now, how well does he do on the receiving side? I don't know.
Just fine. Thurman Thomas-esque.
But you also have to remember, Tyreek was a running back that converted to wide receiver. That's something that is
and it hadn't dawned on me, Ali. Were you Tonk's been in the back for a while, but I didn't know if you wanted to bring him up. Like I forgot that I'm not. The Cap hasn't been here to bring him in, so I'm sitting there thinking he'll just bring himself in. But
Mr. Tonk, what's up, buddy?
I'm sorry, Tonk.
No, it's all good.
I wasn't neglecting you on purpose, bro.
No, it's all good. I saw the invite earlier, and I've been doing stuff, and then I jumped on and I heard y'all talking about, like who's gonna break this record, that record. I was like, ooh, I love this. So
So who do you think is going to be the single season scrimmage yard record holder? Who do you think has a good shot? And then who do you think has a good shot with the Dolphins if you think they can do it?
What is exactly that record scrimmage? Is that is that running from the scrimmage?
Either one. That would be either pass or catch or run. The ball in his hands from the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. So that won't count. Receipt. Like if he does a punt, it doesn't count.
Dump it off to a running back or throw it.
All-purpose yards.
Right. Like if you're a receiver and they hand off the ball to you, that would count to all-purpose yards.
Yeah.
But if you return a punt, that won't count.
To that play that much, because it always seems like it's like a running back or a wide receiver that all like that. Usually a running back. So
what's up, Captain?
Nothing, man. I was in the shower when the show fell apart. I'm like, of course, I'm in the shower and color drops off and everything like that.
Breaking, Captain from the shower, everybody.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm out of the shower now.
I'm also thinking Debo might have a shot to be that guy, seeing as they're going full boat with nothing but him for their offense. So
who had the record last season? You said Chris Johnson?
Chris Johnson has had the record since 2009.
Oh, yeah. All-purpose yards record. Nobody's going to break that record.
What team is he on?
Chris Johnson, the running back from Tennessee. CJ2K, bro. He had 2,000 rushing yards. You remember? Had to grill.
He was the fastest guy.
He was gangster. He was real gangster. He was he was the real.
Who was his quarterback? Was it Kurt Warner, his quarterback at that time?
No, he was over with the
if it was Tennessee, it was the late great Steve McNair, was it not?
Yeah, it was McNair.
Are you sure it was? Oh no, because Kurt Warner was in Arizona that season.
Yeah, I don't think Kurt Warner ever played in Tennessee.
Yeah,
I think Tyreek could do it, and I'll tell you why. Because they even mentioned, he's played running back. He could very well play in the running game as well as the the passing game. So I think he has a chance to actually put
Except
up a
that
lot
we've
of
stacked our
yardage.
running back
Yeah,
room.
that's
You know
the
what I
thing.
mean?
I when I'm looking at a stat like that, I'm looking at a bell cow guy,
Yeah,
and it's usually a running back.
Derrick
And
Henry,
also, but one that catches the ball.
right?
So
Not
like
Derrick
a
Henry.
Dalvin
So
Cook.
you don't think there's a
like
chance? You,
Dalvin
you don't
Cook.
think there's a chance that Tyreek could run a route that's basically a
Waddle
reverse,
goes down
reverse pass,
mid-season,
reverse handoff at all? Huh?
Waddle goes down mid-season with injury, maybe, but no.
Well, you're talking about Ali might happen once or twice a season. For a guy like Chris is talking about, where that's all their team has to rely on, that happens every game.
The
And so it's likely to be it's likely to be Deebo Samuel again, because they're literally, they gutted their team and said, you're the only one we're keeping.
The running back from Green Bay might have that.
Yeah, Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, because he's supposed to be
I can see
healthy
that.
as can get this year. And who the hell are they throwing the
Right.
ball to?
Right.
So he's going to get plenty of receptions as well as runs. So
And
yeah,
he does catch well out of the backfield too.
he does. He's got good hands. So Kamara would,
Good burst.
but Kamara is he's going to miss time with that domestic violence thing that he has.
Oh yeah,
That's
right.
right.
I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
And
Kamara's
then
out of the picture.
Christian McCaffrey, if he's back in time with injury, maybe Christian McCaffrey might be the
Mhm.
guy to do it.
Well, he was probably the closest in the
If he can
recent
stay healthy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as far
yeah.
as-
If we get
From the
vanilla
Panthers,
Christian
right?
McCaffrey, he could do it. You know,
What
if we
about
get
Cooper
anything
Kupp?
wrong with him, not full starts, you know what I mean? Then but if
What
he's
about
back
Cooper
to his old self, sure.
I didn't see
Cooper
Cooper
Kupp?
Kupp do that many. I didn't see him take the ball that often like that.
yeah, I mean, he's
They
got
did
plenty
ta-
of
they
reception
did.
yards, but how much rushing yards? I know they
The
do.
Rams-
The
The
was
Rams
thinking-
did lose quite
wonder-
a few people.
I
So
wonder how
sure.
Todd Bowles is going to want to run the offense, if he's going to try to incorporate more of that, because I didn't see that much with Bruce Arians, but maybe with Todd Bowles we might see more of it.
I don't think Todd Bowles is going to touch the offense at all.
I don't
with
think
the
so either.
Buccaneers. I think he's going to let Brady handle that, along
That's
with
what I would hope. Actually, I mean,
former quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's his name? God,
Roethlisberger?
no.
Mason Rudolph?
You're talking about Byron Leftwich,
Yes, Byron Leftwich.
former Jacksonville
Yeah,
quarterback.
that's that.
No,
I
he
remember
played
him from
for-
Jacksonville.
He played for Pittsburgh Steelers too.
Yeah, for a minute, but he was
Yeah.
definitely he was
a
Jacksonville
Jacksonville
guy
guy for a while. Yeah, I remember him
Yeah.
in Jacksonville. He was the original
Mhm.
what's it? Steve McNair.
He a coach
Yeah,
now?
Well,
they're actually,
I think everybody thought they were going to get another Dante Culpepper out of him too.
I think
Yeah,
you're right.
and
think you're right.
and his name has been passed around for coaching positions a lot all
Yep.
over the NFL. So
Yep.
I think that he's going to help be part of that offensive play calling and stuff more so than Todd Bowles.
Is he a coordinator?
Bowles is going to run the defense.
Yeah, he's the offensive coordinator with Tampa Bay.
I mean, I hope it goes how you said, where they just kind of leave it to Brady. I mean, honestly,
I don't
I
think there's
don't
any
even-
other way, really.
but
Yeah.
I don't. I know it's like, come on, you're gonna really try to tell him what to do.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
like
he
me going to
knows.
Paul McCartney and try to tell Paul McCartney how to freak.
Listen, Paul, I had some notes for you on that song you did the other day. I just want to let you know that part when you go, "Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee," maybe I think it did.
Tonk's making my point
get it.
about
You know
the
Todd Gurley.
offensive line coaches and why we're not going to bring in a bunch of veterans. Like, you're not going to have like what do they need coaching for? You know what I mean? Listen
Yeah.
here, you've been an offensive lineman for 15 years, but I've been taking some notes on how your footwork looks.
Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at your foot, and I think your toe needs to go in, not out, for
Right,
better
right.
base. Like, what the fuck are you gonna tell this guy?
But that's just me. That's just my opinion. That's just me.
Well,
Well,
you're
you know,
spot
I'm
on,
just
man.
letting you know you're the offensive lineman. I'm the offensive coach.
Right,
Offensive
right,
lineman
right.
coach.
I coached Boston College to a
Yeah,
national
yeah,
championship.
Man, back when
Har, har, har.
what was
My
what-
name is Applebaum.
Boston College, that would have been what's his name? Doug Flutie.
Right.
Wasn't that
Yeah.
Boston College he
Taste
played?
my cereal,
Although-
Fruity Flakes.
Although I'm sorry, when I think of offensive line coach, I'm sorry. I do think Applebaum. That is a hell of
Oh
an
yeah,
offensive
yeah.
line
Sounds like
coach
a
name
guy
right
got an
there,
apple, wide ass, apple butt. You know what I'm saying? So
Sounds
That's
like
not
one of
where I
my
was
high
going
school
with it, but
coaches.
okay.
You know, like Applebaum. Coach Applebaum. What an asshole.
yeah, that guy was such a dick.
Good coach, though.
Great
Hey,
coach.
Color, the next record is your bread and butter. I already know
Uh-oh.
who you're going to pick, and I agree with you. He definitely
Hunt?
has the chance.
Hunt?
Single season sack record. The single sack record is held 22 and a half sacks by Michael Strahan, 2001, and TJ Watt, 2021. They're tied.
Wow.
Damn.
20 years later, 2001 and 2021.
I
And who
forgot
comes
about
at third?
TJ Watt.
Who comes in at third because of the tie at first? I bet it's Derek Thomas, ain't it? At 20.
Let me see if they mention it. Let me see.
Should be at 20.
Wasn't it? Didn't Zach Thomas get to 19 and a half? Was it?
He
Or
got
not Zach
his
Thomas,
best year was
Cameron Wake. I mean, Cameron Wake,
Zach's best year was 14.
Yeah, no, Cameron Wake had like 19 and a half one year. And
Aaron
Joey
Donald had
Porter
20
like
and a
20?
half sacks in 2018.
So he edged out Derek Thomas then.
Holy shit.
Derek Thomas
I
had
was gonna
20.
say, yeah,
Hey, I
Aaron.
told the chat, if you
Listen,
guys can
people,
look that
that's a
up for me.
defensive tackle. Or he's not an end. I mean,
No.
he plays end sometimes, but like he's like an inside outside, tackle.
And
He's probably
Capitan,
the guy
am
who
I
ran,
wrong?
like,
Do
he
you
just-
remember Derek Thomas being a DT when he played back then? Didn't that what they labeled him, a DT?
Yeah,
edge
was,
rusher?
no, it was a DE.
Yeah,
Well,
they've got him listed as linebacker. And everybody was telling me, yeah, he was a linebacker. And I'm like,
no, he
that's
was a
Mandela
defensive
effect
end.
right there,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
'cause-
Look,
Mhm.
well, now they say outside linebacker because they don't want to put you
Yeah.
on the defensive line as a pass rusher.
I got you.
Yeah.
I
It's
got you.
devaluing the position. Don't try
I
to
got
pull
you.
the wool over my eyes, NFL executives.
I mean,
I
Derek
ain't fucking
Thomas
stupid.
probably coined the word edge rusher. You know what I
I
mean?
think he invented that fucking chop down to take the
Well,
ball when you go like
to-
a side like
To
that.
my
he would-
point, listen to the guys you listed, Ali. Aaron Donald, TJ Watt, and who else?
Michael Strahan.
Michael Strahan.
Mhm.
Okay. Derek Thomas got 20 sacks and held that record back in like 1991 or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how long it's lasted, dude.
Where's Bruce Smith on that?
It doesn't tell me the full list. If people in the chat, if you guys want to look up who's actually number 2, if number 1 is tied, and also who the top 5 are, just pull up the top 5 for me. That would be kind of cool. I think that Phillips has a good chance of getting close to this record, if not breaking it. I think with our
Ooh.
defense and seeing who the offensive line is for some of the other teams we're playing this season, especially since our season is kind of favorable, in the right situation, if they execute, it can happen. Colin.
I
What do
don't
you think?
disagree because, as I said earlier, these guys that had these amazing seasons where they had like 20 sacks or whatever, or 15 sacks or whatever,
Mhm.
they also had seasons where they only had 2.
That's true.
You know, so here's
No, they
the thing.
didn't. No, they didn't. Color.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Hey, Captain, can you hold
What are
down
you
the
talking
fort for
about?
me just for a second? I'll be right back.
You joking
Yeah,
with me?
Thank you.
No, I'm not. I would venture to say, outside of them being injured, those guys that had those like Bruce Smith, and now early on, once it clicked and they were hitting it, yeah, that's it. Like even
Well, for
Cameron Wake,
instance-
there was like Cameron Wake didn't do 10.
Well, for instance, though, Zach Thomas, right? Well, sacks aren't a good stat for him anyway.
yeah, that's
But
not.
Let me,
Yeah, that doesn't work. You got to go.
let
with,
me pull back up Derek Thomas, dude.
All right.
All right, so we got, and I'll just point out what I mean by what I was saying. So the year he had 20 sacks, he followed up the next year. By the way, he only had one kind of injury-ridden season where he only played 12 games, and that was in 1997.
Injury
so-
ridden with 12
Right,
games.
Right, exactly. Well, that's what I mean is that every other season he played just about all 16 games. To your point earlier,
Yeah.
But there was a season. He's probably the worst example from what I'm saying. But his worst season was his last season with 7 sacks.
Yeah. Okay. Continue. So
But-
no. All right. So let's try Bruce Smith. Look up Bruce Smith.
Okay. But middleway through his
Go
career,
ahead.
he
Continue.
had a season.
Don't
Well,
try
real
to talk it out. Prove it right,
Well,
Color.
real quick, middleway through his season, he had a season in '93 where he only had 8 sacks. That's a bad season for
That's a
Derek
bad
Thomas.
season.
8
7
sacks.
and 8 sacks.
Wow.
Bad season. Yeah. All right.
All right,
And,
so
and
let's-
remember now, this isn't 17 games and shit. 16. I don't even think it was 16 games. Was it?
Well, the year he had 8, that year he had only 8 sacks. He played one less game than 16. He did
Okay.
sit out one game.
So there you go. All
That
right.
could have been 2-sack game right there, 3-sack game. That'd be bring him to 11. Yeah.
Still pretty good. So all right.
Wow.
What was
Let's
it?
see,
Oh,
Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith.
So Bruce Smith.
People
yeah.
don't.
His
people
worst
don't-
season. His worst season. He played 5 games in '91. He only had 1.5 sacks. So we'll
All
throw that out.
All right.
His rookie season, he only had 6.5.
Okay.
In '99, he had 7. In 2001, he had 5, and in 2003, he had 5. Those were all with Washington.
Wow.
The-
Huh.
But he had a season in '90 with 19 sacks, and the lowest he had during that stretch was 10.
Who
in
is
one
that?
season. Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith. He was a beast, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like once the light bulb clicks for those
Right.
pass rush guys, you
Yeah.
know, like situationally, you know, like, all right, I'm not using this guy all the time.
So that
On
being
these
said,
sets of snaps, I need him to do these.
well, that
things.
being said, those two guys I just listed,
specialist.
those two guys I just listed, the first year, Derek Thomas's first year, I think he had 6 sacks. And what did I say? Bruce Smith had his first year, like 5 or 6.
5. I think it was 5.
Jalen Phillips, rookie year last year, 8.5 sacks.
Yeah.
He had a better rookie year than Bruce Smith or Derek Thomas.
And admittedly, I think, and he said it himself, admittedly, that he feels that it was underwhelming for him.
he was having
as a
confidence issues over
Yeah,
over
yeah.
8.5 sacks.
Yeah, something to think about. The kid could. You're
So
right.
you're
Ali.
onto
If there's
something, Ali.
You're onto something, Ali. Then talk this.
I'm
into
telling you, man. You look at our season, and here's the other thing. People are like, well, you know, we're going to be playing teams later in the season, you know, like the 49ers. Well, the 49ers just lost half of their offensive line.
Yeah, they lost
Yeah,
their center. They
their
lost their
center.
guard. They lost. Who else did they lose on that offensive line?
They lost another tackle, but the two main people was the center and the
Yeah.
guard, who was the two most important people in their run game, let alone their offense altogether. So
Prediction. Jalen Phillips has 4 sacks on Josh Allen alone this season across the 2 games we played.
I'm going 4.5 sacks in the first game.
No.
Wow, that's
Wow.
big. You think he's putting Mac
lights up-
Jones on the turf
First of
4
all,
times?
he lights up like that. Dolphin fans be doing belly flops
I'm
on
gonna
tables
tell you
in the
why.
parking lot, bro.
Everybody knows, everybody in this audience, everybody in the NFL, everybody in the media, the team, the players know that first game against Buffalo is the biggest game of this season.
Oh, you mean the first game against Buffalo?
Yes.
You think he has 4? You think he puts Josh Allen down 4 times in one game?
4.5 sacks.
Wow.
I'm going that way. And I'm going to tell
I'll
you
give
why.
him 2 apiece, but I don't know about one game, man.
This is the reason. If you go back and look at what the Buffalo has done in the offseason, they really, besides their draft, they really didn't do very much. And they brought in a defensive player, but we're talking about the offensive side of the ball right now.
Well,
They
I
really
said
haven't-
2 per game, and so you might want to check me for marijuana, but Ali, you got to check for LSD, man.
I'm more of a herbal guy, so it'll be something
Okay.
along that.
You know what? Also,
Belladonna, then.
I know, liquid microdot or something. Anyhow, friggin' in that Buffalo Bills game too, Tre'Davious White will be out potentially because I'm hearing that they're gonna probably have to put him on IR, and that'll be at least 6 games. And Tre'Davious White being down for them hurts them big time, especially
Yeah.
early on. So
Yeah, and they didn't bring any top tier wide receiver. I mean, to be honest, and you look
I don't
at
know.
it.
I thought when they lost Beasley and got Crowder in to replace him, that was savvy.
See,
They
I
got a
don't-
rookie running back in Cook. I'm telling you, that team operates with a high-powered offense, And who'd they get on defense too?
They got the guy from the Broncos and also
Von Miller.
Von Miller.
Yeah.
But on the offensive side of the ball, I don't rate Crowder like you guys do. I don't think that Crowder. I mean, he does some things exceptional well, but I think the things that he does well, we actually have an answer for on our defense.
Well, I'm not saying that he's going to be super effective. I'm just saying that guys that are shifty, that catch the ball in tight windows and run well through traffic, like Crowder, like Beasley, those guys give everybody trouble. I don't give a damn. They're tough as nails. They take a beating. They do.
Out of the rest of all of our opponents last year, besides Lamar Jackson, because he's not as big as Josh Allen, but as far as size wise and scheme, as far as the type of running quarterback and how they can damage you rolling out of the pocket, who else we played last year is the closest to Josh Allen, in your opinion? In my opinion, I'm going to go ahead and lead the witness. It would be Cam Newton with Carolina, right? Jalen Phillips sacked Cam Newton 3 times. It was his best performance last year.
Sal says I need to be checked for drugs. Well, if that's the case, I said that Cleveland would beat. I said that the Cleveland Cavaliers would beat Golden State when the year that LeBron was last there, and they did. They won it, and everyone said I needed drugs. I told everybody here that
Ellie, don't use betting on LeBron as a reason you're not on drugs, because
that's
I'm
not done yet. I'm not done yet. All right,
that you went on LeBron's side.
No. I'm not done yet. Let me finish. Okay. I told you that there's a good chance, very, very good chance that Watson was going to get a year suspension. And you're like, I don't know about that. Yeah. That's what you told me, you know, but I'm on drugs. I told everybody.
I never said that. Sal said it.
I told everybody here and in Dudley Duron's Discord and also on Drew Bertrand's show that the Miami Dolphins were looking to get a top tier 1 wide receiver, and it could be Tyreek or Debo. And look who we got. We got Tyreek. So all these things I made claims to, but I need drugs. Okay. All right. I'm clueless, I guess.
I mean, just as long as you're sharing. I'm
talking LSD clueless, bro. Like LSD clueless, bro.
I'm LSD clueless. Okay. All right. We'll revisit that in, what is it, week 4 we play them?
Jalen Phillips
week 3
breaks the sack record this year.
Well, to my point about the reason I brought up Cam Newton was to show that Phillips has the ability to get bigger quarterbacks to the turf. As he had his best single game performance sack wise against Cam Newton, sacking him 3 times.
Yeah. So check this out. So the next record is timed sacked in a season, and the person that holds the record is the brother of no other Derek Carr. It's David Carr. 76 times.
Ooh, man.
2002.
I remember that. I remember thinking that he was going to die because I thought he was.
Isn't that why he left? Isn't that why he left?
I thought Tannehill had it bad. Jesus.
No, like it was brutal. That poor guy. I don't know what happened, but.
So he's David Charisma's tree.
Like, I'm surprised he's even doing anything. He was abused that year.
Sal, are you a Buffalo Bills fan?
Oh, he is. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Makes sense.
Sal and I go way back, man. He's a cool guy.
No, I respect people
He'll
from
poke at you a little bit, but he's all right.
It's all good. It's just banter, bro. No worries.
Yeah, he's a poker.
So yeah, I'm surprised it's been held that long. Actually, no, I'm not surprised. I'm actually surprised he had 76 sacks. Holy shit, dude. Holy crap. I would say if there's somebody in this league that could happen to
break the sack record,
to get sacked so many times. I don't know. I don't think there's anybody. I don't think the league would allow it. They would make some rule changes.
Well, the thing is this:
you know what I mean?
You've exceeded your sack limit. Get off the field.
No one's gonna. Okay, is it the team's sack? Because maybe a team will give up amount of sacks, but one quarterback taking that sacks. Like
that's one sack or one quarterback. I'm sorry, one quarterback.
No quarterback's going to stand in there long enough to take
for a mercy rule in the NFL. Is that what
not
you're
a mercy rule, but like credit to David Carr for actually taking the abuse, because after sacks 45, 50, every quarterback's like, yeah, the hell with this.
Well, hell, why don't we just stop
So,
teams from running up the
Why would a
score on
team
people?
think about that in a thing? Why would a team allow their top pick quarterback to just be destroyed out of the league? What did they have against the guy?
I know, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to bring up the Jets because this is a good point.
It was Derek Carr's brother.
You could allow them to sue for hostile work environment.
You could technically. This is actually a good point. So the New York Jets, Zach Wilson, was sacked 44 times as a rookie last year, despite appearing only in 13 games. He was on pace for 58 sacks in 2021. That is a lot in its own. It's not even the record.
Now do Ryan.
Well,
Now do Ryan.
it's not like the Jets aren't known for the butt fumble, so like they've always had trouble at the offensive line.
I mean, yeah,
that's true.
When you're infamous for your terrible, that's the thing too. When they were, there was an article Tonk that I did that Color gave me. I think it was Tonk TMI Tuesday. I did it for, and they were talking about the Jets. And they were just trashing Tyreek Hill because they didn't get Tyreek, and they were talking about how he doesn't fit in the culture. And I'm like, yeah, he doesn't, because the Jets culture has been about like absolute, like mediocrity has been the Dolphins. The Jets have been bad, so it's been losing, and I mean fans walking away from it and everything. So
real quick, guys, to add some perspective to this, in Tannehill's second year in 2013. He was sacked 58 times.
Yeah, that's right.
2014, 46 times. And then followed that up in 2015, 45 times for the most yardage at 420 yards.
Yeah, he was
Like
the
that
most
many
sacked
yards a lot.
quarterback.
Wasn't most of it his fault, though?
Of course.
Well, yeah,
most
that
actually
was
he
the
caused.
argument for 7 years, Ali. Is it his offensive line or is it him? No, it's him. Because check it out. In Tennessee, last year was his worst season since that run. Okay. And he was sacked 47 times last year with Tennessee.
Yeah.
So they lose Derrick Henry and they have to rely more on Tannehill, which to his credit, he pulled them through, but he did it getting sacked 47 times.
He's a slow blinker, as they would
Yeah.
say.
You just got
Yeah.
So
Christmas tree, dare I say.
here's
He's
a
just
good one.
on blindside.
Here's a good one for you, Color. Most career fourth quarter comebacks. The record is held by Peyton Manning.
Oh.
43 of them.
So who's close? Because that's a career type record. You know what I mean? So who are the 5 guys that have a chance? Or
Brady
Okay,
had to be
have a
up
chance.
there.
Yeah, Brady will beat that because like that's just
Oh,
what Brady
he-
does. He wants to have
Yeah,
every
He
Aaron
record.
doesn't have the record by a
Yeah, but-
quarterback. The honor goes to Manning, who long served as Brady's biggest post-positional rival, it says. Okay. I was hoping it gave more information. Let me see here. Now that's single. He produced fourth quarter.
I forgot the question.
Fourth quarter
Most-
comebacks.
Most fourth
Fourth
quarter
quarter
comebacks.
comeback. Right.
The
right.
record is 43.
Brady will beat that record by the end of this year. All he
Well,
needs
how
is
many
probably
does Brady have now?
can't be less than 39 or 40,
No,
right?
I was gonna say it can't be low. There's no.
And there really isn't. There
I've
really
seen
isn't
him
any
do it.
quarterbacks that
I've
are
seen
long term enough to
I
really
know I've
be
seen
after
at
that
least
right now.
15 of them. I know I've seen at least 15 of them.
Yeah. Problem is they're beating the shit out of people most of the time in the last 15 years that he ain't have to leave no quarterback come back in the
Yeah,
fourth.
where's Aaron at? Where's A-Rod at?
He's got to be up there too. Maybe
I know
wanna say
Marino
Russell
was
Wilson.
killer at it.
I want to say Russell
And
Wilson.
Elway.
So the record. Oh, yeah. Tom Brady is going to beat this record.
No shit. What's he got? 42?
Yeah, he does. So, yeah,
There you go.
it's done. Tom Brady is
Hey,
gonna-
Ali, I picked Tom Brady.
On.
Hey, Ali, I picked Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
a
would say
no-brainer.
Tom.
Is there a
40
dark horse that
Yeah.
could outbeat him for it, though?
No.
But, like,
no.
But I mean, but these are two players that are in the playoffs all the time too. So like, to get that many, it's not just a regular season.
Yeah, you're right. When you have extra playoff games, you get
Right.
extra
Right.
chances. I
Yeah,
understand
I mean,
what
I'm
he's
not
saying.
hating. I'm just saying.
Fucking
like,
Brady. I think Brady's played 3 seasons now.
Just in the
playoff games.
postseason, right?
Yeah,
right.
in postseasons. I think he's got like 3
Crazy.
extra seasons in postseason play. And listen, it's not a fucking exaggeration. I want to say like
No,
a
I'm
couple
not.
years
No,
ago, I remember they were like, yeah, he's got like 2.5 seasons.
So
That was
check
like
this
6
out.
years ago.
Check this out. Check this out. So
Son of a
1,
bitch.
2, 3, 3 people out of the top 5 are not even active quarterbacks, so it's almost not fair.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
kind of figured.
However, there is an active quarterback, not
Aaron
Tom Brady,
Rodgers. Aaron
that
Rodgers.
could actually make a run to beat this record this season. If in the right situation.
Let me guess the other quarterbacks. before
Russell
you say
Wilson.
it. No, Aaron Rodgers is it. I'm
Nope.
guessing the other one that's on the list in the top 5 that isn't playing is Drew Brees is on
Yep.
there.
Mhm.
Yep.
And damn, I don't know. So we got
Who was that? Who's that, Tonk?
Roethlisberger.
Matt
Yes,
Ryan.
Yes. Roethlisberger's number 3. Drew Brees is number 4.
Where's Matt Ryan?
shit.
Who
Hold
is
on, but
number
hold on.
5? That is the
Peyton
question. I
No
know
Matt
who
Ryan?
it is.
No
Who do
Matt
you guys
Ryan?
think it is? No Matt
So
Ryan.
if it's not
He's an
it's-
active quarterback.
Kirk Cousins.
Here, I'll give you guys a hint.
Tonk said Russell
active
Wilson.
Super Bowl winning quarterback. Currently
Active
Super Bowl winning
Super Bowl
quarterback.
winning quarterback. Is he a starter?
Of course, he's a quarterback. Yes, he won the Super Bowl. He's a starter.
Okay, well, I
Yes.
don't know.
Patrick
Oh, okay, that's true.
Mahomes.
I'm sorry. It's
yeah.
not Mahomes. It's
No, that's-
Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford.
shit.
Matthew
God
Stafford
bless him.
has
Matthew
34
Stafford.
Oh, man.
NFL comebacks, fourth quarter comebacks. He has 34 of them. So he's within
Bucky
range.
Dent.
He could one up Tom Brady
Ooh.
this
But
season.
And Matthew Stafford's what?
Bucky Dent.
37?
But think about it like
How old
this,
he is.
freaking Peyton Manning been out of the seat,
34.
been out of the
He's 34, bro.
Peyton
He has
Manning's
another
been-
7 years to do it.
right.
Yeah,
and Peyton
but-
Manning's been out of the league for like 6 years, and
Yeah,
he still
Peyton
has the
didn't-
record.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty good for holding the record for
Sonny
Brady
Jurgensen.
just slowly going to take
And
all the
Brady's
records.
still killing
Tom-
it. it's
Tom,
like it's not
that's
like
not- It's not that crazy. Dan the Man Marino held records for a long time. I mean,
Yeah, there was a good
some of them have
10
just
year
recently been
stretch.
broken.
Yeah, there's
that's
a good
crazy.
10 decade or so.
Yeah, Manning
Yeah,
smashed
all
through a lot of them to start
Manning
with.
started
Yeah.
taking away them, then Breeze started taking his pieces, and then Brady just
Drew
fucking-
Bledsoe beat a couple of them.
No, Drew Bledsoe didn't hold shit. When
Yeah, he
Dan-
took a couple Marino records, sure.
what when he
When he 1st
Didn't-
started out, he took a couple of his records, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Like maybe single game passing yardage or something, or
No,
something stupid
Dan
like
threw
that.
over 500 yards in a game one time. So
Mhm. Anyway, in other news, that's the end of the article regarding the
Matt
record.
Stafford.
Yeah, Matt Stafford is
fucking Matt
34.
Stafford. He's
He's 34.
34. Shit.
He's 34 and has 34 NFL fourth quarter comebacks.
wow. Well, he's
That's why
always
I'm
been
saying-
badass. Just play on the Lions and like it's
That's
like,
why the only wins they ever got.
Right.
You know,
That's
it makes
why he
sense
got all
why he
them.
would have the record because if they were winning any
Color.
game, it was in the fourth quarter because of
That's
Stafford.
arguably how Marino got all his too.
Color.
Well,
Your
Jimmy
question.
had a lot to do with that. Jimmy would run the ball and not throw and let Dan throw until he was like, all right, Darren will go, fuck this. We're losing. I'm winning this motherfucking football game.
Yeah.
Win it, bitch.
Color. Your
Yeah,
question
Matthew
earlier
Stafford.
about your question earlier about Tua and what other quarterback I'd be like, oh yeah, he's better. Bring him in. It would have been Matt Stafford if he was available.
Right.
That's my other choice.
Oh hell yeah! I take Matt Stafford in a heart.
I
Yeah,
would.
Matt
too.
Stafford's.
He
I would
has
take
heart,
him in a
too.
heartbeat.
He has
I
heart.
would take Jared Goff on
He's-
this team.
I mean, I was watching him.
I'm
mean,
still not,
even
I'm
though
not-
I
I'm
was
not-
Did you
I'm
see
not
that?
watching.
Did you see that, Capitan? Did you see Ali's reaction on his face when I said Jared Goff? That's
He-
precisely what
dude,
I'm
he's
talking
Joe
about right there.
Flacco.
Them
He's Joe
platitudes
Flacco
that
to
are
me.
Listen,
created, man.
I would take Goff on this team. I wouldn't take him over Tua. If Tua flops this year and Goff is the guy they're bringing in, I'm gonna feel okay about it.
I'd
I'm
take
a
Goff over Baker in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
I would take Goff over Baker, honestly. I'm right with the Color. I don't like a Baker to me is what we label as a distraction. I don't need a distraction.
See,
Yeah, I
Ali.
agree.
What Ali did was he Gaskin lit Goff when I said I said Goff, man. He Gaskin lit him.
How
Yeah.
was he distracted? Because he did commercials.
No, that's the whole message coming out of the Browns. Why they went and moved off of him. That you know.
But I mean, the one season that he did play, he did like that. I remember the game when he actually came in, like the first game he actually played. They brought him in like halfway through it, and just like the whole feel of the game changed, and they won. And like,
Oh
I
no,
don't
he's
know.
been good for them. Last year, played hurt all year, and like, but for whatever reason, the team members quit on him. There was back stuff between him and there's maturity stuff behind him, and that's
Dude,
whether
you're thinking
it's
of Wentz, bro. You're thinking of Carson Wentz, bro. You mean
whether that's true or not about him. It's the narrative they're sticking on him, and that's why he ain't getting paid. That's why he lost a job.
Yeah, it seemed like all of a sudden screw this
It
guy.
does, but I mean,
You know, that's
To answer Moss Sports and some of the people that
What's
are
up,
questioning why
man?
I'm like really off of Jeff Goff, it's for the same reason of what Captain and I both agree on what makes an elite quarterback, and it's the killer instinct, and he doesn't have that to me. Matt Stafford has that to me.
yeah, Goff
And that's-
doesn't have it. Goff
Yeah,
is like
and that's-
he's like a guy at his job.
Yeah,
Being a
Lamar
guy out there.
Jackson, Matt Stafford, those two quarterbacks have it to me, and that's why I would go take either one. To be honest,
First
that's
of all,
my opinion.
First
Go
of
ahead.
all, we were talking about Tua, not Matt Stafford. And secondly, there's plenty of people that you would take right now that you wouldn't have given that reaction to that don't have killer instinct.
Like who, Color? Because there's a lot of quarterbacks I think that I've seen with killers. I've seen Kirk Cousins have that kind of killer.
No, what I'm
instinct at
saying
times.
is there are what I'm saying is
bullshit, bro. Bullshit. I've seen
no,
him
no,
get
no.
jacked up, bro.
Let me finish. There are other quarterbacks that don't have killer instinct that Ali would not have given the stanky cheese reaction to. That's what I'm saying.
Like who?
I don't know.
Yeah, give me an example.
Like
Derek Carr, because Derek
why-
Carr's pretty damn clutch. I've seen him get pretty rowdy.
To
So you're saying your stinky cheese reaction was simply because he doesn't have the killer instinct? Is that what you're saying?
I don't like. Okay, my issues with Jared Goff. I don't think he's very much better than Tua, in my opinion, and he doesn't have the killer instinct. So really, I'm trading Tua for Tua, in my opinion.
I don't
Okay.
know. I would say Jared Goff is more Flacco-ish in that way. Like in a system, it has a cannon of an arm. Could you win with a guy like that? For sure. I could see him winning and building it. But then again, the Rams said, nah, you can't. And they've got one of the best teams.
Again,
Kyle-
perspective, everybody. I was only confused by the stinky cheese reaction. That's all.
We'll quit smelling so much for Monday, and you'll be all right, dude.
Yeah,
That
dog.
might be Ali's issue. I don't know. He
Yeah,
was the one with the stinky cheese reaction.
Anyway, guys. So news dropped. Miami Dolphins training camp. It says that the rookies will show up on July the 19th. So we're getting close. Let's see. Today is the 25th. So we got less than 30 days. About 3 weeks we start. And then we got on July 26th, the veterans will show up to camp. Anybody going to be going to any of the practices or anything?
I don't
Gonna
know.
try to?
I'm gonna try to go to the Tampa.
I would love
one.
to be
I
a
would
part of some of
love to
that.
Go to the one in Tampa.
I'm hearing that they're only allowing people that are season ticket holders to go. Do you hear anything about that?
No, but you
Was
know
this
what
the
I've
camp?
noticed?
Was this the camp or the joint practice with the Bucks?
Well, I think it's
The
part of
joint
same thing,
practice
isn't it?
with the Bucks, and
Yeah.
I don't know. Like sometimes it's just cool to show up places and be that guy. You can find your way into all kinds of shit when you're cool like
Yeah,
that.
I'd like to do that here in Seattle.
You know what I'm talking about, Tom. We've done it a bunch of times. You just stroll up to play. What's going on, fellas? You just stroll right in some joint.
Hell yeah, that's how you get into every punk show at Coral
Every-
Sky, man.
Well, either rock shows or just like some awesome comedy club or a VIP somewhere or wherever. You just stroll in
Yeah.
there. You dress the part, act the part, and be cool. And next thing you know, you're there.
Yeah, that's
Gotta
true.
ride
I
it through.
mean,
Racing events, whatever's going on. I'm not a guy that's into NASCAR, but I've been in some really cool shit going on with NASCAR, just strolling around in places. Yeah, I'll check it out. Just walk right in.
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomena, Cap. Back before
My
9/11.
grandpa invented that. I'm just letting everybody know, but he did
Yeah,
it.
and
He did
before-
it the awesomest. Tonk might have been around for some of this shit. He
Mhm.
would drive his car in the middle of events and park
yeah.
inside the event. I never went to a fair or a rodeo that I wasn't parked inside of with
Wow.
his giant ass old Lincoln, yellow, like every Lincoln from the 70s you ever seen, giant boat that's kind of like yellow. But he would just stroll right in joints, get out. He'd pull up and they'd wave him in. they'd be like,
What grandpa are you
Yeah.
talking about?
So like before 9/11, bro, you could go into a hospital, and as long as you just look like you knew where you were going, nobody bothered. You could get into any part of that hospital.
I don't know about that color. Maybe
Well,
you
just
had
about, man. Like maybe not right into surgery, but
My
like
mom
you
worked
could
at
get into some
JFK.
deep
They weren't
places.
letting you stroll
You
around
just
JFK.
you
dog.
keep looking for, but I'm talking before 9/11. Like
Yeah,
you could
maybe.
like walk as long as you look like you didn't need any help, nobody'd mess with you, bro. You just
Oh,
walk
nice.
past everybody.
Anthony Manzano, we are going to do a panel tonight. I'm trying to remember. It was something to do with something you
Food.
had brought up on Batman's show. So I'll get with you. I'll remember and get with you when we have the panel. So don't worry. So yeah,
You wanna do a
gonna go
rundown?
well, yeah, we can do a rundown, but just to end this thing real quick here. I'm gonna try to go to some of the practices in camp. I wanna watch the scrimmage and everything, and I want to see what, kind of get an idea of what we got and what we need. So I think that'll be kind of fun.
I think the scrimmage is where you're going to see the best kind of football you can, because you probably won't see a lot of the starters. I mean,
I think we've been a little negligent
common.
too.
Listen, this is common theme
Mhm.
in the new age preseason, that the individual practices that they have before the preseason game is when they roll out the starting offensive line against the starting defensive line, and
Right.
the coaches themselves to let themselves know we're gonna run 3 possessions on each side of the ball, ones on the ones, to get everyone to see some shit, basic shit, but it's really just a lot of one-on-one. You kind of know what's coming, and they just
Yep.
let the guys go, and it's happened a lot. That's where a lot of the fights break out. That's where a lot of the shit talking breaks out. That's when that I'm just saying that's the best stuff.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of, I mean, really, it's the only time they're ever going to practice with other teams. That's the good stuff. I've been to some before. It's really good.
In every year there's always a brawl, no matter what team. There's always a brawl.
There's at least 1 or 2 brawls every year.
Yeah,
so.
so definitely.
I've been
Alright,
wanting
let's
to
do a
check it
little
out here in
negligent,
Seattle.
too.
I just haven't.
Hold on, we got to take a little time out. We've been a little negligent. For
What'd we
those
do?
brand new football fans out there, fans across the world that don't know that aren't in the weeds on everything, that don't know all the details, scrimmages are just preset series, offensive and defensive series, where you have no kickoff or nothing. They just set the ball at the 20, and it don't matter if you get a first down really or not. It just kind of repeats until the other side wants to do it. But in the joint practices, they have these what we call scrimmages against a real opponent, like another team. In our
Live
case,
action.
the Buccaneers.
Mhm.
Normally, they would do this in practice even with themselves. As Chris is saying, they would just line up against our own defense and stuff like that. But it's meant to simulate, more than simulate, live action, except you don't have the kickoff. It's not a real game. Hence, they call it a scrimmage, because you're arbitrarily setting a line of scrimmage and going at it. You know what I mean?
And they typically do, drills of red zone on each side, midfield on each side. And this is when you're not going to see Teron Armstead in any of the preseason games. You will see him in that scrimmage game.
Now, I just had a
mark my words.
Hey, Cap,
That's how it'll roll.
I just felt about 800. Well, let's see how many people we got. 56 people watching, right? I just felt about 52 collective does just go off. You know what I mean? But it was meant for the people that just didn't want to ask, and like sitting there going, man, these guys know a lot and I really don't know nothing. If you didn't, that's what it is. There you go.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do the
Yeah.
rundown, and then we can
All right.
do
Yeah.
some stuff here. So make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. We got TMI Tuesdays with Tonk 7 and Color. Some great content. Thank you, Tonk. We got color commentary, usually Thursdays at 9, but sometimes you can find it during the daytime too, every other day. We got Late Night Exhale with myself in color every Saturday at 10 p.m. And then every other day of the week, we got El Capitan and the Finn's Tailgate Show. So definitely make sure you check out some of our new partners. We got Fanatics, official partner. Get all your sports gear and everything else there. We got merch, sandals, tank tops, hats. No, she doesn't come with it. Beanie Bops. The flag is awesome. I'm promising myself I got to remember to buy this flag. I got to get this flag before my first tailgate this season. We also have a brand new partner, Backroom Collections. Check them out. They got some really awesome gear. They got T-shirts, some cool canvases, and other stuff that you can hang up to add to your sports wall, kind of like some of the stuff that you see behind Captain there a little bit. So check them out. Also, make sure that you use the code #TFTG at checkout. Save yourself 10% off of all of your Backroom Collection purchases. So check that out.
There you go.
Also, you can use Venmo and Cash App, by the way, if you'd like to donate. Shout out to everybody that donates. I know Pete did earlier, Rock and Roll Pete.
Yep. And join the membership, everybody.
Yeah, we
Make
got 3
yourself-
levels. We got
Yep.
Familia, Amigos, and MVP, right?
Yep.
And more
TFTG
exclusive
MVP.
content and perks to come for those members.
Yep. Well, the members will start getting like pre-released videos. I'm going to be doing some player profile videos and stuff like that. We'll slow roll them out over the months, and then during the season, maybe even doing some recording stuff that might be something that drops on like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, but you'll get it the night of, or the night before. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. We'll make it incentive based. We'll have it fun. We'll get interested with it and stuff.
Yeah, definitely. We got 49 people watching with 49 likes. Thank you so much, everybody who's hit the like button.
If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, come over to YouTube, subscribe, help the family grow, all that good stuff.
Definitely. All right. So
want to drop the link?
Yeah, let's drop the link. We got some special stuff to talk about. I want to talk to everybody about.
Yeah, what's the tailgate food?
Yeah, so we're gonna be talking food tonight. Thank you for reminding me.
So I'll say this: I've done plenty of tailgating, okay, and cooked a bunch of different stuff. Gator. Last time we did, we had hog, that we had big pulled pork sandwiches and stuff like that. But one time we went with a bunch of Jets fans from Central Florida to watch the Jets versus the Dolphins, like a whole group of people, and this dude, Jets fan, mind you, brought a skirt steak from his dad's butcher shop. Firest skirt steak ever, dude. I don't know, man. It was just it was like, wow. It was the perfect thing at that time. So just something else. Nothing special about it. But what's up, Bryson? What's up, Tony?
How's it going, guys?
Yo, what up?
So how's everybody doing tonight?
Good.
Pretty good.
Pretty cool. So I'm going to ask you some questions about your perfect tailgating food, as well as what your thoughts on some of the stuff we talked about tonight. So let's go around the table. We're going to start off with Tony and work our way to the right here. Tony, name some favorite food that you have for tailgating.
Okay.
And as well,
what we do for the Super Bowl usually is we get picanha, if you guys know what that is.
No, I don't know. I'm kind of new to that. What is picanha?
It's kind of like if you go to these Argentinian or Brazilian steakhouses, it's like a row, like steaks that are put. They cook a whole thing of steaks that are not cut up into small pieces, and you basically carve it. And
okay, so it's like a big sear that the meat like is on when they cook it and they bring it out to you.
Oh yeah, bro, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Brazilian style. I know what that is. Okay, yeah,
that shit's fire.
Roast pork, rice beans, roast pork, rice beans, and plantains.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You ever getting a linguita in there and stuff too?
Longanisa,
linguita. No,
Yeah.
cow tongue.
No, hell no. Hell no.
Oh, bro, get with
I'm
it,
not-
dog. Get with
Oh,
it, Tony.
Ali, what were you going to ask me since we're on the panel?
Give me a few minutes to remember. I had it earlier and I lost it again. I'm sorry, bro. Just give me a few moments. I'll get back to you on that. But let's talk about what are your thoughts? Do you think Deshaun Watson's gonna get a year? What do you think?
Actually, for me, I
Mhm.
do. I said this in the chat. For me, I still kind of find it very suspicious that the guy who's representing these women was his.
Mhm.
He was Deshaun Watson's lawyer 6 months before.
So he was Deshaun Watson's lawyer?
Yeah, the guy who's representing some of the women.
Oh
So
wow.
I kind of that's
Well,
kind of
okay, let me
very-
clarify that, Tony. He was representative of the team lawyer and had contact with him as well as like it was like something to do with that. It wasn't a direct connection, but they had been it was representation. So you're
But
not wrong.
isn't
for
that
saying
conflict of interest though? You know personal information about the guy. you
I
can-
have to, not for nothing, Tony. I kind of agree with you that a lot of it is a lot of other shit not being said. I would agree
Mhm.
with that.
Yeah, and for me, I think he appeals it, and he at most gets maybe 10 games,
10 games. Okay.
a 10-game suspension.
Do you,
Yeah.
you think it'll be only a 10-game suspension or less than a year is
No,
basically what you're
yeah,
going.
maximum 10, minimum 6.
Minimum 6. All right. And I actually just remembered kind of what my question is. The other night you were bringing up if something happens, would we replace McDaniel for Peyton, for example? Coach
Yeah,
Peyton.
yes.
What about instead of replacing McDaniel, you bring Peyton or another coach to serve kind of like a
What's up, Paul?
position that Tannenbaum used to have?
Or
What do you think
or
about
what they
that?
were going to do with Flores and Caldwell, like a consultant, almost.
Yeah, for the personnel side of things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a Packers coach back in the day. I can't think of his name, but he ended up going to the Browns as like a player personnel type person. And
Holmgren, Mike
and so-
Holmgren.
yeah, yes, kind of like that kind of position, not a coach,
Yes.
but executive
Yes,
style. What do you
yes,
think?
yes. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
That's what I meant to say. I didn't say to replace him, but have a veteran coach like that as a consultant teaching him the ropes, because it takes some of these
Mhm.
coaches maybe 2 or 3 years to get used to the ropes, because a guy like the guy who's in Pittsburgh, what's his name?
Mhm.
My God.
Tomlin?
Yeah, it took.
Mhm.
He still he was still having Cowher talk to him every once in a while during the season, like during his rookie and second year, to understand the ropes and stuff like that, because it takes
Mhm.
some of these coaches maybe a year, 3 years or 4 years into their career to actually
Mhm.
understand how to call the timeouts in the right position.
Top 10 quarterbacks. Howard's number 2.
I seen that. I can agree with that list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree pretty much in that order. Thank you, Tony. I don't
Right.
think you
Little
clarified-
tidbit I didn't know if anybody had seen. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Bryson's
forgot to
next.
add one of the records. How about single game sack? The single game sack record. Do you think that's ever going to be broken?
What's the record right now? Do you know it offhand?
It's 9.5 sacks.
9.5
Jeez.
sacks by
Who
one
has that?
person in a game.
Who has it?
Bruce Smith.
Wait a minute. I thought that was Derek Thomas that had that record. Didn't he have 9 in one game?
It's Derek Thomas. It's Derek Thomas.
Derek Thomas. Okay.
9.5 sacks.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh,
Derek
that's
Thomas
insane.
was ridiculous
No.
for its time, man.
No one is breaking that ever.
I'm going to tell you who could get close to breaking it. Not going to necessarily break it, but could get close. I'm going to
Miles
say
Garrett.
you guys are going to
Watt.
say you guys need
Jay
to say,
Watt.
you're going to say no, you're going to say I need to be drug tested.
Okay, yeah.
Phillips still against Trevor Lawrence.
How How
He
about,
lived in that
how
backfield
about
that
Myles
entire
Garrett?
game, bro.
How about Garrett? How about Myles Garrett?
And
Yeah, I'm pretty
Ali,
sure
I can
Garrett's
never
had
know-
like
I can
7
never-
or 8 in a game.
Since we got to play Jacksonville, I can never know what you're referring to. Are you referring to the Jacksonville game?
Trevor Lawrence plays for Jacksonville, so
Yeah, I know, but
but he keeps
whenever
forgetting
I've
about
made that,
Clemson.
whenever I've brought that up, I didn't know if you were aware, but I was referring to the Clemson game against the Hurricanes.
Okay.
Like they go way back, bro.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
been in Trevor
he's been-
Lawrence's backfield
Yeah.
his entire career.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
but
what I thought
even-
you were talking about. Color was the Clemson
Yeah.
game.
I think
even
Davis
in
Mills breaks that.
Jacksonville,
That's
even in
not- that's
Jacksonville, he was
hilarious.
there, though.
That's
He was
hilarious.
For me,
I
I
hadn't.
think
I
Davis-
mean, yeah, I realized that, but I hadn't really realized that. You know, like,
And
yeah,
Ali-
he tortured him in Jacksonville too.
I think.
Go ahead.
Ali,
Go
I
ahead.
think for me, I think Davis Mills might break David Carr's sack record as a quarterback, getting sacked that many times.
That could be that's definitely a good one.
Who's-
Good luck, Cleveland with Jacoby.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
go to
gonna have a
Bryson.
hard time.
Let's keep moving this around. So Bryson, tell me
Yeah.
something. Tell me some good tailgating food that you love, and comment what you think about Deshaun Watson's 1 year's possible suspension. What do you think?
So my tailgating food's super simple.
Mhm.
I just do this bean dip, mainly bean dip and wings every time I have buddies over for the games.
Dipping wings.
Yeah, because the bean dip is so simple, and most of the time I'm drunk when I'm making it, and it's just cream cheese, canned
Yeah.
beans from fucking like a chili or something,
Mhm.
and Mexican 4 cheese, and it's so good, especially when you're drinking. So, and it's just so
Yeah.
simple. It's easy. It's cheap. So I'd probably say that's like my go-to.
Nobody's
but
saying
anything-
no. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
likes
Anything
it.
grilling, of course. Like at a tailgate, anything
I
on the
got
grill.
something
And I love
interesting for you with
grilling.
grilling. Yeah, I got some stuff now. When it comes to my turn and to speak about that, I
Yeah.
got some stuff for you regarding grilling. What do you think about Deshaun Watson? Do you think he gets a year or less?
Yes, I think they're gonna push for a year. I think he's gonna appeal it, obviously, and then I think it's going to get lessened down. Now, I think they potentially could. Now, I heard there's like rumors indefinitely, with a minimum of a year.
Mhm.
So I'm not really sure. I just think it's like such a crazy situation. And it's kind of like, I know like stuff like this has happened in the past, but I really think this type of situation is pretty, first time. I think, obviously players have gotten in trouble and things have happened, but I think
But
this is
Bryson
hitting
could
like,
be onto something. As
completely
far as
different realm.
the organization's culpability. The league could be wanting to send a really harsh message. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, they might want to use that as
especially
an example. Go
For
ahead.
me, like watching Calvin Ridley, when he was like out gambling on those games, $1,500, and he gets a full year suspension.
Mhm.
Like to me, like I'm not saying Watson did it. I'm not saying he did it or didn't do it. But I mean, if you're gonna give that kid a year when he wasn't even playing on gambling, like you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well, the
he
league
just,
is also saying to everybody, look, we don't care if your team throws you under the bus.
Plus,
You
he might.
know what I mean? We're
it
still
might
coming
be
after you
something-
for this type of stuff.
There's also something to be said that there's still a pushback from ownership to the players' league. You know what I'm saying? So they're still going to push back as much as they can on that. And if they can flex a little bit to keep the $230 million guarantee guy in from becoming more equal than property, then yeah, there'll be some of that to be said as well.
Quick correction, guys. Derek Thomas had 7 sacks in one game, and that was in a loss against Seattle.
Yeah.
7 sacks
Yes.
in a loss.
He put David Craig on his butt.
Yeah. Let's go to Irving Figueroa. Irving, what's up, buddy?
Yo,
Irving, you there? No? Okay, we'll come back to
I'm
you.
Brad Irving.
Paul, what's going on, man?
What up, Ali?
Not much. Tell us something that you like to eat for tailgating style food. What do you like to eat? And then comment on Deshaun Watson. What do you think?
I like the shish kebabs, the
Oh,
steak
okay.
and chicken and vegetables on a stick.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I got
and then
something-
I walk
ahead.
around. and then I walk around and eat everybody else's food and buy their liquor.
Yeah, I got something for you. I got something for you when it's my turn. That it's right up that alley.
I was gonna say that seemed like a teacher's apple there, Persian.
Yeah, I thought he
so
did. Yeah,
I'll give you mine. I'll give you mine. So there's two things I liked. There's actually three things I like most when it comes to tailgating. One thing I like to do, I like to do the old fashioned American burgers and hot dogs and stuff. We all love that, right? But every year on a certain game or a certain event, I try to do something different just for once. You know what I mean? And I'll, go on my Persian side and I'll pull some of their cool grilling techniques or marinade, if you want to call it that, because that's pretty much what the difference is. Who here has had lamb chops before?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I have.
So Persians have it's a special gourmet type of lamb chop. It's called shishlik is the actual name, and the way that it's made in a way that it's all about the marinade, on how they marinate everything. Like for example, they use yogurt, onions, some turmeric, saffron. Everybody here know what saffron is?
Saffron? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very has a nice scent.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like it.
It's the most
Isn't it what brings the yellow to yellow rice?
Yes, that is correct. People that don't know in the audience, saffron is the world's most expensive spice. No joke. Look it up.
Really?
Little like an eighth of an ounce
Saffron.
is like $30, bro. Like it's
Yeah,
that
it's
expensive.
super
I thought
expensive.
ginseng was the most expensive.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It
may
was
have-
up there.
It may
But
have
now
been,
it's so
saffron is
it's so
definitely up
abundant
there. It's
now,
one of the most
El
expensive.
Cap, that
Yeah,
it's
not
they
that
wild.
things come
they
down.
probably differentiate
Not
between
not-
spice and herb.
not the green ginseng that grows only in the Appalachian Mountains. That's the most
Saffron.
rarest in the world.
But they might
Isn't that-
separate between herb and
so
spice.
Ali-
They might
Okay.
differentiate.
Ali,
What were you saying, Tom?
Isn't Saffron? Isn't that the guy who played Ted Bundy on the Netflix movie?
so Ali, do you make that yogurt dip?
That's more of a the Middle Easterns do make a different type of yogurt dip. They add like mint and other things to it that they can do that. But when it comes to marinating, that's what they're all about. Like they use yogurt, they use saffron water, or saffron, turmeric, onions. I like to throw in kiwi to my marinade whenever I'm marinating shish kebabs or even lamb chops. You can use this recipe for both.
Kiwi works good on anything, bro.
Dude, yeah. And I put
mango
the
and
peel-
kiwi on anything.
Do you put the peel and everything, or do you peel it and then just put it in the
mash that shit right down in there?
Well,
Yeah,
and the kiwi will tenderize the meat too.
That's definitely
The acidics, because the acids and fruit start to break the shit down. It's get all tender and shit.
In addition, people in the audience, when you're making shish kebab or Persian style shish kebab, whatever type of meat that you're using, make sure you do tenderize it. I have like a special tenderizer thing that has like 1,001 needles that you slap on it over and on both sides. Make sure you do that. It actually allows for those different flavors and juices from the marinade to seep through as it cooks.
Ali, I know what
Now,
you're talking about because Dominican food is influenced by Middle Eastern food. So
Yeah.
we have a lot of Persians in the DR. So I know what you're talking
definitely.
Paul set the tone with the shish kebabs.
Yeah, he did. And
Yeah, he definitely did.
now, one thing that is key is what they do after they make this marinade and they mix it with all the meat that they're cooking. They put it in the fridge covered with foil for about 24 hours. So a day ahead of time is when they throw this in the fridge. They bring it out and they let it get to room temperature while the grill is heating up to max, usually about 500 degrees, before they even throw it on the grill, right? And I tell you, and I usually use like a big pita bread to pull it off the skewer when I'm like doing shish kebabs. If I'm doing lamb chops, like the tomahawk chops,
Nice.
then I just use the bone, kind of eat right off the bone.
Can you use that for
so
a
good.
pork? Can you use that seasoning for a pork roast too? Or?
You could definitely. I mean, to be honest, pretty much any would work. I haven't used it with pork roast. I've used it with chicken and beef and lamb. That's what I've used that exact same
Or
type
fish?
of marinating.
Or fish?
I've never used it on fish. I don't know how.
Have you had it with oxtail?
I've had it with oxtail. Yes,
You
I've had it
have?
with
Okay.
Oxtail, fire, boy.
I've had it with
That
tongue
cabbage?
as well.
Ooh, bro.
I've had it with tongue.
Oh, man.
Tongue is good, dude. You don't know. Tongue is really, really good.
Tongue fire, bro. Linguita shit's good as fuck. I thought it'd be nasty. I'm
Yeah.
like, damn, this shit fire.
Persians are
Give me
known
some
for eating
more.
tongue
Give me
sandwiches.
some more.
Yeah, so that's one of my favorites. The other thing that I mentioned that I had is something called taco soup. It's the easiest thing to make.
My mom
Right.
makes that tortilla taco soup or something like that. They got
That's
that.
something a little bit different. Mine, I make in a slow cooker. I usually what I do first is just like taco meat. I go and put it in the frying pan until it's brown. I throw it after it's all brown and everything. I throw it in the slow cooker. I add a powder packet of ranch, taco seasoning, black beans, kidney beans, and trying to think if there's anything else I put in there. Corn is the other one I put in there as well.
Corn. I don't remember
corn.
eating corn.
And you throw it in a slow cooker, you know. Crushed tomatoes. That's the other thing. My wife is yelling at me from the back. You forgot the recipe. Crushed tomatoes is something I add in there too, and I let that on high for a little bit to heat it up. Then I put it on, usually medium, and you can eat it multiple different ways. Like if you like a chili type of style, you can eat it like chili. You can when you put it in a bowl and add a crap ton of shredded Tex-Mex cheese in it and make it as a chip dip. You can eat it that way. But that's one of my favorites. Anytime I watch football or I have people over for a big event, usually like the Super Bowl, that's what I make at home. So yeah.
If you hit the join button and become a member, you'll get Ali's exclusive recipe for assassin's butter.
I can make that happen. Make that happen.
His exclusive recipe for assassin's butter,
How about
also
that,
known
Paul?
as cannabis
How about
oil.
that, Paul? And Joe and Moss and everybody.
Hey, I'm a member.
I know everybody finna get the
I'm a.
recipe.
Hey, Colin,
Ali,
Yeah,
Ali,
I'll make my wife cook it.
You really should create a cannabis butter and market it as assassin's butter. That would be
you know
awesome.
what? I will get with you on that. And actually, we can make a show called Ali Color Culinary.
Right? I mean, you're familiar with the entomology of the word.
I love
Fucking rules.
Ali, you're familiar with the entomology of the word assassin, right?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely know where you're going with that. Paul, so what were your thoughts on Deshaun Watson, year or less?
Man, what if I was the commissioner or whatever? I think I don't know, man. It's tough because you want all these cases to be gone before he hits the field. Like you want them all to be settled and know what's going to happen. You can't have open cases because, like, say it's week 5 or whatever, week 12 after an 8-game suspension, and it's week 12 and he just throws for 5 touchdowns and 438 yards, and then it just comes, and then right after the game it comes out that he touched another woman or some crazy like it would just be like
Paul made a point.
Yeah.
Paul made a point that I ain't heard nobody make yet. After the
Yeah.
suspension, does this shit come and bite somebody in the ass? Damn,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good
And-
point.
a really good point.
And then on top of that, the owners are clicked up, right? So before any of these allegations ever even happened, he was throwing that Texans owner under the bus pretty bad. I'm not saying he was telling he was lying or anything, but he was just throwing that Texans under the bus. And the other owners, they click up. They're not gonna look at you like it's all good that you're just throwing one of the 32, calling him all kind of racist and all kind of stuff. So
Paul's
not
spitting game right now. Everybody better be paying attention. Continue, Paul.
yeah,
Sorry.
they're not inclined to help him in any bit. And then it's like the same thing with Flores. Like Flores knew that the Texans and the Saints were not going to give him a job because of the clipped upness with Stephen Ross. So after that Giants thing happened, he knew he was done for as a head coach for this cycle. So it was just whatever. Now it's time to play the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. That's a really good point, Paul. You would think, they would definitely have to have all this stuff settled, because if it comes out that he did something again or even more after the fact, that's a whole nother
Yeah, you
situation
imagine.
in the NFL.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
it's crazy.
Irving, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All
What's
right,
up?
so Irving, we had called on you
Yeah.
earlier, but you weren't around.
Oh,
So
what's up?
Irving,
Yeah.
so Irving, what kind of tailgating food do you like, and what do you think of what Paul said about this time? And what's your point of the whole thing?
Give me 1 second. Hold on, because I have my dog barking in the background.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have for people who watch your show on the tablet and go through the tablet, for some reason, I've talked to other people who use the tablets. They say the member button doesn't show up on YouTube for the tablet people.
Do me a favor.
Try to hit where it goes to like super chat, and sometimes it gives you an option in the super chat.
Yeah, or if you don't see it, close out of the show and go to the main Finn's Tailgate page. It should be one of the options that are there.
Yeah, at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
what was the question? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead, real quick, Irving. Hold on 1 second. Tony, what were you saying? Real quick.
So instead of going to the community tab, there's a button next to the community tab that you can click to. If you go to directly to the channel, is what you're saying.
Yeah, like go to like the main page where you scroll through all the videos. It'll show the video that's playing live at top, and then all the other videos and playlists and whatnot. And then
Exactly.
They'll be up there.
All right, Irving. So, Irving, what is your favorite type of tailgating food that you like to have during football or football games? And what do you think about what Paul said about Deshaun Watson and his suspension?
Okay. I love to have ribs.
Ooh, ribs.
Smoked ribs, by the way. I love to have grilled chicken breast. Chicken, meat on a stick. What we call in Spanish picadillos. Yeah. Picadillos, with the vegetables and the chicken, like the peppers and the onions, and yeah, that's what I love to have for tailgate. First, and then what did Paul say? Because I didn't hear that part about Paul's comments. Just in a nutshell.
Fajitas.
Oh yeah, definitely, bro. That's something I gotta add to the tailgate menu.
Paul said kebabs. I was thinking.
Yeah, he said shish kebabs, and then
kebabs.
I explained mine was kind of along that line.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts about Deshaun Watson possibly getting a year suspension? Do you think it'll be a year or less? Do you agree with Paul in his point of view that they might wait? They're waiting to find out what's going to happen with these other scenarios first.
Paul also said that think of if they say it was 8-game suspension, he serves the 8 games, then he's playing 3 or 4 games and it's week 13. He throws a bunch of touchdowns, a bunch of yards, and then another case comes out. Now they got their foot in the mouth. Like that whole scenario happening. Like they gotta, again, it's been going on a while. Hopefully they've figured it all out. But again, we just got another person that came into the case recently. So who knows?
Yeah, I'm with Richard McLean. I'm thinking if there's a chili pot somewhere at somebody's tailgate, that's where you'll find me, man, with my bowl.
Yeah. My Uncle Chris cooks award-winning chili, like fire.
That sounds good. So what's your thoughts on that, Irving? What do you think?
Well, I think with what's been happening these past couple months, there's been more more women, filing civil lawsuits against Deshaun Watson. That number went up to from 20, I think, to 24, right?
Yeah.
Was it to 24? Sorry, it's 2 more girls.
There's 24 cases altogether. However, there's been more girls that made accusations, but they haven't filed civil lawsuits yet.
Okay, so and that with that revelation, then the New York Times report about him, being in contact with 66 unlicensed masseuses through Instagram, and then the team supposedly signing, the Texans signing NDAs to organize these things and whatever. There's been I think that amount of news, and then of course with the HBO report regarding, that he, there's a part where he admits that there were, one of the women cried at the end of the session.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all that stuff has really pushed the suspension to more time. It has expanded the window of suspension for more time. And now the NFL is making a case for argument for a year suspension, at least indefinite. And I think that's the right case. I think that's the right. And now that he settled the civil lawsuit, so I expect him to get about a year suspension or more. But what I will say, I think because what will help him, because he already missed a whole entire year of football last year, I think the suspension could be less. It could be less, maybe. Yes, as time served, right?
Yeah,
so
he kind of did the NFL a favor by sitting, and the Texans as well doing the NFL a favor by having him sit.
Do you think because if he goes that route and said, "Well, I've already served time," do you think they will fine him big instead?
That could be a possibility. Like I think that goes in conjunction with what happened. You know, with sitting that whole season. I think it could be the most favorable outcome would be for him to get less games, maybe about 10 games, and maybe get a huge fine. I think that would be the best case scenario for Deshaun Watson. But I think what I'm expecting is at least a year suspension.
Okay, that's a good point. Let's keep this moving along. Let's see who we got next. We got I'm gonna go D's Nuts, and then we're gonna come down to Wizard of Oz. So D's Nuts, how are you today, man?
No, hold on a sec, guys. I'm sorry, Q.
What's going on, Ali? What's up?
Hello, comrade Kukowski.
Real quick, Anthony's right. I'm on my
comrade
right now. There's like no join button anywhere. I can't
Hail
find it.
Mother Russia.
Huh.
Hello, mother.
Let me
reporting for Moscow.
All right.
Let me drop.
I am reporting great news that the invasion of Ukraine is going very well. We were overcome.
What's going on, Ali?
The Americans cannot
sanction us.
Right. So Q, my man. So what type of tailgating food that you love? And I'm really interested to find out what you guys have, some on your side of the neck of the woods, as well as how do you feel about Deshaun? Do you think he gets a year or less? Do you agree with Paul? Do you agree with Irving? What do you think?
Man, tailgating food. I don't know much about tailgating. I'm gonna be real about it. Haven't been to much games, or any games for that matter. But I will tell you what we do every Sunday. Every Sunday in the season. This is the same food we have every Sunday, and that's we have snappers on the grill. We got seafood on the grill. We got have you ever had mussels with sriracha and
yeah. And snapper.
Yeah.
I had snapper before.
Yeah. Parrotfish, and then we have a traditional way of cooking food, which is the umu, which is the earth oven. And so we cook your taros, your breadfruits, your kumala. We cook all of that, and pig and a pork, like a size 2. We call it a size 2. It's like a medium-sized pork, and that's about it. Every Sunday.
Interesting. That sounds actually really good. So can you tell me a little bit more about the you called it an imu? Is that right?
Umu in Samoa, imu in Hawaii. It's the same thing. It's an earth oven. And so you get a couple river rocks, you place them on the ground. You should have like four like pieces of like fat wood just to make like support, just to put those rocks in. And then you put firewood inside, you burn them. And then you had to go get some banana leaves, some taro leaves, just to, when you start to bake those foods, you have to put those banana leaves on it just to cover them. Just put anything on it, like old rugs. After the fact, you put on banana leaves and taro leaves, and then you just wait a couple hours, like an hour, maybe less.
Very, very interesting. That sounds good, man. Maybe sometime when you're here on stateside, you can form that for us.
Most definitely. I think that's actually against the law to have open fire or something like that. I heard somewhere.
I think it depends on where you're at. I know we have
not in Florida, bro. You can burn. You can burn as long as there's not a burn ban. You're pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes of the year they may have a burn ban, but not. No, because I know they do it along the beach.
Most definitely, man. When I'm stateside, maybe I could do a couple umus for you.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're gonna go down to Mr. Crypto or Wizard of Oz here.
Hold on. Let me say something about the Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I apologize. Go ahead.
Most definitely, Deshaun Watson is going to be made a statement. He's not going to play this year because if you look at his contract, he's already prepared for it. He's only going to lose $1 million. He's only going to take $1 million this year, and that's going to be on both sides of it for the franchise and him. And when Paul said that they were in cahoots, Paul, it's all of them: Deshaun Watson, the owners, the NFL. Especially the fact that Roger Goodell was put on stage for sexual misconduct allegations and stuff like that. So that's what I think. I think he's
so proud. Start to think the way I do. You know, I'm teaching you guys well. That means you're learning. You're getting me. You all are understanding.
Shut up, you old fart.
The only thing I was
that only
like the
points out
Texans,
the hypocrisy in the league.
Texans.
Go ahead.
The Texans ownership has no reason to help him, or any of the owners have no reason to help him because of him throwing them under the bus before any of these allegations even came to light.
Also to that point, I don't think the NFL has any reason to really back the new owner of the Texans anyway, because it's not the original owner, it's the son. So, you know what I'm saying? I understand they want to protect the shield, but at the same time, like, you know how like you have owners that scratch other owners' back to help them out, and they kind of stick together. You know, like Ross, for example. Ross has made millions for everybody in the league, so that's why they would want to keep him around. It makes sense.
And there's probably like cliques within the ownership. Like these 8 owners are really cool, and these 10 are really cool. So when Flores made those did that with the Dolphins, I bet you there was owners out there who were like, we're not touching him no matter what, because look what he just did to Stephen Ross. And that's why I bring probably like the Texans and the Saints who are on that boat.
I agree 100% with you, Paul.
Yo, I got a question real quick.
Okay.
Like brought up previously about a potential for him to say time already served because he didn't play last season. Is that something that he can argue? Like, is that a possibility?
Absolutely, you can.
If it's part of the appeal, man, if you have a reason why you think you shouldn't, be, suspended, I'm sure, just like in any court case or anything, you could probably provide that as an argument. So
I think he could argue it, but I don't think it's valid because he sat out for a totally different reason.
I don't think that too.
Yeah. So thank you
because he wasn't sitting in jail serving that time.
Don't have to. He's sitting in litigation and waiting.
No. In the court of law, when you're pending, your case is pending, and you're in jail, and you come to a hearing to hear whatever they're going to tell you, and then you can make an argument.
You don't go to jail for civil cases.
Did he said he was never going to play for the Texans again, and then this came out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm only saying that because I've been locked up. I've been locked up. I spent 8 months in jail waiting for my case. My case was pending. I came to court, and the judge he gave me my sentence, and then he said, time served. Out of those 8 months, you're gonna have a 2-year probation, and that's what I mean because there was no repercussion against Deshaun Watson. He just took time out of the league. That's it. It's not like he was serving time somewhere else. Still, repercussions have to be made.
But it was still effect. Yeah, if he's found guilty or something.
Yeah. Crypto. So, what tailgating food do you enjoy, and what are your thoughts on the Deshaun Watson disciplinary action?
I'll quickly say corn dogs, but how appropriate I chose the name Wizard of Oz because the freaking NFL is nothing but flying monkeys coming out to the Wicked Witch of the West Castle, Roger Goodell. So that's just for starters, and the freaking the brainless, heartless coward that wants to constantly keep pouring on after the man signed $35 million guaranteed contract a year later after the fact of all the cases been in the ether. And then there's just more reasons in my mind, and 235 million reasons to add your name to a lawsuit in the future, because you got high inflation, high poverty, high freaking taxation, everything. The hell's going to world's going to hell in a handbasket economically. Why not just throw your hat in the pot? I'm thinking about throwing my hat in the pot and saying that he sexually assaulted me.
Crypto. You're on fire tonight.
I mean, I've got nothing to lose. It's a freaking money grab. Man. It's a freaking money grab.
Crypto,
in my opinion,
you gave him a massage.
Hell, I mean, I'm sure I did it a couple of weeks ago.
Crypto. Hey, Crypto, you make a great point. You know that the song that those guys were humming when they were marching in Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm.
You know, right? You know what the words are that they're saying? They're saying all we owe her. They're talking about the Wicked Witch of the West. All we owe
her.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, but I will say though, if let's say 20 out of 24, let's say 23 of them are money grabs. If he assaulted just one person, even if 23 of them are just trying to get some money, he should still pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if they go on by lawsuit and it's not criminal,
there's still
he shouldn't pay a single time that takes money out of his pocket if it's a separate case. Money is money, crime is crime. That needs to be separated at all costs.
For sure, but
if he violated somebody, they need to go to a police officer and file a criminal case and fight it in the courts. If they want to do something on the civil side, which implicates money, which by definition to me that's a money grab.
But just because you go through the civil route doesn't mean that someone didn't do something wrong. I mean, you literally look at the Johnny Depp case where Amber Heard was literally insane and abused.
But it was no criminal activity in that case.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't mean that she didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean?
I'm talking about in his case.
I'm just saying.
Your argument
was saying that if it's in the civil case,
activity there, it just was she didn't file criminal charges. That's the basically.
Okay, but that means she didn't consider it a crime against her then.
Crime against her,
or whatever it was. If it rose to that occasion that she felt like she was criminally violated, I'm sure she would have had the galls to do it. And not been like the freaking cowardly lion.
Thing that happened at the trial, we're all talking as if she's the one that filed anything. He sued her for defamation. That's what the trial was about. But they put him on trial during
No, I agree. No. My whole argument about bringing up Amber Heard, my whole thing about that was just because Crypto said it's a civil case, so it's just for money. But I'm trying to explain that just because it's just for money doesn't mean nothing wrong has been done.
That's not my point.
All I'm saying
is that everybody got 235 million reasons to put in a bid. And I'm sticking to that.
That doesn't mean he didn't sexually assault or sexually harass these
women. He didn't, because they didn't take it to the criminal element.
How are you going to say he did it?
Well,
maybe he didn't.
It couldn't matter, because at this point it could be 500 women or 2 women. And it's for the same reasons as what Crypto.
You don't know if the lawyers advised to go the civil route. Crypto.
Whoa, is that legit?
Yeah, and it's funny.
As if lawyers ain't putting their hand in the gold pot as well.
That's exactly my point. Maybe it's not the girls.
You can't say he just didn't when we have no facts on either side of the case. You can't just say that he didn't rape these women or assault
these women. He's not admitting to
because they did.
No, he just admitted that. He literally just said he didn't.
Oh.
No, caller. He literally just said he did it.
Did what though? What's considered to
rape
not
or assault these women?
Yeah, but
okay, he didn't rape or assault. Okay, they didn't go to court and pound the table for a judge to freaking convict them.
All he admitted was that the acts happened. He didn't admit that they were assault.
According to Texas law, the Texas prosecutor didn't find him guilty of nothing. Until that happens, that's when the NFL acts. That's my point.
They're still gonna act
until we keep the fucking flying monkeys in the witch's castle.
I don't know. It sounds really fishy to me.
The Wicked Witch of the AFC South.
This dude's got 66.
I don't know.
It seems
Premise
super
of the
fishy to
lawsuit
me.
is fishy. That's why
it's not illegal to have sex. Fucking Wilt Chamberlain had sex with 25,000 different women. Nobody was complaining.
I mean,
How
if one
could-
of those women decided, going into it, all right.
I'm sure if he had a lot of money in his pocket back in the day, they probably would have tried to do the same thing to him as they did to Deshaun Watson now.
Celebrity power dynamics. No court has ever.
I'm going to disagree with that, Crypto, because back in the day, during that time frame, was a time frame when women didn't have necessarily the backing that they do to make claims. They would be laughed off or just thrown under the bus.
That's not true. They didn't have the financial means to do
get around that. You know that happened during that time. Women didn't have the pool that they do to get the proper representation that they do now. So I understand that your point of view.
Dude, it's not like a night and day.
Ali, put it this way. Okay, this is why it comes back to the criminal part. Okay, when they were giving criminal depositions, okay, they had to show evidence. They were the accusers, which means they had to show evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that Deshaun Watson committed the crime of assault. Right? Let me finish. When they had to show the evidence itself was proof of an illegal act on their part. That is why they pled the Fifth Amendment, as to not incriminate themselves.
Exactly.
Okay, can I make a counterpoint now?
Oh, say to put themselves in a pickle.
I'm going to make a counterpoint now.
We
My
can argue
counterpoint to
whether what they were going to do or what they were going to testify to was illegal or not. But if we can argue whether what they did was illegal or not, then we can no longer argue whether it was consent or not.
Okay, so my argument to that is the fact is that if that's the case and they didn't want to incriminate themselves, one, there's two things. One, just because they didn't provide the appropriate proof, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's number one.
Again,
you can't punish him for something that hasn't been proved.
Number two,
it happening.
let me finish, please. Number two, why the hell do you settle if you know that there's no proof?
Selling is not the mission of guilt or innocence.
Yeah, and it comes down.
I disagree with you. He said he was going to fight it to the end to prove his innocence.
That's because he wanted to get on the football field and put it behind him.
Every time it comes
yeah,
down
but then
to
a week
that,
later he fucking
Crypto is
sells out.
absolutely spot
So
on.
he
There
sells
is no
out.
way to infer one way or another guilt or innocence.
Listen,
by
I just
itself.
know there's been a lot of
Come
players
on.
that have come out and been like, I have 1, 2, maybe 3 in my entire career of massages. 66 massage therapists. I mean,
Okay,
it just
that
kinda
turns out to
crazy.
about one per week.
100,
Average of
doesn't
one per
matter.
week over a 52-week calendar year.
So
Last time I checked in this country, it's not illegal to have one massage per week over a year's time
no one's
period
saying it's
when
not
you're a
illegal, but it's
professional
definitely
athlete.
illegal to sexually assault a woman while they're.
The
Yeah,
problem
if it's
is,
proven in the court of law that you sexually assaulted.
If it wasn't consensual, they would have testified as to what he did that was not consensual, and they would have brought him up on charges.
On criminal charge, exactly. Stop inferring that sexual assault happened
I'm not
when that's an
inferring
actual
anything.
crime.
I'm not inferring anything. That's where you got me wrong.
but
What
you
I'm
know,
saying
You
is,
keep using and implying it
Because he's
You have
giving
to-
an
no.
example.
Well, look,
because you keep
What I'm saying is-
injecting in it.
You can't
No,
just
no,
say
Great show, Ali. I'm gonna drop
Yeah.
out and let the other Q come in.
evidence is that they pled
Okay.
the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, I want to go too.
listen, this is just my thing. I'm not saying
Like I
he
said,
did or did not do
235 million reasons to put in a bid in this day and age.
I just think that's kind of messed up that you're just going to automatically assume that all these women just want money.
Absolutely.
I just think that's messed up.
Okay, fine. You can believe that. Because
let me
this
ask
case
you-
has been in the ether.
Let me
This
ask you a
case has
question.
been in the ether for a
Again,
while,
my
and
daughter
they all
came
wanted
late.
to settle.
Bryson,
I don't
again,
know. I have daughters, so it's a little different for me.
Again, it has to do
Fine.
with
I got sisters, wives, and I mean, come on. Injecting them and then just doesn't change the emotion of it.
He was actually being assaulted.
Why?
What he did, he's a weirdo. That's the point.
Why the majority of assaults they stay quiet about because they're embarrassed?
If all of these 66 women are onto something, then why didn't they depose all 66 in the criminal proceeding?
Why?
I'm not a lawyer. I have no
right.
idea.
Exact. Good point, Color. Because Texas law said they haven't committed a crime.
Let me jump in.
Go ahead, Tonk.
According to the statutes in the state of Texas,
if there was 66 people willing to, you
exactly,
think all 66 would have pled the Fifth Amendment?
I want to get Tonk's opinion. Go ahead, Tonk, and tell me something that you like regarding your tailgating food too, because you didn't get a chance to answer that yet.
Yeah, so actually,
the volume of acute accusations don't mean you automatically guilty. That's God forbid for my son to be freaking charged of something because some woman wants money from him.
I want to know why he wasted his time on massage therapists when he could have just gone to Vegas and did it.
Okay, then that's just a young 23-year-old that's making a decision. That don't make the same decisions that you at the age of 47.
He's got a weird fetish. He's got a weird fetish. That's why. He's got a weird fetish.
Okay, and he ain't gonna be the last person that's gonna have a weird fetish.
In Florida, where the state of
Florida,
Florida,
he ain't the first person that had a weird fetish.
Look, we've been letting y'all talk.
Against the laws in Texas, so you can get on your moral high ground all you want.
Yo,
his massages were not medicinal. They were recreational.
Let Tonk speak his piece. Go ahead, Tonk. Go ahead.
So it's actually a good time to answer that question about cooking out at a tailgate because I just got like my first ever grill, so I'm just starting.
Damn about this blindly freaking agree to some damn freaking women that want money.
Let Tonk talk.
I know that. I fucking had experience of women trying to take money out of my fucking pocket.
Crypto, let Tonk talk, please.
Yo,
go ahead.
And like I don't know, I'm kind of like I like easy stuff to cook that don't make a lot of mess, you know. So I'd probably just keep the like hamburgers, turkey burgers, hot dogs, and lots of good drinks, and just hanging out, chilling. You know what I mean? Maybe some s'mores or something like that. And then so yeah, so I'm glad like I got in here to listen to you guys converse about this, because it's just so crazy. You know how he, you know, with Deshaun, how he already took a year off, and now this is happening. But like, the fact that there was other people involved with it that were part of the Texans Association just shows that there was, like, to me, there was some criminal shit going on. Like, why would they have an affidavit if he wasn't doing anything bad? Like, they were obviously trying to like mask the problem, like put a Band-Aid over it, and now it's biting them in the face. And I don't necessarily think it shows guilt or not that he did pay off the, was it 20 that just got finished, and it was in a civil court. And what's funny is or interesting that you guys were talking about civil and criminal is that OJ won the criminal suit, but he lost the civil suit. And we haven't seen what happened with Deshaun actually go to criminal court yet. We've only seen it
because the jury, the prosecutors don't find it deemable to indict him.
Right, there wasn't enough
based on the evidence. That's why.
Right, regardless of why, I can't say why, but I don't know how much this admits fault or guilt, or maybe he's just like, yo, I'm just gonna pay them right now, and it makes them go away. But these other four, we don't know if it's worse. But just the fact that he had Texas organization,
because maybe they holding out because the man's gonna get even more money later on down the road, and they stand to benefit.
I know, but I don't believe that people are going, oh, let's try to get Deshaun Watson over on 120 million between the 32 of us. And the fact that we have an amount of 60 people, like, what the hell's wrong with this dude?
Not 60 people, 60 massage parlors, not necessarily personnel. That's what you freaking
check this scenario out.
How many cities would you have to go to get to 60 massage?
What he's saying is
okay, 60 fucking cities then. It's more than 66 cities in the freaking country.
Let me answer.
What he's saying.
Volume mean nothing. That's one per week over 52-week year. That's one per week.
The fact that
Look, can I
It's
say
one per
something?
week. That's the average.
Well, obviously,
fuck is
One
the
per
proof?
week if it's over one calendar year.
He's
Where's
just
the
saying,
It's one every other week over 2 calendar
there's an
years.
easier way to say it, Crypto. He's just saying that there was 66 events. It could have been 65 with the same woman.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
Yeah, exactly. Like
Check this out,
Where's the
guys.
evidence?
Check this out,
number
guys.
that high, for a number to be that high, it's like it can't be all bullshit. Like it's just like
Where's the evidence?
I don't give a shit if it's that high. If it's 3 million,
Tom, where's
I can
the
get
evidence?
4 million people to tell you that the
Nobody's
earth is
saying
flat,
bullshit.
and then that doesn't mean it's correct.
Consensual.
Can I say
I can
something,
get you
please?
4 million people that can confess
Wizard.
that the earth is
Crypto,
flat.
Crypto,
Doesn't
Crypto.
mean that the
I'll hear you,
fucking
please.
earth is flat.
Crypto,
Yeah, I'll
I'm
give
gonna
you that.
Chill,
Tom,
bro. You
I'll
gotta
give you
chill.
that.
People,
gotta stop.
people will do anything for money.
Volume doesn't fucking
Okay?
mean freaking guilt.
Oh my god, I don't
People
think
will
this is
do
the hill to die
anything
on,
for money.
guys.
People sell their
Who-
asses
who
for
reported-
money.
I
Tonk,
know, but
wake
I
up.
can
People
tell
will
you.
do anything for money.
and
People
1
will do
million fucking
anything
people.
for money.
yeah, but
Listen,
flat
I
People
don't
Earth,
will
they
think
can
say
try to make
anything
flat
for
Earth, they
money.
can make
I
$1
don't
million
think any
by
me,
believing
Tom,
in flat Earth. Who's making money by believing in flat Earth? Nobody.
Because
Except for
I'm trying to
fucking
point to
people-
you that volume doesn't equal guilt. Doesn't mean because 1 million
No,
people confess
equals-
to something
equals-
doesn't make it
That's
true.
right.
That's
Amen.
my point.
That's fucking right.
And it's saying
The
that
point
there's-
is 1 million people confessing to a particular thing doesn't
Amen,
make it
brother.
true.
Okay.
That's my
Crypto,
point.
That's
I
right.
understand your
That's
point.
right.
Can you please just stop yelling? You don't need to yell, dude. I understand you're passionate about it, and I get your point, but you don't need to constantly scream and yell at the top of your lungs.
I'm not fucking yelling.
You are definitely
Yelling, dude.
1000% yelling.
Yeah.
I think we
Hey,
need a
Ali, could I
reminder
throw an example?
Where's
that
the
we're
out?
not-
proof?
the
There's
contention
no
is not
proof.
whether the events happened. All 66 of them.
There's no
The
proof.
contention is that they were consensual.
I'd like
Yeah,
to.
but hold on.
Ali.
Like,
Yeah, but we
like
can't.
about the Texans being involved. Like, how is like it's why would
Involved
they
in a
be
consensual
involved
act.
if something wasn't bad
What
happening?
was this energy at when Ben Roethlisberger was actually being accused of rape? Nobody
Dude,
tried to sabotage
like
and
6
tell
years
him
old, dude.
he
I
need to
never
freaking
supported-
go,
6 or 7
freaking
years
what
old.
you call it.
I never
Yeah,
supported.
what was this energy at?
And
I was too young, man.
You know, I just
Not
like to
even-
say,
Yeah.
I agree with you
What
on
happened
that.
to the delayed energy then? This it seemed that Deshaun Watson is
Q,
getting this
hey,
delayed
Q,
response
you're saying
to
I'm
something
dick
that
riding,
happened
buddy?
years
Ali.
ago.
Where's
you're
where's the
absolutely right.
proof?
Hold on, Paul.
Where's the
Give me a
proof?
second.
I don't like unsubstantiated, unproven claims being used against me. I know what it feels like to have
Well,
the cops say
Thank you, and
stuff
that's where
about
my
me.
passion's
They
coming
can't
from.
prove it. They can't fucking
Okay,
prove it.
well,
We got
yep,
same shit up here.
Well, what about the affidavits from the team? That's not proof.
Prove it in court. Get a
this?
jury.
No, prove
Get
it
a
in
jury.
court
Prove it in
then.
court.
All
Hold
right,
on.
you guys, hold
Why
on for
would
me
you-
a second, please. Just
First
hold on
of
for a
all,
second. Hold on.
Give a
If they
damn about
weren't
no
court,
fucking affidavit.
Hold
If they
on.
weren't consensual, they would have brought him up on criminal charges, first of all. Secondly, that is what's in contention, whether they were consensual or not.
Bro,
So
who
it
even
doesn't
cares,
matter
dude?
if there
He's not
were
even our quarterback.
500,000. The contention is that it was consensual.
Does anyone know what it's like to be put in handcuffs and accused of stuff and still have it used against you? And they couldn't prove stuff against me. They can't
can't be
prove
living
it.
in
I
a
was
world where people
acquitted.
just
They can't prove
Get away with
it.
accusing you of something without proving it, and then you get punished for it, and it's costing you money.
Yeah,
What kind of world is
he's
that?
lost tons of money. He's lost millions and millions and millions of dollars. He's
gonna
been
be all right.
damaged.
He's
Where's
gonna be
the
all right, I
proof?
promise.
Okay. I wanted
Watson's
to-
gonna be okay.
I wanted to welcome Q and Tony Pepperoni to the show. So
And because Jimmy asked, why did they bring it up then? It's because they believe that based on celebrity power dynamics, that they lost their ability to consent. It is literally a version of statutory. That's what they're going. Read what their contention is.
Yes, yeah. It's true. It's true what Color's saying.
Let me put it in layman's terms.
I don't know how.
Color.
I mean, you know.
All right, so
Can I say something?
It's not like I care about. I don't even want to talk about.
Can someone name me one thing they have on Watson? Name me one thing they have
we're
on
not
him.
saying he did or didn't do it. We're just saying it's extremely suspicious, and we can't just
but
say
I'm
that the
saying-
guy
Oh,
didn't.
so
That's
something
all I've ever
suspicious
said.
is a
Extremely
crime?
suspicious, right?
Oh,
Oh, now it's illegal to get a massage once a week,
That's right.
or
That's
once
right.
every
It's
other
illegal
week.
to be
Oh, wait.
suspicious. So
Oh,
if you're
wow.
a poor man
It's
and you're in a
really,
rich
really,
neighborhood,
it's real
then you
illegal
can
to
get
go get a
pulled. Then the
massage.
police can arrest you. They can
You guys aren't
question
even
you.
listening.
Come on, man.
Admitted to it.
You guys aren't even listening. If you would let me
No,
finish
you're
my
not.
point and then just have 4 people talk
And
over
you have
each
no
other, you would
respect
understand what I'm
for the
saying.
U.S. Bill
I
of
agree with
Rights.
Bryson, man.
Up here in Canada,
You guys have no
we
idea what I'm
we have a
even
charter,
saying.
okay?
No, listen.
Presumption of
I say
innocence
2
too.
words.
It means something.
I say 2 words, and then you just assume what my belief is. And none of you guys up here know anything about what my belief is on the Watson decision. Because guess what? I wanted Watson at one point in time. Okay? I did.
Mm-hmm.
None of you guys, and I don't need to get up here and explain myself, but every time
None
I
of us, huh?
someone
None
up
of us,
here
huh?
that negates what
Like,
you
like
guys
I
are
haven't said
saying,
the same
say
thing
2
5
words.
times and people just ignore
You guys
this
just
shit.
That's
assume
neither
The
here
exactly
nor
man
there
what
whether
admitted
you
to
wanted them or
all
not. That's
66
irrelevant.
acts.
It's
How
about
many
matter
times do I gotta
what
say
kind of
that?
world are we
Proving my
living in.
point,
We
man.
gonna allow somebody to be punished without them
Prove
being
my
proven
point.
guilty of anything.
Listen,
Don't
you
try
getting
this.
up here and
It's
yelling
not
that
about
you
whether or
guys
not
are
you
back,
wanted
you're
them or
being
not.
punished
That's
for it.
irrelevant.
Except
He's not.
me,
It has
He's not
nothing
being.
to do with the price
Crypto.
of
He's
beer
not
in
even
Germany.
being
Okay, guys.
punished.
Nothing.
He's not even being punished. How's he being punished? He's
No,
not
but
being
you guys are
punished.
He's lost
coming out
millions
like
of
that.
dollars.
He's not going to
He's
jail.
missed a year of football.
I didn't even want to have it.
His character's
That's
been
that's
assassinated.
not being punished.
That hurts his health.
That's your
That
company
hurts his
doesn't want
mental
you to work
health.
for
Do all
them at
this
this
you
time.
all crap either.
That hurts his
It
health.
don't work around here.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Look, Ali.
Yeah, Q.
Picture,
Yeah, Q.
picture
Q, what
this,
do you-
Ali.
Okay,
Let me
hold
say-
on
let
one
me
second, Q. Go ahead.
Let me say this, man.
Picture this, Ali.
Okay.
You're a woman, a massage woman, and you get a $300 gig, and it's a celebrity quarterback, and you're doing your job or whatever, and the
Mhm.
celebrity quarterback says, "Can you touch me? Can you rub this part, my private part?" And in your brain, you're like, "I don't really do that, but shit, I'm gonna do it because this is a celebrity quarterback, and then it could propel my career." So then you do it, and then after he leaves, you start thinking, "Man, I didn't really want to do that. I felt like I was pressured into doing that. I don't feel right. I don't feel good about this." And then come to find out, there's 30 other women who are saying the same exact thing. So that's where this all comes down to. Is people did things that they didn't feel comfortable doing.
Can I say
Can I
something?
answer
Hold on,
that?
Irving.
Can I
Hold on.
answer that
Please.
distinctly without being interrupted?
Okay,
Okay, go ahead, caller.
And then it's Q.
He is
Q
absolutely
next.
right that is what the contention is. That is precisely what the court has to decide. Okay,
Right.
so this nonsense that he did something, the court literally has to decide whether doing what he did is illegal or not.
According to Texas statute, because that's the state we're dealing with.
Currently, it's not illegal.
I understand.
Currently, there's
Right.
no such thing as power dynamics. This is precisely what the court has to decide. This is what I've been saying that, Bryson, nobody is listening to your point. It has nothing to do with Deshaun Watson.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Now,
If they decide
All right.
that
Power dynamics.
that what Q was just talking about is a form of that word, then yes, Deshaun is guilty of something. Until they determine and define that as being guilty of something, then all he did,
I think
was
it's just the
already what he
problem.
admitted to.
I think the problem is that
massage.
I think the problem is that he's guilty in the court of public opinion, and that's what matters most when it comes
Because
to
public
influencing
has
opinion.
already decided that power dynamics
that's all the
will do
NFL
that
cares
to
about.
somebody.
But at the same
That's
time,
all
like
that
you
matters about
can't
everything.
discount. Hold on, but you can't discount what the women have said
I'm
as
not.
total lies
I'm-
because
I'm
it's
not.
no. I'm not saying that you are color. I'm just saying in general
that
from
the
the
courts have not ruled on anything like
Right.
that.
exactly.
that
Yes,
angle.
you're right,
Ever.
color.
And
You're
20
right.
of them just took themselves out of the criminal element
but there's still 4.
By
and
saying,
if you go back to Mike
I'm
Flores
fine
reporting,
with the increase of $90,000 additional dollars by waiting an extra year because
But
they
hold
was
on,
only going to
Crypto.
get no more than 6,000. Now
But
they
at
up
this-
to 100,000 per. So now
But
they
at-
waited, holding out an extra year, netted them an extra $95,000
but at the
just
same
by
time,
holding out an extra year.
But if you remember Mike Flores reporting, the reason for why Deshaun Watson was not why Miami wasn't able to complete the Deshaun Watson trade to Miami was because there were 4 women that did
there was
not
4 holdouts.
There were 4 women that did not agree to settle with Deshaun Watson, other to the previous 18. So, and those girls, and I think it was somewhere. I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong. But there were 4 girls that actually wanted to press criminal charges against Mr. Deshaun
Nothing
Watson.
stopping them from doing so. You
So
still well with
the thing
over
is,
a year
he's
in
already.
the process.
But according to the NFL, according to the NFL in the view of public opinion, he's already settled those 20 civil lawsuits. So in other people's eyes, to the uneducated eye, he's already guilty. So that is going to weigh heavy on the NFL's decision to suspend Deshaun Watson.
I got a question.
Hold on. He should have already did it.
Hold on,
But
guys.
he's a
Tell me
weirdo.
about it.
There's a statute of
Definitely weird.
limitations.
Of happy endings. This is precisely what I'm saying. The court is literally deciding in precedent now whether happy endings are an illegal act. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Like I said, it depends on which state is, how they define a particular sexual act in a certain, situation, whether it's illegal or not, and that's going to determine whether Deshaun Watson faces criminal charges or not.
Here's the thing: if I'm not a celebrity and I don't have that power, and I get a happy ending, am I as guilty as Deshaun Watson if he used his celebrity?
How many women
power
are
to do it?
NFL fans? How many women are
listen,
NFL
this is what you do when you enter a
20%?
world of athletes. These
That's
people are
irrelevant.
into some crazy.
They're not the high
crazy
volume
things.
of revenue that come into the NFL.
See, here's
so
the
it's
problem.
irrelevant.
Here's the problem. The courts have decided about the happy endings. It is an illegal act on the part of the woman.
Yes.
And that's why they pled the Fifth Amendment, because when they had to show evidence that he assaulted them, they had to admit to doing that.
But that's the thing, Color. That's the thing. If the girls agree to do that sexual act and they perform it on him and they're arguing assault, then there's no case to be argued against Deshaun Watson. It's what do you call it?
That could make him look like
that would just be an act of consent.
Everybody's attacking
Consent. There you go. It'll be an act of
because
consent.
we're saying that.
Okay.
Right.
Let Q go, please. He's been waiting patiently to
Yeah,
say
go ahead,
this whole
Q.
thing. Go ahead, Q.
Go ahead, Q.
But let me say something about this situation. I come from a place where women, I have daughters, I have nieces and stuff like that. Women are evil just like men. They will do anything to get ahead. And I don't believe this man did all this stuff. I believe he tried to talk to these women. They are massage therapists. They did something for him, with him, and they did it knowingly what they did. It wasn't he can coerce them to do anything like that. They wanted to do these things. It's just my humble opinion. And I feel as though the Texans had something to do with it too. It doesn't make any sense how as soon as he wanted to ask for a trade, all this stuff comes out. It doesn't make any sense. It's weird.
And people lose sight of that, Q.
And the Q, the thing is that you're
They
right.
just conveniently losing sight of
it's
that fact.
actually happened because the Texans, when they arranged these massage sessions for Deshaun Watson with these women, they actually not forced them, but they asked them to sign non-disclosure agreements, NDAs.
Let me say something else about that. Don't you
Yeah,
know,
and
'cause I
you
know
know,
a
the
lot
thing of it
people
is,
in the- okay,
let's say he was found guilty in criminal court, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what would the restitution be? The money that he already paid them to buy their extravagant lifestyle?
Maybe.
But I'm gonna say this.
Well, that makes it an illegal act.
But to me, I'm gonna say this. It's to me,
On
it's,
their
not,
part.
it's,
That'd be
it's
a-
not an illegal act on his part. It's a legal act on the women because he solicited you off the internet. And
That's
you
what
did
I'm
it
saying.
wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
But
where the Fifth Amendment pleading
all
came
things,
from. Like
with
said.
all things, real quick, with all things being said, though, maybe there's gonna be a range of depending on regarding all the stories that have coming out the past year, past couple months or whatever, you can make a range, right, of accusation. At most, he might be a sexual predator. He might be he might have assaulted women, whatever. But at the very least, we know that he's a sexual deviant. He's a pervert. That's what he is. That's the very least of it, and that's been proven.
Half the men in the
A
world
sex
are perverts.
addict.
Half the men.
Sex addict.
I
There
would
you
say
go.
sex addict.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Good choice of words, Crypto.
Yeah. But it's
So sex
half the men
addiction
in
is
the
a
world
thing,
are
by the way. That is
Yes.
actually a
Yes.
thing, and
He does
people
need
get
help though.
There's
Yeah,
He does need help because it's not a very healthy habit.
I think the term is a nymphomaniac. I think it's a
Right.
I think
Yeah.
that's the term.
And that's
real
a
quick.
yeah. Go ahead, Q. Go ahead.
In my 20s, I used to be out there. I used to have sex with a lot of women. It's about it's about control. You gotta learn how to control that. And he doesn't know how to control. You don't know how to control that till you get at least 28, 30. Because some men don't know how to control it to this day. They have a good woman at home and they still want to cheat. They can't help it. It's something that you have to control. I feel as though he doesn't know how to control that part of himself.
Right.
You got to think he's only 25, 26. He's still a young man.
Right.
That's people not understanding.
This is what bothers me about the Texans so much.
Right.
Could it be that they knew and to create this situation and facilitate this situation to lull Watson into a false sense of security that what he was doing was okay or endorsed, and then to turn around and use that as leverage to get him out the building?
But
hey, who benefited in the whole thing? They still got their compensation for the star quarterback. You know what I mean?
It almost sounds like they still got the one up. You're right, Color. I agree with that.
It's
Color. I think you're halfway right.
No,
I think
I
think this is what happened. The Texans would get NDAs for some of the women, so those women can't say anything. Then they also knew he was going on his own and getting other women. So they're like, okay, you want to throw our name under the bus and all that. We know what you're doing on the side, but we covered our ass with these NDAs, and you over there are not covering your ass, and you're gonna fall on the sword for it.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue is like not
us if we ever come across the situation where we need to get him out of the building. You know what I mean?
I think that just the bigger issue is not
retaliation comes in that. He has a retaliation issue.
Yeah, I think just the bigger issue is that I don't think that the NFL should be just investigating Deshaun Watson and his contact between these 66 women. Like, I think that there has to be a more thorough investigation of the Houston Texans, that they allowed Deshaun Watson to organize these, to contact these 66 unlicensed, masseuses.
They'll just play dumb
and organize these sessions. Yeah, I think that's the bigger story than Deshaun Watson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they covered their ass. That's the whole
exactly.
thing. They covered their ass.
Yeah, I got a question.
They
Before you do that, Tonk, before you have that question, after all this talk about Deshaun Watson, I kind of feel like I need a cold beer. And that brought me to another subject. So for tailgating, and you can start this off, Tonk, before you mention what you have to say, what type of beer do you like to tailgate with? Is there a go-to beer that you have to have every time?
Well, I would definitely say like Stella or maybe Coors, but I try to be because I've noticed like I do get affected by gluten, so I probably stick with like I don't know something more of a cider, any type of cider that they got nowadays. You can find some pretty decent ciders. It sucks like not being able to drink Stella as much anymore, but some ciders aren't too bad. They're not too fruity and stuff.
I understand. Just a quick response before you had to say what you wanted to say. According to Men's Journal, the top 7 beers for tailgating that's recommended. I'm going to start off with number 7, and as we go along, I'll name them off. Number 7 is Alaskan Amber Ale. Alternate German for old, not alternative, refers to beers that are fermented slowly at cold temperatures. The result with Iconic Ale is a supremely drinkable malty beer with notes of butterscotch and just the right amount of bitter hops to cheerfully remind you that the weather is still warmer, that it's going to be soon enough. All right. What do you have to say?
I like Mexican beer.
No,
I go with
I
Modelo.
don't think I've tried that as much.
Yeah, this is called Alaska Amber. So I'm gonna think we're
I
gonna go
mean,
to
I've
Total
never
Wine and
even
try this.
seen that in stores. Even in Seattle, I
don't
haven't even
recall.
seen.
Yeah, I've never heard of that beer.
I don't
Definitely
recall.
not
German
in
beer,
Florida.
so
There ain't no beer like that in Florida. Like, Alaska, what the fuck you talking about? Fucking.
you'd be surprised what you find at Total
Oh
Wine
well,
and Spirits.
maybe because they got some places here that are like beer centric. Like they have beers from all over the place, so they probably got one of those in there.
That's true. What were you gonna say before that though? What was on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking, like, what do you guys think of Deshaun settling out of court with those 20 cases? Like, do you think it shows any type of guilt or innocence, or him just like finding a way to get those situations resolved?
According to Color and everybody,
latter.
the
He needs to
general
put it
consensus
behind
is
him.
that it doesn't make any difference.
Look, I'm going to say this. It can be, absolutely. But it can also not have anything to do with it. We don't know. There's no way to know. That's the whole point of a settlement. Every time in the history of man,
He was going to
somebody's
settle
they
it before the
we
four
have to just
holdouts.
put it out of our mind. It is
Last
what
year
it
on the
is.
trade deadline, the four holdouts, he was going to do it
Could
because
have
he
just
wanted to
been
play football.
expedience, Tunk. You know what I mean?
You are correct, Color. I mean, technically, he could have just settled to say, "Hey, let's get this over with. Let's get this punishment, whatever it's going to be, done with as quickly as possible, so I can move on."
Yeah, I mean,
That might
it's
be
like
why they did.
yeah,
that.
it's like if you have like something wrong with your equipment right now and it's killing you working every week, just pay the shit right now so you don't get back to work. But
I don't think it's an admission of guilt.
I mean, it's a case where 20 of them where they went and said, again, he hasn't denied doing any certain acts. This is a case again where the court has to decide whether what he did was illegal or not. So there's 20 women that are like, they went to and said, come on, we all know what you're trying to do here. And that the court ain't. 20 of the women agreed with me and said, court probably ain't going to set precedent here. Let's go ahead and take what we can get. And so out of expedience, they settled with those 20. I mean, that could be as plausible an explanation as he's guilty and that's why he settled. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
That's just a shortcut way of thinking it that way. That's a simple-minded approach without doing any nuance.
A lot
All
of
we
people
know is
that
that
were
20
not
women
guilty
decided that
settled.
they'd rather have whatever he was willing to give than prove their case. That's all we know.
Color, let me ask you, do you think let me ask you this. Do you think the Browns, knowing the fact of what's been reported today, first of all, let's two things. One, can you tell me, do you like beer, or is there a type of drink, if it's not beer, that you like to have at tailgates? And two, do you think, how does this affect the Browns going forward for this season? Do they trade Baker? Do they hold on to Baker? What do they do? Did we lose Color?
he's too pissed off. He's like, fuck that question.
Maybe. Yeah, I think we lost him earlier, so we probably maybe lost him. Bryson, we'll go to you, man. So, do you drink beer at tailgates?
Hey, I'm sorry.
So,
I didn't
okay.
realize I was muted, bro.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Color. Go ahead.
I was saying I don't really drink beer as a matter of course, but if I have to do it socially, or if I am in the mood,
it doesn't have to be beer.
like
It can be liquor too.
It's gonna be something like a Yinling, or I like Red Stripe. I like Qingtao, but generally I would do more of a liquor. But other than that, give me some Baileys in a cup of coffee, or some like Keith in a cup of coffee. I'll be fine.
Hey, Color, you're a beat writer. You work for the Sun
apparently
Sentinel.
I got added to the Dolphins beat writer list on Twitter.
Oh,
so I
okay.
don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. You know what I mean? I was getting
But Ollie, to answer your question, I do drink beer.
Omar Kelly.
Yeah, it was after I said something nice to Omar Kelly, and he replied and retweeted me and said respect. And ever since then, I got added to that list. So I don't know what that means.
Hey, just be prepared, Color. Big old might interview you. I'm gonna have it a couple times a week.
Hey,
tailgate.
We can't talk to Color anymore. He'll be under contract.
Yeah, right. I know.
Right. That contract on.
Exclusive.
Color, so what was your thoughts again about Deshaun Watson and the Browns? How does it affect the Browns? What do they do going forward? Do they trade Baker or no?
I really think that they're done. Both sides are done. I really think Baker's going to probably go somewhere. If I were to guess, it's going to be either Seattle or Carolina. But, as far as something that Pete had brought up earlier about this whole three-way thing about Tua ending up somewhere else and Baker ending up in Miami, I hadn't thought of it earlier. But, when I was watching Tua's dad's interview a few weeks ago, he had said something. He was explaining what happened on draft night, and something struck me that he said is that when he saw Miami make their trade out of number 3 or whatever, they assumed that Miami was not going for a quarterback, and they were preparing for a call from Seattle. And I'm thinking, look what Seattle's doing right now with their quarterback situation. Nobody believes in it, right? And don't forget that Seattle is one of the easiest jumping points to get to Hawaii. So it's not as if there couldn't be something three-way going on between the Browns, the Seahawks, and Miami. I would even say, hey, Tua goes to the Seahawks, we get DK. Gesicki goes to the Browns, we get Baker.
No.
Hold on. Can you hit the breaking news
really
for me? Can you hit the breaking news? Hit the breaking news for me. Go.
Yo, I'm looking at the chats. 345 chats. Yo, we on it.
Live breaking.
Late breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Beat writer Color Commentary claims that there could be a three-way trade sending Tua to Seattle. In exchange, we get Baker and possibly another player for Gesicki. Let me tell you, Color has reported that his prediction was after June 2nd, before the season starts.
This is in lieu of Tua's dad too, right?
And this is double downing on that
right.
could happen.
And we only got in the deal with Seattle. This is why we only get DK back in exchange. Maybe a late pick. You know what I mean? And the reason we get so little in exchange is because they take on that 8 to 10 million that we stand to lose for trading Tua after June 1st.
What do Browns do with the 20 million that they owe Baker?
They've already said that they have to eat that. They've already admitted to having to eat that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
18
Pete
or
to
19
the show.
million.
Welcome, what's up, Pete? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Hey, Petey. How you doing, Petey?
Goes with the Baker talk.
Come on, Pete.
Pete's coming in like
gas station, bro.
That gas station. Look like less of a troll. What's going on?
He's probably at the
Baker. What? Wait.
Pete,
he's probably.
I want your favorite.
He's probably
beer
at the
before
Chevron
you make
right
your
now.
Claim. I want your favorite beer before you make that claim.
Live from the Chevron.
All right, we'll go to Bryson.
Yeah, that's a
Bryson,
good
what's
one
your
there,
favorite
the
beer,
Chevron,
and
so.
what do you think the Browns do next?
Yeah, so I would say my go-to. I'm drinking a Miller right now, so my go-to is a Miller or
Cool.
Yingling.
Or Yingling. Okay.
Those are my two beers. I'm on a Miller cringe right now. I don't know why, but I really love Yingling. But those two
According
have
to
to be my
men's,
go-to.
according to Men's Journal, number 6 is Jack's Abbey Copper Legend, eagerly awaited each year with the leaves when the leaves turn. The easy drinking seasonal lives up to its heady title. It says, mellow and yet loaded with a caramel malt biscuit and gently sweet nut tones. The legendary New England lager is made with local Massachusetts wheat, Munchin malt, and
Munchin,
notable hops. I don't know what München is. So if someone wants to
It
explain
means Munich. It's the city of Munich.
Oh, Munich.
Yeah,
I thought it was referring to something else.
Bryson, see, no matter what, bro, we're kindred spirit because, like, I don't even like beer, but one of the ones I do is Yingling. So it's like,
And people don't know Yingling is the United States oldest brewery, by the way.
It
oldest
is
brewery.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm a big Yingling fan of myself.
Just for the record, though, if anyone gives me free alcohol, I'm gonna drink it.
I gotcha. So what do you think? What do the Browns do now? Do they keep Baker? Do they trade him? Do they trade for somebody else?
I think right now they're in the process of trying to trade him. I watched Pat McAfee show all the time. They've been talking about it a lot, and that the Seahawks are in talks. I could see that. I heard that the Panthers potentially are in talks. I think they're gonna try to trade Baker. I don't think that Baker's gonna play. I think Watson's definitely getting suspended for at least the first part of the season. And they're gonna have to play with Brissett because it's just gonna be another situation where Baker just doesn't want to play, and they're even if they force him, which they can't, like, you don't want a player that doesn't want to play when you have that kind of roster, because they have a winning roster for sure. So I think they're gonna try to trade him, and then if they can't trade him, I think they just, I don't know. I don't think they cut him though. I just don't think that they're gonna be able to get anything out of that. But I think they'll be able to get something in their trade.
And Bryson, to your point, also, if they go with Brissett, people might see that as odd, but it's not. It allows them to double dip on the tank, and already have their star on board coming in next year with a 1-16 record to be able to get high draft capital next year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be nasty for sure. I still think though,
and they can get away with it with their fan base because they know they got Watson coming in.
Because I mean, they could run the ball because they have a great O-line and a great running back. Like a group of running backs.
There's no reason for the Browns to tank. Their first round pick goes.
No,
to the
but
Texans.
I talked to a Browns fan on one of these Twitter spaces, and they said that Stefanski, right? That's their coach, Stefanski.
Yes, sir.
Stefanski actually does a great job winning with mediocre quarterbacks. I think one of their what was their quarterback last year?
I mean, Baker, he did win. He won with Baker in the playoffs. He won a playoff game.
No. But what I'm saying is, when Baker was hurt,
oh yeah, there was
that he's done a good job winning with mediocre quarterbacks.
It was
what I'm saying, like subpar quarterbacks. Yeah, like Hoyer. Was it Mullins? No, it wasn't Nick Mullins. I forgot what the Browns quarterback
was.
They need another receiver though, right? Because they got Amari Cooper, and that's it, really, right?
No, they got Donovan
pretty good tight end.
Was it Josh
Njoku?
And then they just drafted a sleeper guy in the draft, Davis in the draft.
Case Keenum, Nick Mullins, Case Keenum. Yeah, they had, so he's definitely shown, like, I was talking to this Browns fan. He says that, Coach Stefanski is able to maximize the talent, maximize the ability that that he's had in these like mediocre quarterbacks. Like he's shown that he can be able to win with like Case Keenum, Nick Mullins and stuff. So, and because they have that power run game. They have the, they have that two-headed monster in the backfield. They have Amari Cooper, they have Donovan Peoples-Jones, Njoku. So they feel like they have, they have a good offensive line. So they feel like they have enough pieces around that offense to really carry
any
Jacoby
backup
Brissett,
that they have.
Right. Jacoby Brissett to a few games. I'm not saying that they're going to win 10 or 11 games, but they can at least, with their running game and what's around them, including their defense, because they have a very, very good defense, that they can be able to maybe have a sub to a slightly above 500 season. And this is considering whether Deshaun Watson could be suspended for a year, because that's what it's looking like, that he might be suspended for a year. So that maybe you can go maybe a 9-8 season, maybe 7-8 around there with not 7-8, like 8-9 with the team that they have because of the talent that they have.
It's a hard division though, really hard.
It is. But I think I think with because you got 2 Pro Bowl running backs in the backfield, so the only thing is that they're injury prone.
It'll be like a Tennessee situation. They can carry the quarterback.
Sort of like that. Yes, that's a good example, Crypto.
I got you. So I'm gonna try to keep going
Nobody
around the
could
room
carry
here.
Brisket.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Color.
Baker. I'm sorry, Baker.
Some
talks
running
is
backs
good.
definitely can.
Pete.
They
so
give it to them enough.
I want you to tell me, Pete, your favorite beer to have at tailgates. If you don't drink beer, if it's something else you like, even if it's non-alcoholic, please share. And then I want you to give your take on what the Browns should do. Should they keep Baker, trade him, or what you think?
Oh, I'm coming with it. Ali.
It's called
Give
Two
me-
Aeneas
give me-
Tears.
Give me 45
That's what he
seconds,
drinks. Two
fellas.
Aeneas Tears.
Give me
I
45
want
seconds.
to know what Pete's favorite strain is. That's what I want to know.
Two Aeneas Tears.
Strain? Oh, that's a good
I'm not
Go ahead,
accusing
Pete.
him of nothing. I don't have any inside knowledge. Maybe he don't even cook. But
gas
if he
station
does,
source,
I
baby.
want to know what strain it is.
Pete has a Dan Marino card that I would die for right now. He showed that off on Batman show earlier.
Capitan?
What's up?
Who has the card that you were talking about?
Pete.
He
Oh,
has it. He
you-
has one of
you-
those illusion cards. It's like a clear card with Dan Marino, and it's like has like some fancy design on it.
I've seen that before. You should see Capitan's Dan Marino card, dude.
And here's one thing about it: it's a 1 of 1 too.
Yeah, well, so is Capitan's. I think because it's a misprint.
So in the meantime, we haven't gotten Paul's response to that question.
Yeah. So Paul, what's your favorite beer or drink of choice at tailgates, and your point of view regarding the Baker and the Browns? What should they do?
I like Modelo. You could drink a lot of them and keep it pushing.
Okay.
And then with the Browns, if I'm
Pushing
the
for the
Browns,
pushing.
and yeah, I mean the trade to Seattle for Baker doesn't make too much sense for Seattle, so I don't see that happening. I think they're on a full tank job. So Baker would actually make them win a few games. So I don't think that's their plan. I feel like they're looking for that number 1 pick. Then Baker to Carolina, that could work out for Baker and Carolina. So that's probably one place, but it makes no sense for the Browns. If I'm Baker and the Browns, the best thing for them to do, if you're thinking that Deshaun's going to be gone for the whole season, is to let him play his last year in Cleveland the whole season as the starting quarterback for the Browns. If you're and he'll take you to the playoffs.
There you go. That's a different take.
If you
Before
got
anybody
Jacoby
responds-
Brissett, Jacoby Brissett, you'll be 4-13.
There you go. Here's before you guys respond, I just want to give it out. So according to Men's Journal, number 5 beer on the list is called Jackalope Bearwalker. Even though the Maple Brown Ale is available year-round, there's no doubtedly its timely autumn appeal. Like beer's version of dessert. It's made with chocolate malt and pure maple syrup. The result is a roasty, nutty, slightly sweet brown ale that is deliciously muscle through an entire tailgating season into the colder months. That's kind of interesting. Sounds kind of good. So what are people's thoughts on what Paul just said? Go.
Yo, that beer sounds more sweeter than culinary on a Saturday night.
Sound like a coffee you could get at Starbucks.
Oh, we got Pete. So Pete, before you start, because I really want to hear what you have to say, what is your drink of choice at a tailgate? And then go with your Baker agenda.
Oh man, at the tailgate, I mean, you know what's floating around the stadium, Ali. You got nothing but Bud Lights. I'm not a real big drinker, so when I go to the stadium, you'll catch me just drinking the Bud Lights, and those get you so thirsty.
Sure, Pete.
Oh my God.
Just kidding.
When you drink one Bud Light, the NFL knows what they're doing. You're gonna end up drinking 17 more.
So they got you hooked.
No, he'll turn into an alcoholic at the stadium with Bud Lights because they get you thirsty and you just got to keep drinking with the heat of the stadium. But my goodness, color woke me up and got me up. So everybody, if you're happy, I'm up. Or if you're mad, I'm up. Guess what?
I see
Blame
Pete.
color.
Baker talk is good, huh? That Baker talk really riled you up, huh?
That Baker talk
really woke
because
you
look,
up, huh?
did you guys
Yo, he
hear?
woke
I
up.
never knew.
It
I
makes
never
you a little
knew.
thirsty that you want a Bud Light.
Listen,
what my
I'm-
audience
You want that Corona Light.
hey, I never knew. I see. I'm not good geographically. I don't know the map that well. But Seattle being across the street from Hawaii like that, I mean, look. Let's not even laugh. But let's be serious with this.
Yeah.
Look, man, that's big. I never knew Seattle was so close to Hawaii. And let's not forget the type of player Seattle just finished trading away. What's his name? Russell Wilson. He's almost a little replica like Tua, a little Christian guy, super nice, will never
isn't that
say
what
the wrong
everybody
thing.
says? Hey, if you think that Tua, because he looks so much like him and all that, can be Russell Wilson, what makes you think Pete Carroll don't think the same freaking thing?
You know what I'm saying? The locker room is already built for that. They don't want a quarterback with tension. That's going to be a locker room problem. They just want Tua. Seattle wants Tua now. I know Color's right. Color, Seattle wants Tua. That's what's going to happen. The
From
thing
what I
is,
understand, and maybe Q can correct me, Wizard or not, the late night Q, maybe he can correct me, but I think Seattle is the preferred outgoing port to fly to Hawaii. Like if you regularly fly there, like it's the easiest one, if I'm not mistaken.
When I went to
believe
Hawaii,
if
I went
you
to
have
LAX.
to stop there. Exactly. You have to stop there at LAX or near there and then go to Hawaii.
And it has to do with the earth is round. So it actually makes it a shorter trip on the arc from Seattle than from like Los Angeles or something.
No, what's
And
funny
Drew-
though is about them looking alike. Russell Wilson actually posted a little while back a picture of Tua, and the caption was like, "Why did I think this was actually me?" Like he saw a picture of Tua, and for a second he thought it was him.
That's a sign right there. That's what I'm saying. He already has that locker room at Pete Carroll is what I'm talking about. Already has that offense set up for a little small quarterback. They're both about the same size. Drew Lock is too big for that offense. He has too much of a strong arm. It does not work out. I know, Color, bro, you hit it on the head. This is what's gonna happen. I got a real big feeling.
When's it gonna happen?
Drew Lock ends up in Cleveland. Baker comes to Miami. Tua ends up in Seattle, and he's happy. And here's another thing. There's no way Tua could get traded in the AFC. He has to go to the NFC.
It's crazy takes, ladies and gentlemen.
This is unreal. The whole time I'm thinking
Ali
he's
did
going to
promise
Cleveland.
that when he first created his show, man.
Yeah, right.
The original title I was gonna go with is similar, but I'm gonna hold that off to a side job. So you guys will see.
But here's another little weird scenario. Look, JC Treader, this guy does not want to sign with anybody. I hope you guys are aware, Wyatt Teller and that other lineman in Cleveland, they're not really happy about what's going on over there. They really love Baker Mayfield. And that lineman will tell her, he said it straight up on one of the Cleveland Browns interviews. He's like, I love Baker Mayfield. He's one of my best friends. But sometimes friendship and business, the business side could get really nasty. And that's what he said. But he really loves Baker Mayfield. And that's still his best friend, he said. Let's say we trade for Baker Mayfield and Kareem Hunt. That makes JC Treader want to come over here to Miami. Automatically. That's his guy. That's who used to snap the ball to him for the last 4 or 5 years. Everybody has been begging for JC Treader here in Miami. So your guys are telling me if we could make this move happen, but by getting JC Treader, it brings in Baker Mayfield and Kareem Hunt, the 3 Browns, and it gets rid of Tua and let's say Austin Jackson.
That's where you lose me, Pete. I think Austin Jackson will stay. I think if Gesicki would go.
Austin Jackson just got his job. There's no starting spot for Austin Jackson right now. He was drafted as a left tackle. They just paid a left tackle. You know how sad Austin Jackson is right now? That guy is broken.
What would he be sad?
When we drafted Laramie Tunzel knew Brandon Albert was on his way out. So he was like, I'll ride this left guard for 1 year. That left tackle is mine.
I think
That's not
there's
the
a
same
lot
scenario.
I think there's a lot of young players that were really psychologically damaged by Flores. I'm not picking on our former coach, but there's a lot of, I think Tua was damaged psychologically. Is this not fair? The dysfunction we had? Okay. Austin Jackson, his first year, played not bad when he was next to Eric Flowers. Okay. Flo didn't want Flowers. It was his decision. He had too much control over player personnel things, way too much control. Is this not fair, guys, what I'm saying about some of the younger players?
I think the overall what transpired, not just Coach Flo, but the interactions with Greer all the way up to ownership, the whole thing caused those issues. I don't think it's just Flo.
No.
Yeah,
I agree with you, but I'm just talking about like the players. Okay, I don't think people understand. Like when you start hurting, players are people like us, and when you confidence is important. Okay, and it really psychologically damages them. Okay, because they're not playing good. They're used to dominating in college. Like Eichenberg, Austin Jackson was very good in college for USC. Tua great at Alabama, and they struggle, and it really bothers them.
What's up, Tonk? What did you say?
Thanks for talking with y'all tonight. Look forward to seeing y'all again. Catch me on Tuesday, and I'm out of here.
All right, man. You have a great night.
All right.
It was a pleasure.
Later.
Take care, Tonk.
Have a good one.
I got an issue with Pete's trade scenario. The main issue is, why would you trade your quarterback for a worse quarterback? That doesn't make sense.
Okay, because look, man, I'm glad you asked that question. That is a really good question, but I have a quick answer for you. You have to look, we're just casual fans up here, right? We know our team. But let's act, and let's not act like the media that's not around these players and those guys. They know more than us somehow, some way. Let's just say that. The media is coming out on TV, and they're basically telling the world exactly what Tyreek Hill is saying on his own podcast. I'm going to be running more dagger routes, more little crossing routes. I'm going to catch the pass right here at the line of scrimmage quick. What do you think defensive coordinators in the NFL that get paid to stop these guys are going to do when they face the Dolphins and they're like, man, this quarterback just doesn't have it in him? When you put a little pressure on him, he can't see. He's frantic. He's not going to make these passes. Let's blitz him right here. With pressure, he sucks. And this is the biggest key. We have this team, right? And this is why I'm people might think, oh, Pete loves Baker Mayfield. He's the best quarterback. No, the thing about Baker Mayfield is he gives me hope. And when I say hope, this is the hope he gives me. Baker Mayfield is not a terrible quarterback, but he is better than Tua. And the reason he gets in trouble, I'm going to tell you the problem with Baker Mayfield. He gets in trouble because he's like a little gunslinger. He's going to throw the ball and downfield. And that's where we struggle at. That's our problem. So if we can just get a quarterback that's not afraid to throw the ball downfield, we're going to make big plays. And that's how you win games.
Let's ask the panel who's better, Baker Mayfield or Tua. I pick Tua. I don't know everybody else.
I think so. I will say I think Tua has a higher ceiling than Baker, but I think Baker has shown more in his career.
That's what I'm saying. You got to go by what you've seen.
I'm not going to. I take Tua over Baker any day. And I just want to say this: we can talk all until freaking September about trade offers, but Week 1, Tua is QB1, regardless of what anyone thinks. Like, they're going with Tua this year, regardless of what anyone thinks. Tua is the quarterback. I mean, that's in my mind, that's a fact. I don't think they're going off Tua this offseason. If they were going to, they would have done it by now.
Yeah, I don't think
Tua may be the most have the most upside, but at this time, Baker, we would have to.
I think this is possible to get rid of Tua. No, I know what you mean. You're not. I'm not saying you're a Tua guy.
Upside.
But I am a Tua guy, but it's not about that.
I know you actually think it's impossible to get rid of this guy right now, but what you guys fail to realize, and I'm not talking to you specifically, I'm
No, I
talking to the
understand.
Tuaneers that really think there's no chance. Listen to me clearly. The owner has already brushed off the problem. There's no ties to the Stephen Ross and Tua anymore. There's actually no ties to Tua and Chris Greer anymore. All the blame is on McDaniel's choice. Never forget that. That is the most crucial situation here with Tua. Exactly. The organization has separated themselves and put it all on the coach.
Because he did say the coach was going to choose the next quarterback.
So
and the coach did.
I have brought that up multiple times, and this is why I keep screaming for different quarterbacks.
Greer gave himself an out. Greer gave him a sneaky out.
He hasn't chosen the next quarterback yet. There could, we did bring in Teddy.
Okay,
But,
that's fair enough.
when he brought
I'm just
in
saying,
McDaniel,
he made it really clear that he was a
Greer-
backup. I mean, McDaniel
Greer-
even cleared that up after the
But
West
Ali,
Brom
Greer
meeting.
clearly said in the press conference he's going to. I mean, Stephen Ross said in that press conference clearly that the next head coach will be choosing who will go with quarterback.
Yeah,
which means he separated Greer.
And to
From that
answer your question about which one I prefer, I don't prefer either. I want Lamar Jackson. I put myself.
Yeah, correct.
I want Lamar.
I mean, he's the better option between Baker, over Baker,
I'm gonna go with Lamar all day long.
It's not illegal to trade for him.
especially for this.
It's not illegal to trade for him right now.
For this style of offense, Ali, that would be the
Go ahead,
better
Bryson.
pick.
What do you
Ollie,
got?
I definitely agree with you. Just to ask you a question on that, I agree. I mean, Lamar's clearly the better quarterback out of those three. But let's say Lamar signs a deal with Baltimore, which isn't super unlikely. Let's say he signs a deal, and you have to go with Tua or Baker. Who you going with from there? Are you trying to see what Tua has, or are you selling draft capital to get Baker?
First of all, Lamar is not going to sign a deal until he knows what teams are wanting to trade for him and what if those could happen. That's the only time that he'll finally decide if he's going to sign that deal.
That means he's going to sign a 1-year deal.
If
I bring
anything.
Baker in, and I bring Baker in, and if we're less than 3-1 at the 4-game mark, you bench Tua for Baker.
And here's the other thing: if I do bring Baker in, it's
So
gonna be
your
the
record is
cheapest trade
500
I can
color?
do.
We have to
I'm not
trade.
giving
We
up
have
a
to.
bag whatsoever.
Hold
If
on.
the
Crypto just
record
said
is
we have
500,
500.
if the record is 500, then you have to just go based on eye test with Tua and keep riding with him.
Okay. So
If
you're
it's
saying
not
Baker?
terrible, you know what I mean? If it's not
what
terrible,
scenario
you
would
keep
Baker
going with
replace
Tua.
Tua in? You have to be 1-3.
What's that?
What scenario would Baker replace Tua
It would
in?
be
1
1
and
and
3.
four or 1 and
Easily
5
1
for
and
me.
3,
Yeah.
even if Tua's doing halfway decent, because this fan base cannot suffer another 1-4 start, man.
But
Sorry.
Color, my
Gotcha.
only pushback on that is if they do bring Baker in, they don't bring him in to be a backup because we already
That's
have
what
a
I'm
backup
saying.
quarterback.
Well, that's why I say that's why I'm not
look,
saying the same thing for Teddy.
This is
You
the
see what I'm
color.
saying?
Color. You
No,
cannot
for
have.
sure.
rid of
But
Teddy
if
and
they
bring in
bring
Baker,
in
yeah.
Baker, which
Okay.
by the way, I do not believe I have no doubt in my mind they're not bringing in Baker. But if
Listen,
let's
guys.
just say, for sake of
And-
argument, they
but
do.
that's telling though.
Tua's
If they
gone.
don't bring
Listen.
in Baker and replace Teddy with Baker, that ought to tell you that they think Baker can take Tua's job.
Check this out. Deshaun Watson wanted to be in Miami, didn't he? And so
did.
did
Yeah,
Baker.
that was the only team he
Baker
wanted.
Mayfield before the draft, he actually said, "Get me to Miami."
Well, I'm not
It
sure.
was
I
one of
think-
the
Yeah,
biggest.
but I think they've laid their beds so firmly now. I don't think there's anybody that's going to stop Tua from starting game one. I think I've lost that bet.
But here's the
Well,
issue,
but the
Color.
thing is, we talking about at the Cincinnati and Jet game. What would our record be that would cause them to get queasy like they did last year and wanted to trade him in the middle of the season? They wanted to
You
do
can-
away with Tua in the middle of the season. Let's not forget that now.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot have Baker and Tua here.
What's the
it
record?
just-
What's the breaking point? You know,
Once
just
you
can't
get
this
Baker,
sticking
once
feeling-
you get Baker,
I can't
Color.
get this sticking feeling in my head that the Tagovailoa family wouldn't feel better off in Seattle. I think honestly,
I
not
actually
sure
think
how-
he would
well
be
then that
traded.
deal will have to be done.
Yeah.
We will have to be 1-3 for him to go to Seattle.
I mean, at the
Color, you
human
really
level, I don't
believe
think their
that?
family is happy in Miami.
Yeah,
You
but
really
Color,
believe
I
that?
don't think they're thinking about that, man. I mean, they moved to Alabama,
not?
bro. You know what I'm saying? They moved to
Alabama. Alabama is a completely different place to live than Miami.
No, but
it's a completely different place than Hawaii as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is maybe they just don't like Miami. Maybe that just doesn't fit them. They thought it would be okay, and they get here and they're like, we don't like this place. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're deciding it on that.
Well,
but
again,
I think there's a cutoff record. Though. That is a good
Tony
question.
Pepperoni's point. We're all dealing with adults here and professionals that we don't know what they're basing these decisions on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. We have no idea.
I'm just looking at it from the human aspect.
I'll say after week one, we'll know if Tua's the guy.
Certainly.
Yeah.
They won't have to wait long. We'll know after the Patriot game.
Irving, you there? I guess he's not there.
And let's be honest, the surfing is shit in Miami. Come
Will
on.
you guys really be surprised
Compared to Hawaii,
if
there's
a
no
move
surfing.
happens and we move off a tour? Would it be shocking to you guys?
Yeah,
No,
to me,
we
yes.
move off of him?
100%.
No, because the
Yes,
owners
I
got
would.
more.
Shocked.
The
Here's
owners
what
already
shocks
got.
me.
It's
The
already
shock-
desperate.
I wouldn't be shocked if we moved off of him. What would be more shocking is if we don't go after Lamar Jackson.
So
Well, think
now
of this.
I will
Especially if
say
you
I
don't
will
Think of this,
say-
guys. It's either a 6-hour drive up to Sebastian for halfway decent surfing, or it's a 5-hour, 37-minute flight back home to Hawaii for world-class surfing. If you
Color,
were
he's
Tua,
into
where
golf
would you
now.
want to be?
He's into golf now.
And
There's
check
plenty
this
of
out.
that in
And
South
Color,
Florida.
guess where Tua was right before OTA started? He was home in Hawaii.
Yep.
That's where he-
doing
his little
doing
charities.
the philanthropic stuff. Yep.
Hey, look,
Yep.
here's my
Yeah,
thing.
but every
Here's-
NFL player goes back to their hometown.
Yes, we know that.
Anyways,
We know
here's
that. Lamar was in Miami, was in the
Right.
305 when we were searching for a coach.
right.
No,
Here's
so
my thing.
I will say I will change my answer. I won't be shocked if we trade for a quarterback, like if it's a superstar like Lamar, because then
But
it
here's
makes
the thing.
sense. I mean,
But
if
here-
it's a 100% clear upgrade to a superstar
But here's the
like
thing.
Lamar, it makes sense.
But here's the thing. And Omar Kelly said it, I think, pretty brilliantly. Given the amount of resources that the Dolphins invested in this young quarterback, right? Given the amount of money that they spent, the draft picks that they've used, the drafting of Jalen Waddle, the trade for Tyreek Hill, the signing Terron Armstead in free agency, the addition of Connor Williams, to justify this amount of resource spending, this amount of money spending, right? The Dolphins have to get a huge return on their investment to justify all this spending that they did in the offseason. And that is that Tua has to play like a top 10 quarterback. And my thing, he has to play like a top 12 quarterback. If Tua does not play, right, given what's around him, if that does not help Tua catapult to the top 10 or top 12, then the season is a complete waste. Okay? Because that's
why you gotta get
the
rid of him
amount
now.
because you invested that much in him. Right.
Well, see, that's
if he
my
doesn't
question.
do that,
Real quick,
But,
Irving.
oh,
On
mhm.
that note, is it an investment in the season or an investment in the quarterback?
And on that note as
It's
well.
actually-
hold on.
hold on,
And
hold
on
on,
that
Bo,
note,
let me-
Irvin,
hold on, P,
on
let me
that
finish real
note-
quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish real quick, and then let you go. So if that doesn't happen, whether they make the playoffs or not, because remember, it's not just about making the playoffs. Anybody can make the playoffs if you play well, good team football. The answer to this season is, do you have your franchise quarterback or not? Did you invest enough resources and put everything around him to succeed, and that could help him make him become that franchise quarterback? If not, then the whole season is a failure, and that's when it becomes necessary, more of a necessity for the Dolphins to look into a quarterback like Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson is the huge upgrade. You know what I'm saying? But I think
Irving, my
If you
only
rewind well, Jose, hold
response-
on real quick, guys. If you rewind the stream, Jose, you will hear me say it is possible. All I was doing was putting something for people to think about in the ether. I didn't say I didn't say I think they don't like it here. I said it is possible they don't like it here. So just
I'm gonna sit here and say,
go ahead, Pete. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? Good. I finished already.
To add to your thing, what you were saying, let's say, however you want to see it. If Tua does not work out, you wasted it's a wasted year, right? It's a huge gamble.
Right.
All you
Given
want-
the team that you have, right?
Okay,
The roster.
but you
right?
got to remember, they never built this team for Tua. The plan was to get Deshaun Watson and whatever the team was left over. That was their plan. That's what they wanted. They already wanted to move off of Tua.
Well, that's
okay,
so
that's not accurate.
Hold on, because you know deep down
They built
inside, if
last
we
year's
would have
team
done
for
all of
Watson,
this
not
for
this year's
Watson,
team.
there's no
Right.
way we can get Armstead, Tyreek, and all of this that we got. That was not part of the plan. So it's a
Right.
fallback plan.
Right.
So
Right.
you-
But they
so they settled.
Go ahead.
So they're on.
Finish.
So what I'm saying is, basically by that, me saying that is they already know it's a big risk going in with Tua. Yes, they got him all of that now, but did they really get him all of that
It's
now?
a plug and play offense.
You know what I'm saying?
It is,
Yeah,
but
I
they
agree
did.
with you,
They
man,
did.
Crypto.
They did. It is a plug and play offense to a certain extent, but they built this off. They built this year dedicating to Tua's
Well,
development.
and that's what
And-
I was asking you earlier, Irving. Would they have made that investment if we had Daffy Duck at quarterback?
Absolutely, Gother.
And so,
I think they're trying to make
and
a
not
good
to,
roster. I
what
don't
the
think
real
they're trying to
question
do
is,
it
here's
just
the
'cause
thing:
Tua's
was
their
it more of a
quarterback.
case?
The point
of,
is Daffy
you're
Duck
right
can
in
run
one-
this
Wait a minute, hold on.
offense, Gother.
Irving's right in one respect. They do have a guy that it's like, wait a minute, we did see different potential before. You know, granted, he put this on tape, and we're not enamored with it. Fine, but there is still something to be said that, well, maybe something can click, switch, change, whatever. So
Right.
obviously, yes, in that perspective, what we did was
You're not-
invest in him. You know what I mean? But I don't think that
You're not
investment
getting-
necessarily has to be exclusively for one person. It was
Oh
just
my
an
God,
investment
he
in
just
the
opened my
quarterback.
eyes,
And
Color.
the quarterback we happen to have right now has a question mark over his head. So why
You're not
throw it
getting.
out
You're not getting
without
Tyreek
finding out?
Hill.
Get that?
You're not
You know what I
getting.
mean?
You're not getting
But
Tyreek
one
Hill
thing-
with Daffy Duck as your quarterback.
Yeah, but one
You're
thing
not
I
getting
will
Tyreek
disagree
Hill.
with
Well,
Pete
yeah,
is
Tyreek
that
Hill's
they.
skill set's good enough
But
to
remember,
elevate Daffy
remember, but the thing you guys,
Tyreek's
one
not coming
thing.
here with Daffy Duck.
Yeah, but one thing. Hold on,
Now,
real quick.
Tyreek's got pride.
Yeah, one
He'll
thing that
come play with
one
anybody.
thing that you guys are missing is that Greer is very stubborn to move off his draft pick. So in a way, he's trying to do like part of the reasoning why he's building around Tua. That yes, maybe there is some legitimacy to the fact that maybe they do believe in him, but it's also that they're trying to justify. It's kind of like their ego
I don't
showing because
know.
they're trying
They
to
went off-
justify
Bro,
their
he
fifth
gets
overall
rid of
pick.
Minka.
They
He
got
gets
off
rid
the
of
field.
It looks to me. It's
Tunsil,
always looked to me,
Devontae
Irving, like
Parker.
they're trying to smell rosy no matter what happens with Tua.
Yeah,
and no matter
I
what
agree,
decision
Color.
they
That's
have.
why
I think
Color.
they're trying
That's
to make a
why
good
Greer
roster.
separated himself from any skill position because he
They're
know
trying-
he had bought himself another 4 years with this
Right.
franchise.
They're
So
trying
if
to
he-
make this roster a quarterback away to be a Super Bowl contender.
It is a quarterback away. It's
And-
not.
and-
It's not that
It
it's
really
just-
is,
it
but-
a
They've
quarterback
already
away.
did that. It's complete.
It is
It is a quarterback away.
but the
That's what I meant.
quarterback is
That's
not
what I
on the
meant.
roster right now.
That's what I
That's
meant.
the
And there's
issue.
a chance that quarterback
We're the
is already
Rams
in the
2016
room.
But at the same
We
time,
have
I
to
do
find
agree
out.
with you
We're
guys.
basically the 2016 Rams. No different.
At the same time, I do agree
Matt
with you guys
Goff.
that the
Well, I mean,
Dolphins
with,
have put
Goff.
themselves in a position that
Yeah.
they're only a quarterback away. So if Tua doesn't work out, we have the roster in place for whatever said quarterback that
Yes.
we make a move for it. Team is ready to go. There's no waiting.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
It's the
And
Jared
that's
Goff
actually-
situation. That's what I
Bro,
mean
that's
by we're
another.
the
That's
Rams.
not that. No, that's
It's
not.
the
That's
Jared
not the
Goff
way it happens,
situation.
Irvin. The roster is ready right now. Right now.
is.
Next
It
year,
is.
some of these guys are gonna be gone. Some of these guys are gonna be
Are-
a lot
Some of the
older. They
core-
might lose a
But the core
step.
players are under
And then, and
contract.
let's say we go, and
Core
so you
players
think,
are under
so hold on,
contract.
Irvin, hold on, Irvin.
wait a minute.
So you
We'll
think
be
next
so
year we got
stacked
2
enough,
first-round
though, dude.
draft picks, we draft a rookie quarterback, and with this roster, we're ready with the Super Bowl with a rookie? No, that rookie's gonna
No one's-
hold
we're
things
not
back,
drafting
learning.
No, we're
I
trading
agree with
for a
you.
vet. If we, if
You know
we're
what I'm
moving
saying?
on,
we're
This
trading
is
for a
why.
vet, Pete.
Oh, vet.
And
No,
We're
bro.
trading for a vet.
Listen, we need to make the move right now, and the veteran right now, honestly, it has to be Seattle Drew Lock. It has
Yeah.
to be like, listen to what I'm telling you. I know he's
Wait,
bad.
wait,
He's been
what?
bad.
Are
But
you
the
crazy,
key,
Pete?
this is the key.
Pete,
This
you're
is what you guys are
hilarious.
fail to realize, man.
You said we should
The
get rid of
issue-
Drew
Luck?
Lock.
As that said,
We
that,
might as well just trade
who's
for
your
Drew Lock.
quarterback in the
Swap it.
NFL?
Hold on, hold on.
That's-
Before it even
okay.
goes-
Worst
before it goes
quarterback.
continues,
Okay,
hold
but he
on.
never had he never had this roster. He
Nah,
never had
Pete, you
this
gotta
team.
chill, bro.
I'll leave
Listen,
you guys
he
never
never
had
had
this
to
roster.
throw
I'll
to
leave you asking
Tyreek
about my
Hill
opinion
and
about
Jalen
Baker.
Waddle. Hold on. He never had to throw to Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill. This is the thing.
I don't think
this is the issue.
Like,
listen, this is the issue. Listen. Drew Lock has a cannon of an arm.
Drew Lock
he could throw the ball. We need.
Come on, man.
Bro, who cares if they're trash?
They can too much.
Listen.
Come on.
Okay. Who cares about their past experience when we've already seen Tua's past experience? They were bad as well.
Tua's been better than Drew Lock. No.
Hold on.
No, he has not.
Hold on.
No, he has not.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on one second, okay? I want to respond to Pete.
See, that's the type of I'm gonna kick your ass.
Okay, hold on 1 second. First of all, because of your comment about going to Drew Lock, now I think I need to start saying maybe tequila is my choice of drink. But before I do that, Founders...
go drink.
You guys are strong.
Hold on.
Kentucky whiskey.
Hold on. Number 4, according to Men's Journal, is Founders Harvest Ale. Nothing but bridges the gap between summer and fall, quite like a harvest ale. Several beer styles fall into this category. Go with hopped for its crisp and hoppy yet malty enough tone for cooler weather. So that's what they recommend.
Are we right, bitches?
I'm going to tell you right now. To Pete's argument, because he does have a point by pointing out to Drew Lock, me and Color and even Mike on the mic way back when, we argued that the way that this offense is built, the system we're running, it doesn't matter who the quarterback really is.
This is what I understand.
It is a quarterback.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Listen, I understand that.
That's why he said Daffy Duck will be to run the offense.
Candy,
That's what Color was talking about.
You guys, hold on. They do have to have some talent, but we don't need the Mannings of the world. We don't need the elite.
You don't need Tom Brady to run it.
Yeah.
No, Ali, this is the thing. You guys are looking at past experience.
You do need a good quarterback to run it.
And thinking they were in good situations back then.
Super Bowl.
Listen, this is the problem. Now you hear Drew Lock and people don't want to realize he was in a Vic Fangio, horrible defensive-minded guy, right? We could use some of those excuses as well.
Pete, we already have a.
But
do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Pete, we already have a quarterback.
Please, y'all stop
Drew
doing
Lock
this
on our roster.
Who do you think that is?
Teddy Bridgewater beat out Drew Lock last year.
Okay, but look, and Teddy Bridgewater is looked as a backup. Do you know why I don't have no trust in Teddy?
Exactly.
Because his name is Check Down Teddy.
Drew Lock is not that guy.
His name is Check Down Teddy. We need a quarterback that opens
Pete, look
the
somewhere
field.
Else. It ain't
Are
Drew
you guys
Lock.
aware what I'm telling you?
Yeah, but it ain't gonna be Drew Lock, Pete. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you right. Look, you guys don't even. You guys do.
Crypto is.
I followed Drew Lock when he was in Mizzou when I was living in Missouri, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, Crypto, he's right.
Okay,
check down
he's
Teddy. He's
Color.
number one.
Drew Lock is more mobile than Tua,
right
and you know it. You know Drew Lock is more mobile than Tua. Matter of fact,
Well, Denver's offense is terrible.
I don't disagree with what Pete's saying that we're built for anybody that's serviceable. Sure.
Yeah, but why would we go out and get Drew Lock when we have Tua? Like that doesn't make
sense.
sense. I know he's trolling.
I'd rather have Jimmy G than Drew Lock.
I swear I'm not trolling, bro. The same thing I said about Baker Mayfield. Listen to me. The same thing I said about Baker Mayfield.
Baker's way better of a quarterback.
Josh Rosen doesn't limit your field either.
No, Baker is way better than Drew Lock. Baker's actually put up numbers.
I remember.
Drew Lock has
Listen, don't worry. Don't worry. You know what? You know what? You know what? And I hope it's Tua. I hope it's Tua now. Because y'all gonna suffer. And I'm gonna suffer with y'all, but I'm gonna be laughing. Because all that too deep safety look that you guys want. Oh, we're gonna get too deep safety look. We got all the speed in the world. Tua doesn't fear nobody, not even the slowest safety in the NFL. The slowest safety in the NFL is gonna feel like he could catch up to that floating ball that Tua throws. These balls need velocity.
What about that safety that Tua ran over? What about that safety that Tua ran over?
That safety that Tua ran over, That was Michael Carter. He was a rookie. That guy is ready for him.
Q's got a point, dude.
Yeah,
Yo,
right.
what about Mason Rudolph?
He was backpedaling.
Mason
Oh
Rudolph.
my
No,
god,
Pete,
dude.
yo, they do 2 high safety. We're gonna run that
Listen,
ball, baby.
I'd stick
listen,
with Tua over Rudolph all day.
listen. That Tua over Mason Rudolph. Don't play with me.
Okay, well at least
Don't
we can agree
even
on
play
something,
with me.
Pete. At least we can agree on
That
something.
yeah, no, that guy Mason Rudolph cannot pass the bar. It's just
Pete, you crack me
oh
up,
my
man.
god.
I
There's
can
no
never.
way.
Tua.
But look, all I'm saying is
Tua is
quarter-
the quarterback. Just embrace it.
no, he is the quarterback. He's on our team right now. Remember,
Root
Cleo
for
Lemon
him.
was our quarterback, 2007.
And
There was
I
only
rooted
one
for
game.
him. And I rooted
Yeah,
for him.
there was only one game Cleo Lemons made us jump out the seat. That was that week 15
Against
Greg
the Ravens.
Camarillo. That's it. That was
Yeah.
that one pass. No, the whole season we
Yeah.
hated him. We bashed him. We couldn't wait for the off season.
Color, can
We
you drop the
wanted the
link,
draft to come here.
What's
But
that,
it took
Ollie?
that one game to make us
Drop
love
the
him, right?
link.
All right.
Yeah. So you think Tua is the worst starting quarterback in the NFL?
As of today, yeah, he's probably for sure. Because this is what
Geno
you guys
Smith?
Worse?
Worse
look.
than Geno
No way.
Smith?
He's the worst starting quarterback out of 32
He's
quarterbacks
already
right
ranked
now.
17th in the
Look.
league. How can he be worse?
Okay, listen to me, Crypto. Put any of those quarterbacks in a simplified offense. You're gonna tell me that those quarterbacks can't do the same, if not better, than what
But
Tua
that's
had to do.
Tua's not
I-
creating the offensive
listen.
scheme. You can't use that against him. He's not the
No, of
offensive
course you
coordinator
could.
making the
Hello,
scheme.
you think Brian Flores wanted to get fired? You think Brian Flores wanted to have that simplified offense? You don't think Brian Flores wanted a quarterback that can say, "Hey, save me, buddy"?
Yeah, he
He
tried to
shoulda got
go get
Herbert
that
then.
guy. He tried to go get
You
Watson.
could only do so
and it
much.
didn't work out.
Oh,
But
that's
I'm
like
just
that's
saying
like
you can't
that's
hold
like
that
that's like,
against
hey,
Tua,
buddy.
just like you're
Yes,
trying
you
to
could.
not.
That's like a
You
coach
can't.
knowing.
No, you
That's like a
can't.
coach. That's like a coach knowing right now. Geez, my kicker cannot kick a 60
Dude,
yarder.
we had 2 scrubs as our offensive coordinators last year.
Would you be happy if your
Absolute
coach
scrubs?
your coach is always talking
Our
about kicking
quarterback
60
coach-
yarders
our
and the
current
kicker comes
quarterback
up short
coach
every
is
time?
better than anybody on our offensive coaching staff last year. Our quarterback coach.
Your
Darrell
coach
Bevel
is no.
is
Your
way
coach
better
is the
than
type
any
of
coach we
coach
had on our
that
offensive
goes
coaching
for it
staff
on
last
60-yard field goals and the kicker's leg isn't strong enough.
Listen,
The
man.
quarterback
do you
coach
believe that Tua?
literally brought in for Tua. It was his quarterback coach.
Who? The 7-on-7 guy?
Pete, do you believe?
The 7-on-7 guy? The guy that coached him on a 7-on-7 camp?
Wasn't it Charlie Fry?
Charlie Fry coached him
That
on a
was Tua's
7-on-7
quarterback
camp.
coach.
No. He was a 7. The only interaction that Tua and that dude had was on a 7-on-7 camp. That's
Yeah.
it. So everyone that says that's Tua's guy, listen, if that's Tua's guy,
Well, they
that's
were
a
saying
really,
that, to be fair. They were
Man,
saying
this
that. They
is
was
look.
they was trying to tell us in the offseason that that was the guy Tua needed to help his
yeah,
development.
but they were wrong, is what we're
Who
saying.
was?
Flores was wrong.
No, that were
bringing
that were
that guy.
prominent
No,
people
bro.
in the Dolphins
Tua,
community saying that though.
Well,
listen,
yeah, but
this is
Dolphins
the issue.
community's
Tua's
not always.
taking us to the playoffs,
They
Pete.
just get excited over everything.
Tua's taking
Tua's
us to the
taking us to the
playoffs.
Well, that's true
You
too,
better
but you
believe
know,
it.
they was trying to sell us on Brian Dable and all that other stuff as well.
Yeah, Charlie Fry was never quarterback coach for Alabama whatsoever.
No, he
just
was.
It was
second on
Steve
second.
He was
Sarkisian.
actually.
It was
Put
He
He
was
was.
the
Charlie
guy with
Fry's
the, he was the
resume
camp.
with Darrell Bevel.
He was the
Put
elite
Charlie
No,
Fry's
guy.
no,
resume
no,
with
no.
Darrell
Charlie
Bevel.
Fry was the quarterbacks coach from the Elite 11 when Tua was
Elite
competing
11.
in the
That's
Elite
correct.
11 when he won that 7
Right.
and 7 title. So
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what we're
his
talking about. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right. I think Steve Sarkisian was his quarterbacks coach, also his offensive coordinator back at Alabama.
Yeah.
Brian
Yeah,
I
it
think
Dable
you're right.
was
It was
Right.
in
Sarkisian,
Alabama as
then
well.
Dable.
Right.
No, Dable.
His
Dable
freshman
was
year.
Dable was his original offensive coordinator in 2017.
Yes,
He's the
his
one who
freshman year.
advocated
Mm.
starting him over
Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to welcome Anthony back, and as well as a hefty lefty. Anthony, tell me the choice of drink that you have for any watching football or tailgating or whatever. And what's
Ali
your
didn't.
thought?
Ali didn't
What?
ask me that question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did.
Yeah.
I'm
You
sorry. Go
kind of
ahead.
skipped me.
I'm sorry, Irving.
Well,
you go first.
Go ahead.
I don't personally drink, so I can skip that. Okay.
Hey, no, it could be any type of drink. It doesn't have to be alcoholic.
You drink something
for me,
on
I
New
prefer
Year's?
Coca.
On New Year's?
I prefer Coca-Cola Zero every game day, so I'm good. You know.
Nice.
I know you
yeah.
pop something, Urban, on New Year's.
All right. And what else? What was the other part? What was the other question?
Was what do the Browns do now? Do they stay on Baker? Do they trade him? What do they do?
I think Baker Mayfield, whatever comes out of this Deshaun Watson situation, I think Baker Mayfield doesn't want to play for this organization ever again, considering that they pursued another quarterback while he was still under contract. So I think he gets traded to another team. I think the most likely team that he probably get traded to would probably be Carolina.
How about Seattle?
Well, that's the argument we've been talking about all day. So.
Carolina, Irvin said they don't want him.
They don't want Baker?
They don't want Baker. That's it. They're out of the.
I don't know about that for sure, but
they're out of it.
New Orleans got Jameis Winston.
They got Jameis Winston.
I think Seattle would be a nice fit for Baker Mayfield. Jimmy Garoppolo could be a perfect fit for Carolina. That actually, if I think about it now, but wherever Baker Mayfield ends up, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be in Cleveland. I think the Browns do want to keep Baker Mayfield as a fallback option, which is not a bad fallback option, right? Healthy, he's a pretty damn good quarterback. But like I said, he's not going to play there. He doesn't want to play there. He'll just sit out.
This is the issue.
They treated Jimmy Haslam treated him like crap, and now he wants to call back to him. So like this is what makes me mad. He kept Kevin Stefanski, but treated Baker like crap.
Yeah, but don't be that mad, Tony. Oh, you want Baker in Miami, Tony.
But Stefanski never really that was never really Baker Mayfield. You know, Baker Mayfield was never really his guy because he didn't draft him. So he can care less whether Baker Mayfield plays or not.
Exactly. Kevin Stefanski was the guy that was gonna make Baker Mayfield great, and that's the coach that's moving off of him.
He moved off of him for Deshaun Watson.
Almost the same thing. But look, check this out. Oh yeah, Deshaun Watson. And who's not gonna move off of him for Deshaun Watson?
How about going to? I was gonna say, how about going to Tampa?
No, forget about that real quick.
No, Tampa
they like Kyle Trask.
Let me ask you guys a question.
If Tom Brady leaves, they like Kyle Trask.
Hypothetically, Deshaun Watson gets suspended for the full year. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, Baker Mayfield is not playing in Cleveland again. So let's say Deshaun Watson does get suspended indefinitely for the full season.
I agree, Pete.
Baker Mayfield, they want him, but he's not gonna do it. He's gonna say no. That is the locker room problem. You can't do that. Baker's out of there. You cannot roll the season with Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, what? Wait, Pete. Did I hear that clearly?
Themselves into though.
Wait, Pete. Can I hear that again? I thought you said that Jacoby Brissett was the greatest thing since sliced bread. What was that again? Say it again.
Man, you guys get deep in your feelings, bro. Jacoby Brissett.
Pete, they put themselves in that position, though.
Jacoby Brissett was the better quarterback on the Miami Dolphins roster last season.
Yeah, that's why you had more wins
before that. I told you guys it was Ryan Fitzpatrick.
With the hurt finger outplayed Brissett.
Wow.
That's why they benched Brissett for Tua that was
never
supposed
hurt.
to be injured.
Remember that?
Won the
Who's that? Ian
game.
Baller.
But anyways, Pete,
Tua was never hurt.
Sorry, not EM. Pete, just keep carrying on. I'm just giving you shit, but hurry up.
Oh, hold on before we continue, because I want to get to. I just realized that we haven't gotten to Tony Pepperoni or crypto yet. So
Tony Pepperoni, what's good?
Yeah. So before Tony goes, Omegang Rare Voss is number 3 on Men's Journal for beers. Renowned for their authentic Belgium-style ales, brewery Omegang, sounds like the name of a fun place to visit for just 40 minutes outside of Burgess. In fact, its farmstead-style headquarters are situated on an old 140-acre hops farm in upstate New York, just outside of Cooperstown.
Interesting. Tony Pepperoni, I want to get to you. What is your drink of choice when you watch football or tailgating? And what's your thoughts? What do the Browns do now?
I don't drink alcohol anymore.
It doesn't have to be alcohol. It could be whatever you want. He said Coke Zero, for example.
Okay. Probably
Coke Zero is
English
expensive. Didn't you say at the tailgate? You switching up the question, Ali.
Some people don't go to games, bro. They live out of state, so that's why I said
But
it
you
doesn't.
could tailgate
some people live out of the country.
Tailgate.
I like English breakfast tea. I drink a lot of that.
Okay,
Doesn't
my dad
matter
drinks
what-
tea when he watches football. Definitely.
Yeah, I really love
That's
tea.
very classy. That's very classy. Tony.
It's flattering
what are your
because I'm not
thoughts
really a
about,
classy guy. A lot of people don't think I am anyway. But I don't drink alcohol anymore. I used to. Okay, I smoke weed every now and again, but yeah, I gave up alcohol. I just like to have a lot of tea.
There you go.
And as
what
for
do you think about the
Baker,
Browns? Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously just conjecture. I think that Carolina will. There's no question. I know they're interested, but it's just speculation. I think they'll get him. There's a lot of pressure on their coach, Matt Rule. He has really not lived up to his billing. All the money he got paid. Okay, he's been there. I mean, he's just the owner. They're going to apparently
Can you blame
fire him.
the front office for not inconsistent drafting though?
What was that, Tony?
Can you blame Carolina's front office the past few years with inconsistent drafting though, with Matt Rule as their head coach?
Well, I understand that he kind of had full control. That the owner gave him all this money. Okay, they got a new owner. Okay, and from what I've read, they're going in a different direction if he can't turn this ship around and get things going. So he's under a lot of pressure. So I look at Carolina as if I had to guess based on stuff, as a destination for Mayfield. It's just speculation, but there's a lot of pressure on their coach.
I
I hope you guys know if, like I'm telling you guys right now, Baker goes to Carolina. What do you guys think? Sam Darnold, Chris Greer evaluated that guy and did a heavy, extensive work in that 2018 draft. Everybody knows he wanted Baker Mayfield. I mean, Adam Gase wanted Baker Mayfield and Greer wanted Sam Darnold. So if he goes to Carolina, that's just going to work into Greer's plan. He's going to probably want to go and pick up Sam Darnold for free, and it'll be a thing worth taking. Sam Darnold takes risks.
Tua is your quarterback. Tua is your quarterback.
Tua is starting.
Tua is
week
not
one.
my quarterback.
I put money on it, dude.
Listen,
Tua is starting
I do
week
not
one.
want a check down quarterback. We cannot survive the season with this.
It doesn't matter what we want, though. Even if that's the case, it doesn't even matter. Tua is the quarterback week one.
Pete,
No, it does matter.
To your argument right there about Gase wanted Baker and Greer wanted Sam Darnold. Why did Gase immediately jump ship to the Jets when he could have went to the Browns that same year?
Because he was after Sam Darnold to fix Sam Darnold, and that was the only job opportunity to take.
Okay, you said that he wanted Baker. Now you say he wanted Sam Darnold?
No, he
That
wanted
wasn't
him
available.
Sam.
The Cleveland Browns didn't give him. It was time. That was bad timing, Ali, for the coaching gig when Adam Gase got fired.
Okay.
Yeah, because the fans.
It's because
already
what
there.
Pete said, there's no truth to it. Gase wanting Baker Mayfield and Greer wanting Sam Darnold. When none of them were drafted by the Dolphins. At the end of the day, Tua was drafted by Chris Greer, so he's the quarterback.
Gotcha.
Tua, first of all,
The
Ian
real
Butler,
debate
you're
is
dead.
who's
You're loud
better,
and wrong.
Freddie Kitchens?
Tua was drafted by you guys. He was drafted by the fans. Y'all, the owner and Greer wanted Burrows. They didn't shake off. They didn't
I know
even have
they
a
tried
second
to get
plan.
Burrow, but the
They
Bengals
tried
wouldn't
to,
give them
but
Burrow.
the
I know.
Bengals didn't want to trade.
So Tua was their number 2 quarterback,
Oh,
and they
yeah,
got their
yeah.
number 2 quarterback.
Oh, so
Aaron
y'all
Wolf
agree? Hey, hold on.
already even reported on
Y'all
that.
agree that Burrow was the plan, but yet y'all
Yeah, I
disagree.
wanted Burrow,
that Sam
yeah.
Darnold
Who cares?
nor Baker was the plan
The
in
Dolphins weren't
2018.
going to get Burrow because he was the top pick.
You don't remember we got rid of Tannehill that 2017-2018 season. We were going to get a quarterback. It just didn't fall our way.
I know. It was either Burrow or Tua. Either
Pete,
one.
if Flores knew how to tank, we would have Burrow. So it's
Let's not do that. Let's not do this.
I don't want to get into that conversation.
I actually blame Fitz for that. I didn't want to tank, but if you wanted to tank, I blame Fitz for it because our offensive coordinator's offensive scheme was so terrible and no one could understand it. Only Fitz could understand it, and that's why Fitz was the only one playing good.
So butthurt. And the only thing the Dolphins need is a quarterback that's not afraid to throw interceptions. Does that make any sense to you, two and ears? Does that just throw it downfield? Don't be scared. We have the fastest wide receivers.
Tua
And
won't
you
be
hear the
afraid because
freaking
we got
media.
a new
You
scheme.
hear the freaking media.
And we got
Oh,
receivers
they're
that can
gonna
get
do
open.
this. They're gonna throw it short. The media is out here telling the world what the organization is gonna run offensively and blame.
They don't
Tua
know what we're
and
going to
his
run
limitless.
because Mike
Of
McDaniel
course
is a
we
new
know,
head coach.
bro. Listen, Madden play suggestions know what the Dolphins are gonna be running. Okay?
Really? You're going to
You're
take
just gonna
Madden?
be throwing
Okay.
flats
You
and
have to
screens.
be trolling. You're
trolling.
taking
Ollie,
Madden.
could I answer your question
You're
about the
talking
drink
Madden.
real quick?
Hold on, Anthony. I'm sorry. I gotta make sure I don't want to skip out over anybody. Irvin called me out for that. Wizard of Oz, Crypto, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So, what's your drink of choice? And really quickly, what is your thoughts on Baker? Should Cleveland move off, trade him, or keep him, or what?
I think they should keep him for a security blanket.
Mhm.
But he's a better bridge to them getting to Watson if he gets suspended for 6 games or whatever it may be. But I think he's a better bridge. He'll be able to carry that team as constructed better than Brissett can. So I think they should keep him, to be honest with you. Then trade him at the deadline. The November 1st deadline.
For flirting around.
What's your
I
drink
say
of
he's getting
choice,
no more than
Crypto?
4 games, Pete.
For flirting around, for telling a girl, "Hey, what's up?"
What's your drink of choice, Crypto?
It'll be I would lean towards the draft beers, but I'm gonna go Hefeweizen.
Okay, what kind of beer is that?
Hefeweizen is a German beer. It's a famous German beer.
German beer.
Well, I like it with the lemon or orange flavor.
Good stuff, Crypto. Is there a particular Crypto? Is there a particular town in Germany that you prefer your Hefeweizen from?
Probably, I will go with Munich or Wolfsburg.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
How about Hamburg? How about Hamburg?
Hamburg? Yeah, or Hammelburg. That's another one. Yeah. Yeah. That's
Tony,
it. It's a lot of good breweries all throughout the countryside of Germany. It's a town called Uren, Germany. It's a clock town, basically. Uren means clock in German. So it's a town full of cuckoo clocks. The world's largest cuckoo clock is in that town, right on the base of the Black Forest. You know, you can see it in the backdrop. It's pretty nice.
That's actually pretty cool. Tony Manzano, before I let you go, because I know you wanted to answer some of those questions, I just want to say for Men's Journal, number 2 is actually a beer that I enjoy. I've actually had this. It's Sierra Nevada's Northern Hemisphere Wet Hop IPA. Don't let the super long, geographically puzzling name dissuade you from developing into this seasonal Wet Hop IPA. Caramelized malts and 2-row pale malts provide a solid earthly backbone. Balanced citrus, floral, and piney notes from wet centennial hops complete this deep amber crowd pleaser, and it is actually pretty good. A lot of Sierra Nevada beers are actually pretty good if you like hoppy type of beers. Go ahead, Tony Manzano.
Hey, I was going to add.
Ahead.
I'm sorry, Ali. I was going to add to that today. Since it's already well past 12 o'clock, I turned to 47 as of midnight. So,
happy birthday!
So I'll be drinking me some Hefeweizen when I get up in the morning.
All right, on 3, everybody. We're gonna sing happy birthday to Crypto. 1, 2, 3. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear Crypto. I hope all those coins
Happy
rocket
birthday,
everywhere.
dear Devontae Parker.
What's your boss?
Birthday
Hey,
to
Crypto, another
you.
year. Another year, no playoffs.
I'm
brother.
gonna give
This'll be our
Crypto a
playoff
Devontae
year.
Parker jersey
God
for his
bless you, man,
birthday.
Oh
amazing.
my.
Happy birthday
Man,
to
Urban.
you.
Someone better do that, please.
Crypto, Crypto, tell me this is the a couple like the year that those meme coins shoot up like crazy, right?
That's what it
Yeah,
is.
I'll say 47 meme coins is going to the moon. I'll put it that
47
way.
meme
In
coins.
honor of the 47 years I've been on Earth. I'll
There
say
we go. So
that.
that 1.2 million of SHIB that I own should be worth something at some point.
There was
Yeah.
somebody else in chat said it was their birthday after midnight tonight too. I forget
who
who
was
it
that?
was. Chime in for whoever you were. We'll do it all.
Oh
over.
yeah? Oh man, that's nice.
Yeah, happy
Hey,
birthday.
hey,
Norm.
Ollie, if you're a big beer fan, I recommend you get a beer called 1906 Galcian Irish Red. It's a good Dominican beer.
Okay, Dominican.
That's interesting.
Somebody mentioned Red Stripe. Was that you, Color? That's a Jamaican.
Yeah,
that was
pretty
Color.
popular.
He did.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Jamaican beer. Yeah, it's really good.
Have you? Do you like?
Stripe.
Do you like Presidente? Do you like Presidente? Ollie.
Yeah.
No, I haven't had it yet, so I haven't had that yet. My beers of choice would be Yingling. I like Killian's. Sometimes
Guinness?
I'm in a, like it depends. Sometimes I like cider
Guinness?
beers. Guinness. It depends. Here's my opinion, okay, and everybody can tell me I'm wrong if they want. I've had Guinness in Ireland because I was there with the military at one point, and Guinness there tastes different than Guinness here. Just saying, and Guinness there
That's
tastes way
true.
better. Just
It's
my
brew. Yes, I noticed that. You're right.
I don't know
the
where what
European
the
beers are
difference
so
is, but it
different
tastes different.
than when you taste it over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite drink of choice. I'm not sure if Pete and Irving know this brand of Malta Hotway.
Yeah, of course. That's my favorite. Love it.
You ever had it with leche condensada?
Dude, yeah. Yeah, or we have this drink in the DR, Ollie, rice with orange juice with condensed milk.
Interesting.
That shit is fire.
That is interesting, right? I never had that before.
Oh man.
It's called
Gotta try it.
Morir Soñando.
Yep.
You get it at the
Say it
Mexican
again.
restaurant.
Say it again.
Morir Soñando. Dying
Morir
sleeping.
soñando. Yeah, I know. Morir
There's a
soñando.
Dominican restaurant that my wife goes to. Next time she goes, I was like, I need to go with you to try that. See if they have it. What's it called again? Say it again.
Dying sleeping. Morir soñando.
Morir soñando. Okay. I will have to see if they have that.
You could probably remember it dying sleeping better.
Yeah. Dominicans, if you mess up the drink in Spanish, they look at you with a dirty look, man. Just say it in English. Just say it in English.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I love ethnic food, like Cuban, Dominican, Peruvian food that we have here in town, Colombian food. I like all that kind of
Is there
stuff.
good beers from the Middle East? Ollie?
Well,
that's a ridiculous question.
It is kind of ridiculous, but he's not quite wrong.
Well, Lebanon, Israel, they drink there a lot.
Yeah, most Middle Easterns make their own beer.
How long do they take to make them?
Oh, it takes a little bit. I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I can drink quite a bit. I can drink more liquor than I can beer in some cases, but usually if I'm drinking beer, I'll have about like 4 beers before I start to feel kind of buzzed.
It's that Mesopotamian hard ale.
But when I have one of these beers, it gets me kind of cuckoo crazy that my aunt makes. And she's Iranian as well.
Dude, you need to try something.
It's that shit they brew from the Tigris and Euphrates, man. It's that Mesopotamia hard ale.
Yeah, dude, Ollie, you should try fermented rice wine.
Fermented rice wine? I've actually had that before.
Rice wine, rice vinegar.
Sumerian
It's
beer.
all good.
Yeah.
Arabian.
No, you have to go to
Arabian Sunrise. That's what they call
Yeah,
it.
right.
Yeah.
I'm not a drinker, but I had a friend who's
Directly
in the
from
military.
the
He's in
Euphrates.
Vietnam right now. He says he's never drinking he's
Man,
never gonna
you're
go
drunk right now,
to those
Anthony.
bars
Mhm.
again.
The only thing that, if you want to talk about official beers, there was a company making a beer. It's called Shams Pilsner beer. That's the closest thing you're going to get to Persian beer that's commercialized.
Right.
But it's still not as good as the stuff that they make. In Iran, where my dad is from, they make beer like they make moonshine illegally here. You know what I mean? That's basically how it is.
No,
Y'all be
most
getting
Middle
drunk on
Eastern
that
countries
prison
are
liquor.
dry countries, aren't
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Most-
Say that again. Tony. I
most-
didn't hear that. Say it again.
Yeah, I think most Middle Eastern countries are dry countries. They don't drink alcohol at all, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, most Middle Eastern countries are they have strict religious guidelines that they don't drink. So you're not going to really find, unless you're Dubai and places like that. But even Dubai, you have to have a special license to be able to drink. You can't just buy beer and drink. You have to have a license to drink in certain places.
Ali the Persian, I want to tell you something you probably already know about it.
Go ahead.
Did you know, like the Saudi royals, they're not even really religious. Okay, they have parties and there's alcohol and everything there. They just use religion to control the people.
Who doesn't though?
Hypocrisy.
That's every country in the Middle East, bro. That's
It's hypocrisy is what it is.
Well,
What are
Israel
you guys
doesn't use
talking
religion to
about?
control the people.
What are we
Everything-
talking about? Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is everything is controlled automatically. Think about it. Everything is set. Every
the point,
single
Pete.
presidential election, it's always ending at 49-51. How come there's never a president that's so great that would just make everybody vote for that guy? There's never that. And not let alone there's
You have to go to
got
North
United
Korea for
States,
that, Pete. You
got
have
China,
to go to North Korea. You're going to get a 91% vote.
Oh, you go to North Korea, they got their own little government, they got their own little plan,
You get one.
and
You
they
only
got their
get
own little way.
91% of the vote in countries like that.
Yeah, where regardless of wherever you go, there's an idiot that thinks they're the smartest leader on the world, and they're finding a way to continue this divide. Instead of bringing the whole world together, they're dividing different type of governments, dividing different type of money, different type of everything, and this is never going to work until you just one.
Crypto. I thought Reagan got close to winning a whole bunch of vote, like above. Like, didn't he win in a landslide? I thought Reagan won.
Yeah, that's in the electoral college, but not in the popular
49
vote.
states in 1984.
49 states, right? But it was not. It's not. It wasn't to the margin that you would think in as far as the popular vote. He won enough to win the electoral college in a landslide.
Yeah, he won the electoral college. 97% of the electoral college.
Of the electoral college, right?
What
As far
year
as
was
the
that?
popular vote? It was pretty
That
much
was 84.
53, 49 or something like that, or 47.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the year. That's the year.
It was the
Crack
84
at his
year.
best, at his all times high. That guy won like that. I don't know.
Richard
now
Nixon,
keep in mind
Richard
also
Nixon won
49
49 states too, right?
Hold on, guys. In 1980, he didn't win 49 states, but he also won in an electoral landslide.
So
in 1980.
here's the interesting thing about Richard Nixon.
Hey, hold on. I never knew that.
Hold
real
on.
quick, Ali. Color. In 1980, some say the 80s were the best times in ever.
It actually was
The best time
when
for
you
music.
like
That's the best decade
and
for
like
music.
of
I can say
living,
that
like they
much.
rate. I saw something where they rated living wise, the 80s was like by far way better living times than any other
I would
generation.
have
That
to
was
agree to that. I would agree.
look at that, and you're saying that was the year that a
80s and
president
90s.
won by a landslide. I never knew any of this.
And then he
So,
followed
go
it
ahead,
up
Ali.
with a re-election of 49 states.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought Kennedy won in a landslide. I thought Kennedy won in a
Yeah,
landslide. Two color.
Nixon, Johnson also won in the same
Yeah,
amount
Nixon.
of states.
Nixon. Check this out. Nixon is
Lyndon
number
Johnson
6 out
also
of the top
won a lot.
10. 1972, he won the Electoral College 520 to 17. That's 96.65. But he also won the popular vote, taking 60.7% of the popular vote.
Right. That's what I thought. Nixon also was popular back then. Yeah.
Hey, what
It's
was
crazy.
the what was the
It's
popular
what's it called?
total in
The water
1984,
goat.
Ollie?
Oh, that one. Let me check. Hold on 1 second. I can find out for you.
That was a 49 state
That was
victory.
Reagan.
Matter of fact, the state that Mondale won or that Dukakis won was not even his own, if I remember correctly.
No, I think he won Massachusetts or Minnesota. One of them two.
Minnesota.
Either Minnesota or Massachusetts. Yeah.
In
I think he
'84,
lost
they did not
Massachusetts.
mention the popular vote at all. I don't know if it was that big.
No, it's on
Hold
the same one.
Hold
Go to
on.
the same one. The same
how
site.
about
It should be on
What was Kennedy's
270towin.com. I'll tell you the history.
270 to win.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
that's
on a
the
different site.
that
I'm
you
on a
can
different
get it,
site. Hold on,
yeah.
let me go.
How
to
about
270.
how about
Yeah, I got Ali
JFK?
going back and forth.
Yeah,
was that? Say that
270 to
again?
win is a good one.
JFK. What was his?
63,
Uh,
the 62 one. Because
yeah.
Lyndon
Y'all
won it
trying
by
to
a
go
bigger
way
margin
back.
after him. Yeah, it was
No,
large
but
margins throughout the
They have all
decades.
failed us. All of them have failed us. Each and every single last one of them. No matter how you want to
I
look at it,
think George
look where
Bush
we
Sr.
stand
was
at
the
today.
last one that won by a bigger margin.
Every
his son
single
won
last president.
with a pretty big margin.
Blew him up.
Junior won.
No, you must be talking about his second time around. No, it was close in the second one. His son, the father, won by a bigger margin than the son.
Did Carter win by a big margin when he was elected? Jimmy?
And I think he won like 30 something states. Oh, yeah, in 76.
No, but with the Kennedy thing, I realized this. If it wasn't for all the mob influence in the unions, he wouldn't have got elected. Apparently, there was rumors that.
You said
Frank
Kennedy?
Sinatra, yeah, JFK.
There's a pretty popular family there. They was that was like considered a dynasty back then.
Mm-hmm.
No,
the Kennedys.
no, Sinatra
In
actually said.
1984, Reagan won the popular vote 58.8% to 40.6.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
So
Cody.
the independent must have pulled some votes.
That was the 80s,
The
right?
electoral vote was won 525 to 13.
The only state,
they won one state plus DC.
Yeah, the only state that
Yeah, he
voted
lost Minnesota, I think.
the other was Minnesota. Exactly.
Yeah, he lost Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota was a holdout. I think that was the only one that Lyndon Johnson lost.
And keep in mind, guys, remember the forces that were at work politically here. The running mate of Dukakis at the time was a female, Geraldine Ferraro.
Ferraro, yeah.
The very
Ferraro
first
was
woman
his running
female
mate.
to ever run for that high in office.
Yeah, she was the first one.
So
Ferraro was the first.
That's
Yeah.
the forces, like the sociological and political forces Reagan was up against.
That Reagan was up against. Yeah. Yep.
Man,
He
somebody
chose her
gotta
as a
do
running
that,
mate.
right?
Yeah. Ferraro.
Yeah.
Hey, Ali, can you look at JFK real quick, please?
Yes.
On that
Ted
website?
Kennedy was supposed to have been going against Reagan the first
Caller,
time.
can you look up JFK for Anthony? I want to ask him the same questions while you're looking that up. Or Hefty Lefty, sorry.
What was I looking up for him?
JFK, like what his percentage to win was, and that.
No, his running mate. I think his running mate had a bigger
Johnson?
margin. Yeah, Johnson had won by a bigger than Kennedy did.
Interesting. Well,
So
the
why'd
year
they
that
give
JFK
him?
won,
Why
what
was he the president
percentage?
then?
He was after he was killed.
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
But
he
I thought
won
he didn't get
on the
reelected.
re-election.
I thought Johnson only served one term because he wasn't very popular. Apparently,
Afterwards,
That was
yeah, he
after
made a lot of-
Vietnam.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
after
made a
Vietnam.
lot of
Afterwards,
decisions that
domestically,
were-
yeah.
Yeah, Johnson didn't run for re-election. That's where he got out. He
Right.
didn't.
He
He
didn't.
refused to run
He
for
didn't
re-election.
run in '68, right? Yeah.
Right.
He
Hefty
just
Lefty.
did the one term after he finished up Kennedy's.
Mm-hmm. Hefty Lefty, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So, what is your drink? It doesn't have to be alcoholic, but beer, or whatever, of choice. And what do you think the Browns should do with Baker?
A drink of choice is either a nice coffee or an energy drink. Doesn't matter the energy drink. I don't discriminate. Bang, C4, Nas, Rain, whatever.
I like Bang.
I'm drinking
Yeah.
Rain right now.
Dope. I like them all.
No.
And
DM, do you drink cafecito like the Cuban coffee?
I like Celsius. That's the best one of all of them.
Yo, Celsius.
no,
that's
I'm getting
too.
Celsius the best one.
I'm starting to brew my own coffee, or if brew is the right word, and because I got a French press, so and I'm trying some bourbon coffee, which is bourbon infused coffee, which is kind of interesting. So I'm trying different coffees recently.
Yes.
And what happened with Baker? The only thing I agree with Pete on is that Baker will say, "I'm not playing for the Browns." So the Browns know that Deshaun Watson is going to be suspended for a season. So the Browns are like,
you're breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Baker,
Yeah, I think
it's
you're
your
breaking
time
up.
to shine. So can y'all hear me now?
You're still
it's
kind of
kind of
scratchy.
breaking up. It's kind of
Is
cracking.
it just me,
The
or
only thing we heard, buddy,
is it
and
just
I just
me?
hope you know you lost like 600 subscribers by saying you agree with me. That's all we
Is it
heard.
just
I
me,
agree
or
with
does
Pete.
French press? Wait a minute, Pete. Is it just
Yo.
me, or does French press sound like something on the menu at a Deshaun Watson massage parlor?
Oh,
The
Jesus
French
Christ.
press, yes, exactly.
What did you say, Color? Say it
That's on
again?
the menu.
I
That's
said
on the
it's-
menu.
To me,
Color.
it sounds like French press sounds like something that's on the menu at a Deshaun Watson massage parlor.
Yes, absolutely, Color.
So,
It is definitely on the menu.
Speaking on the menu, number one, according to Men's Journal, is Avery Ellie's Brown, an American brown ale. Brown ale is
Mhm.
natural choice for imbibing, it says. I don't know how to say that. And one of the very best in medium-bodied Cooper-hued category is Avery Ellie's Brown. The year-round 5.5% ABV ale is known for its complex, slightly nutty, caramely malt flavor. It's plenty rich, yet just light enough for enjoyable sipping on a perfect fall day while lounging with friends outside the stadium. Interesting.
That's nasty.
Are any of you guys boxing fans by chance?
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Yes.
Old school boxing, yes.
Because I was gonna. There was a boxing match right now, today, but since you're not a new school boxing fan, never mind. I was gonna give you.
Oh no, you can talk about it. I'm a big fan of like the Muhammad Ali era or the Mike Tyson era.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a big fan of
Does,
that.
does anybody know how much Austin Jackson's cap hit is this year?
I can look it up.
Yeah,
I know
but the results for the fights.
8 million, right?
I don't think it's very much for Austin Jackson this year.
We can cut him right out after his contract. We don't have to keep him, I think.
So according to,
I know
Tua
Tua rookie
might be
deal though.
8.
He's got to do his full deal before.
Yeah, this year. Wow. Oh, here
Can
we
you
go.
cut
Okay.
a rookie before his deal's out? Is what I'm
He's
questioning.
fully
Cut a player
guaranteed
whenever you
no.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
only
fully
1.8
guaranteed. You're still
million.
paying the player.
How much?
It's 1.8 million. 1.8
That's all he's
million.
taking off the cap this year. Oh, that's
Yeah.
only. Oh, that's almost 10 grand. That's almost 10 mil between Austin Jackson and Tua. There's only an 8 million difference with Baker. I'm just saying, like that. That's,
No, and for
like,
me,
the Browns lost offensive linemen. They lost a center. They lost that other guard.
Alex Mack retired, I think.
But he was with the 49ers.
Center, right? Talking about the Browns. Like this is like.
What did you say?
There's no. Like just go to sleep, man, because y'all.
Oh, actually,
y'all
I'm
wanna
wrong.
go with
I'm
Tua.
wrong, Pete. Pete, I'm wrong. 1.8 million is his base salary. The dead cap is 8.06 million.
I mean, Pete, regardless if we want to or
So that's eight.
don't
That's
want to,
16
it's
million
not our
between the
decision
two.
anyways.
That's
Yeah, that's
16
16
million
million
off
between
the
the
two. That's a double. That's a trade right there. That's how you clear the book.
Hey, Ollie, can you hear me now?
They're not going to.
Tua's better than Baker. Tua's
Okay,
better
so
than
I'll
Baker.
finish what I had to say.
Because you
the-
said
yeah,
so.
the only thing I agree with Pete on is that Baker will not play for the Browns. He will refuse. So the Browns if I was the Browns, I would tell a team the reason Baker's not traded is because the Browns don't want to pay all of his contract. So if I were the Browns, I would pay all of his contract.
Look what I just figured out for Chris Greer.
Pete, let me finish. I would pay all of his contract, and I would be like, hey, whoever wants him, give me a draft pick, but I'll pay all of his contract. So even though the Browns have plenty of cap to spend, so they would take the Browns would keep his contract, but they would get draft picks in compensation. So that seems like a no-brainer to me, but the Dolphins aren't even going to be in consideration for Baker Mayfield. McDaniel likes Tua. He's going to stick with Tua. Whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not, that's what's going to happen.
For me,
well, you guys
EM, for me, that.
Go ahead, Tony. I like to let you always go first.
Yeah, no, but EM, I disagree with you a little bit. I feel that I think that's coach speak. I really don't think. I think he just Tua is from the previous regime. He's just saying that to. I think he.
Yeah, but there is
What about McDaniels has told you he's coach
that McDaniel really does like Tua. Like
no, but Tony,
you can take
what
it for
about
what you want.
McDaniel?
But Reason did say that McDaniel has some plays that he couldn't use with Jimmy G, but because he has Tua, he believes he can use his entire playbook with Tua because Tua is not limited like Jimmy G. So
McDaniel has
holy smokes! Hey, how much is Jalen Waddle's cap hit? Oh my God! It's gonna be Tua and Waddle. It's gonna end up being Tua and Waddle to a destination other than that. It's gonna go to Seattle. They're not gonna pay DK Metcalf.
Bro, what are you doing, dude?
He's
Waddle's
actually
the
right. I
man.
don't. Is 22.16 million.
And Tony, when you
Oh
think
my
of all the
God.
people we added with McDaniel, if McDaniel really didn't like Tua, he would have found another quarterback. Trust me.
Hey, Pete, just because I didn't show all my cards doesn't mean I said what I said in a vacuum.
No. I understand what you're
Holy
saying,
smokes, we're
but
gonna lose Waddle, fellas. Y'all got y'all Waddle and Tua jerseys.
I know McDaniel will give Tua 1 year.
Oh my God!
Nah, dude, you're
Now,
wild.
Pete,
You're wild.
doesn't this also answer the question is whether Waddle is going to have an MVP season next year?
Dude.
I don't see how it happens.
Miller, you
on
don't
our
actually
team.
believe it though, right?
What are you talking? Like, you guys think I'm joking when I tell y'all Tyreek Hill deleted a Jalen Waddle simple comment?
Dude,
there's
Waddle's
an
gonna
issue.
be the best wide receiver. Waddle will be the best wide receiver 2 in the league next year.
Dude, are you aware Sammy
think
Watkins
Waddle wants
was
to
a
be the
really
best
good
wide
wide
receiver
receiver?
too?
Sammy Watkins is a really good wide receiver that got drafted in the first round. He was really good, but Tyreek Hill was just a little bit better. And the moment he didn't get the ball,
he was a
and
no. He was a lot.
There's
better.
no comparison. Sammy
He was
Watkins
a
is
lot
still
better.
Sammy Watkins is a beast. Sammy Watkins is a beast, and he's really
and
fast
Tyreek
too.
Hill is a
fair
talent like
question,
no
though,
other.
fair question, though, Bryson.
on.
And I wasn't trying to be a gotcha or nothing. I really wanted your opinion. Do you think that Jalen Waddle would accept being the best number 2 wide receiver in the league?
I don't think that I think Waddle is coming into this thinking that he has a lot to learn from Tyreek Hill, and I don't think he's thinking about it as a competition where it's like.
But I mean, after performing the way he did last year, do you think he really thinks he has a lot to learn?
Yes, because he understands that Tyreek Hill is arguably one of the
there's
best.
also
if not
something
the
to be
best
said
wide
for
receiver in
knowing
the
that
league.
no wide receiver 2 ever gets star money in the NFL.
There is no way
Nobody's
he's gonna
paying-
get
it doesn't
100
matter.
catches with
It doesn't
Tyreek
matter
Hill.
if it doesn't matter if Josh Allen makes Gabe Davis have 5 more games like that.
No
Gabe
color.
Davis is never getting
No color. I beg to differ because
the Rams did it. The Rams did it.
No, because Kirk Merrick just got paid with Jacksonville. He was the number 3 receiver in that offense.
Oh, that's true.
Depends. I mean, okay, get paid, you get a contract.
said
Yeah, but
Kirk
I'm talking
Merritt.
about
Hey, it's
you're not
crypto
getting
love
Tyreek Hill
Kirk
money
Merritt.
if you're a number 2 wide receiver in the league.
Well, it's, in my opinion, it's
Waddle
1A,
has the
1B.
potential.
In my opinion,
If Waddle
it's 1A,
is the
1B.
focus on
Not
any
Kirk
given
Merrick, but
team.
Kirk for the.
Let me finish real quick. If Waddle is the
Christian
focus
Kirk.
on any given team, if he's the wide receiver one, he has the potential of getting star money in the long run. As a wide receiver two, he'll never have that.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
by
what's
the
he gonna
time
do
the
about it?
Dolphins, he
then?
can
So,
cover.
Color, let's
Waddle
say
will
he
be
is
the
upset
first
about it. What's
contract.
he gonna do? He's not gonna do anything about it. He can't do anything about it.
I mean,
can
he
go
already
elsewhere and
put
get
together a
Wait,
rookie,
wait,
a record rookie
wait.
season.
Color. So you're gonna tell me a player that had 100 catches last year, predict
That's
how
what
many
I'm saying.
catches Jalen like anything like near 50 catches. Let's say he gets 50 catches next year. That's half of what he did his rookie
He
year.
he ain't going sideways. He ain't of the thought he needs anything to learn right now. His bust is in Canton.
Hey, Color, and all you guys, I
Dude,
don't know if you know it quick. The one with the most catches was Jalen Waddle on our team last year, correct? What was the second most?
Hold on, I can look that up.
Gesicki, I believe.
I think it was Gesicki.
I think it was Mouse Gaskins, if I'm not mistaken, with receptions.
No, it would have been Gesicki. Gesicki had like 70 something receptions. Was
I
it?
think you're correct. I'm looking it up right now.
Why would Waddle only have 50 receptions?
Miles Gaskin because he's
Gesicki
pushing
was
his
number
Miles
2 at
Gaskin narrative.
73. Gaskin was number 4.
Exactly, P.
Darren Smythe was number 3.
Durham Smythe
Waddle
was
to
number
only get-
3.
Yeah. It
That's
went
what I've
Check
been trying
down
to say about
King.
Smythe.
and Smythe.
Check down. That's how many check downs Tua was throwing, bro. You never seen Durham Smythe catch a pass downfield. Holy smokes!
you didn't hear.
Listen, Gesicki,
You didn't hear Tua when he said the offense was a
Jalen Waddle
one-read
is
offense?
out of here.
It was a
Did you guys
one-read
just hear
offense?
that? Did you guys just hear that? Listen to this. Listen to what I'm
It's
about to
either
tell you guys.
Gesicki or Waddle.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Color. Tyreek Hill's gonna be the guy with 100 catches. The next guy down the list was Gesicki with 70 catches, right?
And
That's
you
a
think
tight
this
end.
offense is
He's
gonna
in
be
a
like last
contract
year?
year. He's in a contract year. Tyreek Hill used to work off of Travis Kelce.
You can't go
And
off of
Gesicki
last
is
year's
Travis
numbers,
Kelce
dude.
Jr., buddy.
Let me
Hey,
tell you
what do
something.
you mean?
Can't go off of last year's numbers.
It's a completely different
It's
offense.
a completely different offense. We actually gonna have an
A run
offense
game.
No, you're
that can
absolutely
have some
right.
character.
It's a run more offense. So now even less targets and
It's still,
receptions.
Crypto, you wanna
it's
take
still an
over? Oh, he
offense that
left.
creates
Is he still
mismatches.
here?
And where are they
Remember,
going?
What was that you said, Color?
remember, Flores wanted the pass to open up the run. Now we're gonna use the run to open up the pass. So there's even less
We're gonna
passes.
lose. That's a
But
losing
Pete,
formula if we
Pete,
do
that
that,
doesn't
Pete.
make
And
sense.
that means more.
That makes no sense. That
Yards
is a
up the
losing
But
formula.
I don't want. It's a losing formula with the roster that we have currently, Crypto. But that doesn't mean that that's not what this regime and this coaching staff is here for. They want to run the ball.
Okay, but Pete,
That's
here's
terrible
some
idea.
argument. Here's some argument to that. Okay, first of all,
It wouldn't be a
It doesn't-
terrible idea, Crypto, if we would have had a Saquon or a Christian McCaffrey.
I forgot.
We don't
Pete
have a
knows more
running
than
game.
Mike
Or
McDaniel.
Derrick
He's got
Henry.
several
Pete
good-
knows
Or
more
a
than
Derrick
Mike
Henry.
McDaniel.
but why would the Dolphins be looking at bringing on another starting wide receiver talent to a loaded group already? Why would they be doing that if they have Jalen
Maybe they're
Waddle on a
not.
rookie deal?
Especially one
Maybe
making
they're
way more
not.
money than Waddle is.
Yes,
Maybe they're not.
they are though. It's already been reported, not just by like beat reporters and people within
Right.
us. It's already been, even other teams have come out when they were talking to the media. They said, "Yeah, we've listened some offers from the Dolphins and other teams." So it's already been noted. We already know who they are.
So it could be said that said player that you're talking about
Mhm.
has a different function in our offense than Jalen Waddle would,
Right.
and would be a differentiation from Tyreek Hill, and not put Waddle in a number 2 situation.
While
We
I
go
agree
out,
with you-
draft Eazy-E, and we pay Cedric Wilson?
Yeah,
Come
our wide
on.
receiver
Waddle's
group
out
is
of
set.
here.
Eazy-E was the last guy.
Bro, you're crazy.
He's not gonna get.
It just don't make sense. The only thing that I would
It doesn't
I would
to
take
me,
the,
man.
the target off of Waddle for is because we still got him on a rookie contract, and He's cheap. So
Yeah,
why would you do that?
Yeah,
that?
but color,
We got
but
4
color.
years,
This is
man.
the
We
but
don't borrow
color. I'm
time.
not actually. You guys are laughing at this, and this is not a joke.
No,
Color, let
you're
me ask you a
actually
question
crazy,
because I
Pete.
know this
No,
is
no,
the
you're
only guy. No,
actually
bro, you're the
insane if
one
you
that's
believe
getting me
that.
like this right now because you think I'm crazy. Color,
You are
if this guy
crazy.
Jalen Waddle goes into this year, he finishes this year,
Dude, how
and he
much
has
money do
50,
you want to
60
believe
catches.
Waddle's out of
Hold
here?
on,
How
buddy.
much money?
I'm talking
No,
to
let him
Color,
answer.
please,
Let him
because
answer.
this
How
is
much
really
money
stuff.
you want, bro?
Let
Hold
him
on,
How
answer.
much money you gonna
Color,
give me?
Color. If Jalen Waddle regresses, does his stock go up or down? And is his stock at the highest right now?
Fair
You're
point.
crazy, dude. It's
Come
not
on,
about
bro.
stock,
Come
bro.
on, bro.
When you draft players, you don't care
He's
about
not
their
gonna
value
ever
to
have
trade.
100. Jalen Waddle's not gonna have 100 catches for the next 3 years. I guarantee it.
How
Not
much
with
money you
greedy
wanna bet?
Tyreek
How
Hill
much
here,
money?
buddy.
Put your money where your
Tyreek
mouth is.
Hill,
How much money you want to bet?
bro.
Waddle's
Your
on
money
this.
on that. I'll
He,
take
he
that.
won't because he'll have more yards
Bro,
after
I
catch, more
promise
yards
everything.
per catch.
Tyreek Hill is a locker room problem. He's a greedy diva receiver. What you guys don't understand about diva receivers that want the ball? He already said it out of his own mouth. You week 2, week 3, Kansas City, Mahomes didn't pass him the ball. They lost. Now he's the face of the franchise. He gets to open up his mouth. He gets to say what he wants.
I think you're
And
the
if you don't
only
think,
Dolphin
and
fan
if you
that's
don't
not
think he
excited
came here, wait a
about
minute.
Tyreek Hill on
If
this
you don't
roster.
think he came here to make sure he got a lion's share of the targets, then why is he out there saying that he came here to play with Tua, a guy that he says has a better completion percentage or a more accuracy?
He didn't say
And
that.
how about
He didn't
this?
say that.
How about this?
He didn't say that,
serve to
No,
do
he
what?
said he was coming
It
here
will
because
serve
of
to get him
the
the ball more.
environment.
He
How about
didn't
this?
say that he
I
had a
dare
high
you.
percentage.
Matter of fact,
Okay,
I hope you guys
You're
lose money
missing
now.
my point, though. You're
He's
missing my
insulting.
point. The
He
point
said
is
he was here
came
for
here
the
to play with
his
Tua,
home.
okay, under the expectation that Tua was going to provide him more targets.
Hey, you guys are gonna lose money picking
So that's
Jalen
not-
Waddle in
Color,
fantasy
behind the scenes
over
stuff.
Tyreek Hill.
Going out of
explains
Kansas
why
City.
he left Kansas City.
It
He
may
wanted
not have
to
been a
stay
fair
in
He wanted
complaint,
the
Kansas.
money.
Bryson. It might not have been a fair complaint, but that's what his complaint was.
So I think from listening to his podcast, I've listened to every single podcast. He says he wanted to stay in Kansas City. As soon as he was willing to take, I think he said 24 to 25 mil. As soon as they said no, it was a chain reaction in the
Look at all the Jalen Waddle jersey holders falling off the panel. They're all upset going to sleep, and they know it's true.
I got a Jalen Waddle jersey.
No, it's
I got
not
a
true,
Stitch
Pete.
one too.
No, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy, bro. You think you think,
Pete.
How much,
bro?
dude, he's on this
Jalen Waddle's
roster,
out of
dude.
here. That guy's not gonna survive that
you're
full
outta
rookie
here before
contract.
Jalen Waddle.
In
There's
fairness
no
to
way.
Pete, in fairness to Pete,
makes you think he's gonna be
nobody
outta
would
here
have
that
ever
soon?
thought Herschel Walker was going to get traded either.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
without that, he
come
went
on,
for
bro.
a ton of
Jalen Waddle
picks,
was
like
one
a
of the
zillion.
biggest
What
hits
don't you
Greer's
guys
had.
get? What? Look, matter of fact, it might be
He
a
went for a
package deal
king's
with
ransom,
Tua and
though,
Waddle
fella.
now. That's what it's gonna end up being.
Pete,
This
Pete,
guy,
what don't
look,
you get?
what don't you understand?
Tyreek's,
Dude, I get it.
when
You're trying to
Tyreek's
troll
contract
it. We
ends
get
is
it, bro.
when?
You don't.
When's
you know how
Tyreek
to
contract
I'm gonna
ends?
ask
3 or
you.
4
I'm gonna
years,
ask
right?
you one question. I'm gonna
In 2
tell.
years,
I'm
we
gonna. I
figure it
want you
out.
to understand this. I want you to understand this, and I want everybody, even if the guys that are hating, even the guys that like me, that are out there in the chat, and you don't even like this take, I want you to understand what I'm saying clearly, okay? Listen to me what I'm telling you. 100 catches, it's not gonna happen with Waddle ever again, okay?
Doesn't matter,
We use
bro.
two.
He's gonna
let
be
me
on the
finish real quick.
roster.
Okay. 2 first-round draft picks is what we used on this guy. 2, okay? It was 2 first-round draft picks. And if I'm telling you his stock value is never going to be as high as it is right now, it's only going to regress. Why aren't you going to trade this guy right now if you could get the most for him right now?
Because he's the next Tyreek Hill.
That's what you don't understand.
He's
It's
the
not all
next
about
Tyreek
draft
Hill.
picks.
That's why.
How many draft
When
picks actually
Tyreek Hill
work out?
contract ends,
Majority of draft picks don't work
when
out.
Tyreek,
You fans like you,
I don't
Pete,
even know
care
why we're
way too
arguing
much
with
about
Pete. This is
draft
retarded.
picks. You care way too much about
Tyreek
draft
Hill's
picks. It's not
contract
even
ends in
about
3 or
that,
4
bro.
years.
What do you mean?
When does
You
Waddle's
cannot
rookie contract end? 3 or 4 years. Waddle will get Tyreek's money in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, Waddle is free right now, dude. He's literally free.
Bro, they literally play the same position. Listen.
You mean what do you mean Waddle's free?
Hey,
He's on the
hey,
rookie
all of
deal.
you,
What do you
look,
mean?
all of you, look, listen. All of you Tyreek Hill lover now, boys. Look, all of you Tyreek Hill lover boys now, right? What you guys don't fail to understand and what you guys fail to realize, Tyreek Hill made it to the All-Pro and Pro Bowl his rookie and his second season, not as a wide receiver, but as a return specialist, as a punt returner. That's what he got all pros in, not as a natural wide receiver. Now he's starting to get praise as a wide receiver. He wants his wide receiver numbers.
Why are you
fan base, bro?
No, because what I'm saying is,
you keep saying Tyreek lovers, Waddle lovers. Like, why can't we just be Miami Dolphin fans, bro?
Because
all these people that you're talking about are Miami Dolphins.
Pete.
Because you're not getting the point, and you're calling me crazy, and you're calling me a troll. What you guys don't realize, you cannot have these two players that give you the same. You're gonna have them both on punt returns. You're gonna have them both on kick returns, because they're both the best. You gotta trade one.
You're funny. You either are trolling or you know.
You gotta trade one.
One of those.
And you're not gonna trade the guy you just paid. You're gonna trade the guy that you.
Two things going on here. You
I
know
got a
nothing
question.
about football.
He knows football.
You cannot have.
He knows football.
Two Tyreek Hills.
Fantasyland all the time.
Pete, I got a question for you.
He lives in fantasy.
Dude.
Okay. No, don't worry. What you guys are gonna see is players act like they're injured, just like they played Tua last year, and they're not gonna never want to play because the leader wants all the balls. You guys will see. You guys are gonna hate Jalen Waddle when he starts saying his ankle hurts, but in reality, his ankle doesn't hurt.
Let me ask you a question, Pete. All right, I understand where you're coming from. This whole offseason has proven that anything is possible, right? So my question to you is, if the Dolphins were looking to move off of Jalen Waddle, why, when we were negotiating for said player from San Francisco, that when they asked for Waddle, we said no?
You got an interesting point there.
Say that one more time.
See that deal to be worth it.
So when we were allegedly negotiating for,
if I got my Corvette on the market, and you come along and say, "I'll give you a peanut for it."
No, they
drafted
no
doesn't mean that I wasn't willing to like my
Corvette. Look. Are you guys aware about what's gonna happen right now in a few weeks when training camp starts and one of those number one receivers go down, and Waddle is gonna be worth another 2 first-round draft pick, fellas. And that's how you double back and get it. The Dolphins are about to have 4 first-round draft picks again, and you heard it here. Waddle is out of here. Tua is gone too.
We're gonna have Drew Lock.
You guys are gonna see. We're rebuilding, and we're gonna set up. Listen, we are rebuilding, and we're setting up for the new GM, the new coach, and the new regime. You guys will see.
We're setting up for the new P.
Waddle, dude. Waddle is not going anywhere, bro.
Bryson, don't play into it. All right, I'm telling you, just let it go. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. Waddle isn't going anywhere. The truth is that Mike McDaniel's flaw in the scheme that he runs, just like in San Francisco, when one of their stars go down, they really don't have a solution unless they have someone that can fill that role. That's why we loaded up in wide receiver. That's why we're still looking for another weapon. So I said that
you can't trust them to stay healthy.
And where are we going to fit this wide receiver? We're already full.
We may be full now, but that doesn't mean everybody's making a roster.
I don't know about that, Color.
I don't know about that because
I think we need at least 9 wide receivers on the roster.
I think if we're going to trade Tua, I think we're sending Lynn Bowden with him.
Okay, but do you think, and that's fair enough, but do you think that we'll get more or less value out of emptying the room by trading or cutting or demoting or whatever a guy like Craycraft, okay, or a guy like Jalen Waddle at this point in his career?
They're gonna keep them both. They're gonna figure out a way to keep them.
I don't think Craycraft makes this roster. I'm telling you, I just don't. I don't.
If he's the number 7 receiver,
Craycraft is making the team because Jalen Waddle's out of here, buddy. And let me explain. Hey, let me ask you. What if we go back in time, right? Hold on. No, there's no muting me at this point. Hold on. There's no muting me. Hold on, Color. Hold on. Real quick. Last year, wasn't it Flores? Doesn't this come back to Flores that drafted Jalen Waddle?
No.
Some say Jalen Waddle was a Flores pick.
No,
that's what I hear.
Not even close.
No,
you can hear all day long.
Hold on. Hold on.
Right.
Listen to me.
Listen to me though.
What if we trade? And this is crazy because I thought about it right now. Please listen to me. Please, because I'm getting goosebumps. I'm not even messing around.
Why do
think
you
about
hate
the
our
team.
players,
Wait,
bro?
Bro. I'm trying to make my team make it to the next level. Don't you understand? Listen to this move, bro. Listen to this move. Think about the team we traded with last year to move back with, okay? This is huge. We traded the 49ers. The 49ers, the beat writers and everybody could sit here and call everything they want to talk about with Jimmy Garoppolo. They still started that guy even after trading 3 first-round draft picks for a quarterback. I don't want to hear anything. Trey Lance might be the quarterback coming to Miami with Tua and Waddle going to San Fran, and Tua could back up Jimmy, bro. That'll be amazing, bro.
Man,
holy
you interrupted
smokes.
me to say all that, bro. Come on.
Bro, Trey Lance.
Give me Trey Lance. It can happen. Look at the connections. Mike McDaniel. He was the one training Trey Lance in practice over there. What are you talking about?
We don't know. Hey, Trey Lance hasn't played football.
I think you're on Adderall.
What am I talking about?
No, right now I'm on hope. I'm on a hope pill. This regime needs hope like me.
Look, hold on. We all know Mike McDaniel's offense, for those that want to throw that out there, is predicated upon people executing. It doesn't matter where the receiver's at, as long as he's in open space and as long as he catches the football. So if we're talking about where are we going to find room, it's not out of the realm of possibility that a guy like Craycraft makes the team. And the point I'm trying to make is y'all act like we can keep everybody. So if we're going to look to getting value out of somebody that we cut from that squad, I mean, to Pete's point, okay, if you're expecting Waddle to be a core player for 10 years or whatever, and you know you're going to give him a chance to make his, for him to eat, then that's one thing. But if that ain't going to happen, you're not getting more for him next year than you will right now because
Thank you, Connor.
Connor, let me ask you though, do you think Waddle's going somewhere? Do you agree with Pete that
why does it have to be
what is
whether
your opinion?
Why does it have to be whether we think he is actually going somewhere to make a fair point that it's not an unreasonable thing that
it's an unreasonable thing?
And you all are going,
it is unreasonable. It is unreasonable.
Let me say why it's unreasonable. So if you draft a player where we did, thinking that he was going to be the player that he was,
but at one point Tyreek Hill was unreasonable coming to the Dolphins. A lot of people
and then
thought
you're
that
just going to
too.
trade him away.
What are you talking about, bro? We were going to trade, we were going to trade our franchise quarterback
money on him
for a guy that likes to play in the masseuse with masseuses. Never forget
that. We're not talking about that, bro.
But that's still a draft pick. That's still a top 5 draft pick.
Wait a minute.
Waddle has proven himself.
If y'all are talking about
supporting Tua, don't even give me that.
Waddle has proven himself. Bro, Waddle was catching passes at the line of scrimmage, bro. You could have put Jakeem Grant. I told you guys this plenty of times. Jakeem Grant could have done what Waddle did, bro.
Why didn't he? Why didn't Jakeem Grant do it? Because he
I'm gonna keep arguing with you, little.
If you guys were talking about bringing in Tyreek,
Pete?
I'm
not gonna keep arguing with you, little 2 and ears, bro.
I'm not a 2 and ear. I'm arguing about Waddle. What are you talking about? I'm a Miami Dolphin fan.
Why would we do that?
The more I hear you talk, you don't even sound like you like the Dolphins because you're just trying to get rid of them all.
Why do you gotta bring that into it, bro? That's exactly why people get freaking so upset with people like that.
Because
why does it have to be about that?
What are you talking? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Pete?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Because he keeps saying, "Oh, you two-in-ears. I'm done with you little two-in-ears."
So what? So what if he's not a fan? We have a lot of people here that aren't fans.
But he's calling us names.
He's calling me names because I'm trying to defend my players. What?
What
You're
name
calling
did we
him names.
Hey,
We didn't
hold
call
on.
him any names.
Hold on. Hold on. Can I speak?
Dude, he just
So
Listen, anything's possible.
Hey,
At the
they
end of the
sound
day,
like a
we didn't know we
bunch
was gonna
of.
get Tyreek Hill, and we didn't know.
They
Tua
sound
was
like a
gonna be on the
bunch of
roster.
two-in-ears.
Anything's
Car
possible.
around
Yeah.
Jesus.
I never knew
anything
calling
is possible,
someone
to be
a
honest.
two-in-ear is bad.
No.
That's like
I'm talking about you. You just derogatory said, "You little." I'm done with these little. You little. That's what you just said. Did you not? Did you not
And then
say that?
yeah, I said I'm
You're
done
not
with you
just
little
saying
two-in-ears, bro.
yourself.
Because
Listen,
I
you
said
guys.
I literally told you that you could have put Jakeem Grant in the same simplified offense they put Jalen Waddle in, and you said and you started berating and saying all that. So I said,
But
you know
listen,
what? I'm
Pete,
done with
that
you
was
little
because they was
two-in-ears,
hurt.
bro,
Jalen
because
Waddle
y'all don't
was
want to
their
see
third
it.
receiver
That's what it
in
was.
Grant. And if you're
Yes,
gonna
to
act like
Pete's
Waddle
point,
caught
yes,
every
Pete.
single pass at the
No,
line
you
of
guys.
scrimmage,
No,
you're
see,
crazy.
here's
They
the
could have
thing.
used them
You
better.
guys
Yes,
have-
to
you
your
guys have
point,
dis-
he
you
could have
guys
used
have
Waddle a lot
discounted-
better.
Dude,
like
are
they
you
used
guys
him in
aware?
Alabama.
Are you
They
guys
could have used
aware
him
that
better than what
listen?
they
Moment
used
he
Hold
got
on.
in
Are
his
you
family,
guys aware
and then he
that when
turns
we
around,
use
you and call
Jakeem Grant
Jimmy
here,
here, and you want to say he's name calling?
exactly,
Okay,
calling
maybe I used
somebody
the
a
wrong
two-in-ear is name
terminology,
calling now,
Flores. Maybe I
color.
used the
That's
wrong
what I find funny.
terminology. But what I'm saying is,
That's
I
your
used the wrong
quarterback. You are a
terminology. You got me
two-in-ear.
there, color. You got me. But what I'm saying is he's saying that all he's trying to do is trade every single one of our players away. That's literally what Pete does.
Because that's what I think. That's what I think is best for the team right now, moving
Well,
forward.
that's probably why
And-
you're not in charge, man, and that's probably why Chris Greer's in charge.
Great. How does that matter? How does that make him
That
not a
makes
fan?
no sense.
Listen, to be
Bro,
fair, anything's
are you-
possible because we didn't know that Tyreek Hill was going to be on here this roster to be. Nobody did.
Oh,
No one
we're
saw that
trying to
coming.
win a Super Bowl this season.
See,
We're trying to win a Super Bowl this
You don't
season.
think-
Why
you see,
trading?
Here's the difference.
Why
You
this
think that-
season?
you
Why
think
would
the
we
only
trade
way to
Waddle
insult
for 2
somebody is by
first-round
name
picks?
calling.
Hold
you
on.
don't
So,
think
Color,
hold,
you
hey,
gotta chill,
not a
bro. You gotta
fan
chill.
is it insulting?
They will only do that if they knew
hold
they
on,
could
hold
get a
on. Hey, do the
quarterback.
49ers have a do the
It's not that
49ers have offensive linemen we can use involving this Jalen Waddle trade? And there's a lot of ties
Do
to
they
the
have offensive
49ers and Mike
linemen?
McDaniel.
They have a right tackle that we can probably use.
Oh, isn't that probably the
Their
weakest
two best
position on the Miami
offensive
Dolphins line?
linemen have they lost this year.
Yeah.
So to be honest,
So-
yeah,
we
trading
have one
trading
offensive
Waddle is
lineman,
gonna make us
which would be their
closer
left
to winning the
tackle that
Super
they have.
Bowl.
I
Trading
just don't think you guys
Waddle-
I don't want to
understand
give
that
up
Waddle
Brad's
is
big
gonna make us
argument that
closer.
Lamar
We can
Jackson
definitely
has.
use
No one
the
Lamar
right
here.
tackle
don't always
for
answer.
Bro,
for
we
those
could
players.
we have
If they could
Cedric
give us
Wilson.
the white
We
tackle,
have matter of fact, Lynn
can keep
Bowden.
Waddle.
Listen to me, bro. I'm knocking on wood right now. I promise you. Lynn Bowden Jr. could do what Jalen Waddle did last season. Okay? Lynn Bowden. So
but
we
this ain't
already
last
have the
season.
replacement here that can do the little slot, okay? So let's not
No,
act
you're
like
tripping.
Jalen
Lynn Bowden
Waddle
can't do
was
what
out here
Lynn Bowden
doing
can't
stuff
do
that
what
we've
Jalen
never
Waddle
seen. No,
does.
you guys are acting like Jalen Waddle was out here elite doing Jamar Chase type plays, breaking tackles, scoring touchdowns. Bro, the only reason why
but a lot of that Pete
he's
had to
talked
do
about
with the offense we were running to. We wasn't running Alabama offense. That's why Jalen Waddle got those.
what are you
type of
talking about?
catches.
We were running an RPO centric offense, exactly what Alabama was doing with Tua and Mac
No, it
Jones.
was no
But I'm
one
just
there.
saying,
Who
for
was
what
our
Waddle showed us
who was
in a
our
rookie year,
Devontae Smith?
the way
And who
he
was our
took
Jerry
that
Jeudy at
offense
that
in a
point?
rookie year, you don't even know
Our
what that
Devontae
is.
we
Smith
wasn't
was
running that kind of offense at
PlayStation
all.
5.
It was far from it.
Did you hear what I said?
So you're telling me
Devontae Smith was playing PlayStation 5.
I'm trying to figure out who was Devontae Smith and who was Jerry Jeudy on our offense.
we had Jalen Waddle, we had Devontae
That's
Parker,
it.
whether you want to hear it or not, whether you want to like to hear that name or not. We had
Stop
Devontae Parker. What do you mean stop it?
Mac
We had
Hollins.
Mike
Yeah, Mac
Gesicki.
Hollins.
Mike Gesicki, who's looked at as a this is the thing with you guys. Look, I heard you guys earlier, Durham Smythe, Hunter Long. You guys are wanting to
Smythe
go
is a
back
good-
to this
good pass
these
catcher.
traditional
I just don't know
slow
why you
tight
hate
ends
on all our
that
players.
make
That's my
no
biggest
plays.
thing.
Mike, you guys are the one hating on Mike Gesicki that makes all the plays.
Love Mike.
The
Don't
guy
say
that
you guys. I love Mike.
I'm talking about the majority of the fan base. Stop taking it personal. Listen to me, guy.
I'm not.
The majority of the fan base
saying
wants
you
Mike
guys to
Gesicki
me
out of here.
You keep saying
They don't want to
Because
call
you're
him a
gonna get
tight
a better
end.
trade
They don't want to
value.
call him a tight
I'm
end.
not
They
upset.
want to label him a slot wide receiver. But yet, the guy that's been
That's
leading the
because we're
league,
gonna get better
the
trade
guy
value,
that's been leading the league these last couple years and has the most catches and yards is a tight end or a slot receiver in Travis Kelce.
That's the trade
And that's who.
target.
That's
I just
That's
don't
the
think
trade
you
target.
understand.
and that's
Not
who you
Waddle.
actually compare Gesicki to. You compare Gesicki to a Travis Kelce. You don't compare no Durham Smythe and no Hunter
we
Longton
compare
or
him to
Travis
Dyson
Kelce. But y'all
Knox.
want Gesicki gone.
Who in the world compares Gesicki to Kelsey? Who in the world would do that?
I do.
He's nowhere in his realm.
I can see that. Well, if he's not there right now,
If
he's not there right now, I can see him get there. That's the issue with me. I can actually see Gesicki get into that level.
And we can see Tua get to Pro Bowl level. So we seeing stuff too.
You see, that's the thing. The reason why we're talking about Gesicki not being in Travis Kelce's level right now is because he was pounding his feet, stumping every Sunday, wide open, and Tua didn't see him, does not look on the right side of the field, and he was too busy getting Durham Smythe on the check down.
Yeah, and yet Mike still loves Tua.
And Tua said
Mike
he was
still
in a
loves Tua.
one-read offense.
Everybody loves everybody in that locker room.
The play was
But at the
dead.
end of
I
the
don't
day,
know.
business
Mike has
decisions
been
make
very
business
out
decisions.
and about
That's a
Tua
good
his
point.
whole career.
Good point, Pete. Don't mean to change the subject, but I found something kind of interesting that got brought to my attention. So last year, I think it was the defensive rookie of the year. Who was it? Who was the defensive rookie of the year?
I think it was Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
Was.
Yeah,
Micah Parsons says that he's going to challenge for that sack leader record this year. He wants to break it. He says he's going to hit around 15, but 23 will
No,
be
I
easy.
said our guy Jalen Phillips is getting 25. You heard it here first.
I heard I
be
said Jalen
easy
Phillips
for
too.
him?
I think that can happen.
He said 23 would be easy for him. What was his total last year? By chance,
think he had 9 and
15.
I think.
Is it?
Micah Parsons, you said?
Someone look that up. Someone look
I'm
up.
looking it up right now.
I'm saying Jalen Phillips is going to blow it out of the water. Breakout season for him, 25 sacks.
You're out of your mind. That's
Oh,
all
that'd be
Homer
insane.
stuff. We just picked up
25
Melvin
sacks.
Ingram.
Easy.
We
Easy
just
work.
picked up
Easy
Melvin
work for
Ingram.
Jalen Phillips.
Well, I mean,
I don't know about 25.
Micah
but he's
Parsons had
definitely going to ball
13.
this week.
Micah Parsons
year.
had 13.
Okay, he had
This
13.
year is
Oh,
rookie
if he
season.
he can easily double that. Jalen Phillips going to double that. Easy. That's easy work for him.
I got Phillips 14.
I think Phillips is gonna.
That's a low number.
Is gonna break.
That's
the
a bad
record.
year for Jalen Phillips.
I think he either ties it or breaks it. That's my hope.
Yep. Strahan is not going to have that record for too long.
Yeah, so this is basically what Micah Parsons said according to NFL on ESPN. Yeah, 15 is like the minimum for me, but definitely 23. That goal to break the record, yeah. That's basically what he said.
Huh. Well, he had 13 this year, so 15 seems plausible.
Yeah, we'll see. I just thought that was
He's a beast too, Micah.
Mm-hmm. That was actually one of our Flo's target, right? He wanted him.
Well, in
Or
that
he was
case,
trying to trade up.
maybe somebody will sabotage him and take their helmet off and beat him in the ankles or something.
That's the problem with Flores, and that's why he's probably not here in Miami. He wanted everybody. Flores was like me. He wants everybody that's not on the team.
Doesn't
That
sound
is
like
you.
the bully if he can't get who he want. The bully that they made him out to be
P, who you
doesn't sound like
trading?
quite the bully.
Who you trading Jalen Phillips for, Pete? So we could get better this year.
See, now
No,
you're
I'm not trading
blaspheming
Jalen
a hurricane, bro. That's unacceptable, man.
I'm not.
You
I'm
can
not.
pick
I'm
another
not. I'm
player
not.
and
Wait,
make your point.
I'm not trading Jalen Phillips.
You're
I
not
mean,
trading.
I
a little
understand
worried.
your point.
No,
Good
well,
point, but
No. I like Jalen Phillips.
you're making
but
your
my
point
only
on a
thing is-
hurricane, bro.
Oh,
the only thing
speaking of
is, I am a little
Hurricanes, you showed
concerned.
up to camp?
I am a little concerned because this team went out and got Melvin
Pete,
Ingram.
what player on our team do you like? I just want to know that and want to keep.
He likes Gesicki.
I like all the I like Gesicki. I like Xavier.
Because I'll
like
be
all
honest,
the
man.
players.
Mike might be the only player I've heard you actually be like, "This is a great player. I'm so glad we have him on our team." Every other player, like, "No, we need to get rid of him." Blah 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 blah.
You think we're talking that in a vacuum? Like, there's other players we wouldn't let go because the position is not solidified with depth. We're talking in a room where we've got a dozen guys that are equal to each other, arguably in skill level.
No, Waddle and Tyreek are on a different level than all the guys in our.
And that's the point. We don't need necessarily two guys at quite that level. They're just gonna take from each other.
It would be nice. Look. Let me fix what Cutter said. I wouldn't have a problem if we had two elite wide receivers. Hear me out. I wouldn't have a problem having two elite wide receivers as long as they're not both the same guy. That's all I'm saying. If we would have one, if we had, because listen.
Because DK Metcalf is a completely different type of wide receiver than
Exactly. I wouldn't have a problem having a DK next to a Tyreek.
Seattle's not getting
whoever. I'm just saying.
Or for example, Randy Moss. Look, I just need a big, tall receiver that can win jump balls. And Tyreek Hill or Waddle Cat.
Spent to bring Tyreek in. Okay, we've got to get return on that.
Thank you, Color. I'm glad you understand, man. If not, this whole family.
You're not going to tell me
that
Waddle and Tyreek can be on the same team when Tyreek's cost as much as he did to bring him in. First of all, we got to get his production. And secondly, what's the easiest way to gain some of that back? Our other star wide receiver. Because
we're not. They're not worried about that, dude. They're not worried about the money. We're not paying Waddle much.
We could have got three guys that are almost Tyreek.
But you're looking at it the way that the Dolphins have been looking at it the last 20 years. That's the problem. Is you're looking at it like we've seen
to show other teams that he has that value.
The Dolphins. That's what the Dolphins have done for the last 30 years, and we've only been mediocre. Kohler
to show he
Kohler
that contract.
No, that's the problem with what you're thinking about. You're thinking how our Dolphins franchise has been thinking about, and we've been mediocre over and over.
That's not true. That's not true because. That's not true.
Cared about Kelsey. We got this badass tight end. He's gonna take. We got to get rid of him because he's gonna take touches from. No, teams don't do that. Look at what the Rams did. They had
Travis Kelce's almost 40 years old, and they got rid of Tyreek Hill.
And they bring in OBJ.
Travis Kelce's almost 40 years old, and they got rid of Tyreek Hill, buddy. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Hey, listen, guys. I got a confession.
Super Bowl run. I'm talking in past tense.
Somebody has a confession.
You're talking about when
Waddle's out of here. He woke up. He sees Waddle out of here.
I got a
Okay, sounds good. Man.
I got a confession.
Put your money where your mouth is. I'll put $100 on it right now that Waddle starts week 1.
Wow, money talks, man.
I'll put $1,000 on it right now, Pete. Put $1,000 on it.
You're also
talking. I got
I'm not betting. That's what I'm talking about.
A bit more than 60-40.
So before we continue, Pete,
I know you can't because you're trolling.
Pete,
I can't bet on something I'm not gonna.
Now wait a minute.
Organization
right there. Now, did Pete start that first round of insults right there?
He's trolling, Color. You know he's trolling.
Before we go forward.
It's not an insult. It's just the truth. That's not an insult.
Oh, but calling somebody a two-and-ear,
calm down.
Calling somebody a two-and-ear
is hyped so easily, man. Calm down, man.
What are you talking about, bro?
What do you think I'm talking about? You're getting so hyper over nothing.
Just calling you out.
Calling me out on what? That keeps saying that he's trolling?
I haven't even begun.
He is. Look at his name. Baker Talk is good. He knows he's trolling.
So what?
Pete even said it the other night.
Who's the one being hyper here? The guy that's worried about that so much?
I'm not worried about anything. What are you talking about? What am I worried about? I'm not worried about anything, Color.
His avatar name.
I'm over here playing video games. I'm fucking chilling, dude.
Why bring up?
I'm literally playing League of Legends on my other monitor. I'm chilling. I'm not worried about anything.
That's dope. League of Legends. That's pretty cool, actually. So anyway, in
first of all, I'm not a troll.
Dude, Pete can say whatever he wants. I know Chris Greer's not going to do something because.
Woe is me. He put Baker Talk is good in his avatar. Woe is me.
Why are you getting offended, though? I don't understand why you're getting offended.
I'm not getting offended.
Well, that's how you sound.
So.
Okay.
All right.
We're just going in
look, he's not. Listen. Honestly, Color's just pointing you out because you called me out earlier, and now he just called you out for starting it and calling me a troll. That's basically what he's doing. Like, don't call me a troll when I'm not trolling, and I'm trying to sit here and talk about what's best for my team.
You just came at me a certain type of way that I just felt disrespectful. And then you just played it off. You came at me a certain type of way earlier that I felt was disrespectful. Not the 2-year thing, just your tone.
You don't think the way people come at him isn't disrespectful? Or he could.
No, that's what we're talking about, Color. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm talking about me and Pete right now.
How about a little empathy? Did your parents ever teach you empathy?
They've taught me a lot, Color. I don't know why you got to get into my childhood.
Feel anybody else's soul except yours?
Pete, I don't know. Color, I don't know why you're making it more than what it is. Pete just said a certain tone that I felt disrespectful, and I called him out on it.
I think I've just proven who's made it more than what it is. You're calling him out for his avatar name.
No. Now you're changing what I said.
And you blame him for insulting
takes were terrible.
It's unreal.
No, Color, you don't understand what I'm
saying. My takes are terrible. But the moves that this team have done lately, y'all love them.
You want us to get Drew Lock. You want us to trade Waddle.
You have no idea what I'm
win
saying.
a Super Bowl.
Listen,
what I see not his name at all.
You see,
I think it's funny, actually. I think
you guys don't see it like I do.
Baker Talk.
This is the thing.
I think that's hilarious.
Funny?
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Okay, you don't think he thinks it's funny?
P, if I was on Madden 23 building a franchise, then it would be cool what you're saying.
All right, let's talk Dolphins, please. I want to keep the conversation going on the Dolphins. Pete, I got a question for you, though.
So fucking pissed.
I don't think you guys like.
Pete, I got a question for you.
This team got us all pissed, bro.
Pete, I want to talk about your Miami Dolphins. I'm sorry, your Dan Marino card that you have. Did you ever get an answer from Gordito? I missed it.
What do you mean?
That card you have, the 1-of-1 that you showed on Batman show. I was trying to figure out if you ever got an answer to your question about it.
Oh, no, he said that Dan Marino to good luck trying to get it signed by Dan Marino because he's a prick and kind of lost hope on that one. But if I could get it signed, it'll be worth a lot of money.
I got you. I was just curious because I just ESPN hit me up that the Panini LeBron James card just sold for $2.4 million. So that's why I was inquiring if you ever found out how much it was worth. So
I wish I could find out how much it's worth. He said if it's autographed, it's about 40,000. So
that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Somebody get me Dan Marino. I need him.
Anyway,
the last quarterback. Look, everybody, you watch Marino Ali, right? Were you a Dolphin fan all your life? So you got to see Marino.
Yes, I did.
So now you know the end of the book. You saw you already read every chapter. You know the book. You know it was no championship. But let's go back. You know a few chapters. Let's go back and open up the book for a second, Ali. Starting the year around this time of the year, right now where it is today, it was OTAs going into training camp. Your quarterback was Dan Marino. Did you believe the team was able to go to the Super Bowl that year with the moves they did that following season?
Every year we thought we could go to the Super Bowl, to be honest. We had Dan Marino on the team.
I don't get that feeling with my team with a Tua-led offense. That's the issue.
That I can agree with.
That's my issue with this team.
I understand what you're stating, and I agree with that aspect of it. At the same time, though,
other teams have proven that they can get to the Super Bowl with this style of built team, even with a mediocre or lame quarterback. You know, even Jimmy G made it to the Super Bowl. I mean, come on, it's true. So I think for me, I want that killer instinct quarterback so bad. That's why I want a Lamar Jackson. You know, I mean, that's my last hope of having that style of quarterback.
Like this guy has literally said he's no hero. We need a hero.
I agree with that.
We got him on the Heat. He's on the Miami Heat.
Oh, speaking of Miami Heat, Anthony Manzana wanted me to bring this up. I'm sorry for skipping that. How do you guys feel about Durant to Miami?
I personally like Kyrie Irving to Miami. I know that wasn't the question, but I would like to go get Irving.
Yeah, there's supposedly Kyrie is, that's a target for Miami. However, it's more likely that he may get traded to the Lakers. To be honest, they're saying. But my question,
yeah, I would like
Durant to Miami. I'm not a Miami Heat fan, so I'm asking you guys as Heat fans.
I'd rather take LeBron James before Kevin Durant. Bring back LeBron James.
Another veteran to help us. Like, I mean, Butler was literally doing it by himself. So.
LeBron, I mean, Lowry was very disappointing.
And I don't know
Lowry
much about
was
basketball
very
either,
disappointing.
So.
All I know is they drafted a Juka. What's that guy's name?
Jokic. Oh, Jovic.
Hey, you got it in a heartbeat,
Jovic.
Or don't doubt it for a second.
Nikolai Jovic. It's like switched over from the Joker from Denver. Yeah, they literally almost got the same name.
Tyler, you should go to law school. I'd love to have you as my lawyer.
Well, I'm just letting him know that you'd have that in a heartbeat. Don't doubt it in a second. And so would Bryson. And by the way, I put as many memes on. Wait a minute. I put as many memes on Pete tonight. Hold on. I put as many memes out there on Pete tonight as I did on anybody else. So don't even try that either.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. He's done it before. Definitely.
Color be going at me.
When
I'm just.
Yeah,
but you guys see, but listen, Color understood what I was saying. Okay, you guys act like y'all don't understand, but y'all understand. You just don't want to answer it because it's bad for the team. But Color knows, and I know you guys know too. Waddle will never have another 100-yard catch season with Tyreek Hill here unless, listen, I could be wrong. Let me take these words back. Waddle could have a 100-yard catch season. Color, we got to take our words back. But guess what? The only way I see that happening is Tyreek Hill getting hurt. And hurt for a long time. Is that good for the team?
I just think it's just hard to look at this offense and state what people are going to get when we don't even know what this offense is going to look like.
That's true.
But besides that,
because
let's say he gets 80.
We know what it should look like.
But look, let me ask you something. You're right there needing a first down. It's tight coverage. Don't act like other NFL teams don't got good cornerbacks, right? Okay. You got Jalen Waddle and you got Tyreek Hill. They don't get much separation. You got to throw a tight throw. They
get
no
one
body.
of the most separations in the league, actually.
Okay, but Waddle they don't get it every time. It's a crucial down. They're going to shut it down. They're playing the slant. They shut it down. You need to make a play. You need to throw the ball up in the air. Do they have jump ball abilities? You have two of the same receivers.
Here's what
every cornerback is taller than these guys.
Isn't Cedric Wilson? Isn't Cedric Wilson and Mike
Gesicki?
I've seen Tyreek Hill catch a
ball. And plus Tyreek is
both of which
jump
take
out of the
target away from Waddle. That's his point.
Okay, I know, but also you have to look at it that Tua's already got that connection with Waddle. That's not just going to stop now
then
that
Tyreek's takes the target away from Tyreek.
Okay, then there's
okay. But that doesn't mean that this offense.
No, Bryson. Yeah, Bryson, that's fine. If Tua favors Waddle, we have no problem with that, right? We've seen this before. It is successful. We get 100 catches, 1,000 yards, barely 1,000, but he'll crack it. And guess what?
But that's if he
now
stays
the face
same.
of the franchise
gonna be
is
better.
not getting the targets he wants.
No, but
and let me tell you guys something. I'm gonna tell you guys something right now.
Not putting
Tyreek Hill wants legacy. Tyreek Hill wants his name. He wants a Hall of Fame jacket. He does not want to get paid, and he does not want. He's not Mike Wallace. This is what I'm saying. He's not Mike Wallace, where he gets paid and he's happy to smoke weed in the cottage. That's not Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, he's
this
trying to be
guy
the leader
really
on
loves football. No, he is the leader, and he really loves football.
You could
and
be
he
right.
really
Pete,
and
you
he
could be
really
right.
loves his stats.
You know, Pete, you can put that aside. Our organization didn't blow the wad we did for him to take less than he produced in Kansas City.
Look, you could be right, Pete, with Waddle trade, but you're a year early at minimum.
Okay, so I have something I want to point out real quick.
That's fair. All Pete is trying to say to that argument is that his best value is right now because of what he did in his rookie year. And if he does have to share targets, that value is only going to is not going to get any better. That's all he's saying.
So
don't make it out way more than
I'm
it is
saying
and start
that
throwing in the troll word. That's why I get excited.
I'm saying that trade. That trade is early, maybe a year from now or 3 years from now, or who knows? But it's not now.
I want to point this out real quick. So you guys are worried about targets, and I'm going to use San Francisco's receiving stats just as a comparison because that's basically a similar scheme we're going to be running.
Why don't you use the team that Tyreek came from?
We can, but we can. I'm going to use this one first, okay, and then we can compare that also. Does that make it fair for you, caller? So
sure.
So you have Deebo Samuels with most targets, which is 121 targets, right? George Kittle is number 2 at 94 targets.
And he missed like 6 games last year.
Yeah, and he had 94 targets. Brandon Ayuk had 84 targets. When you add all of that up, that's 299 targets. So potentially 3 receivers, actually 2 and a tight end. You could say that Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, and then you have Gesicki, could all have 100 catches or targets.
Yeah, but you don't think Brandon Ayuk's stats got inflated for Kittle missing so many games?
And our rookie and Preston Williams
the
and
next receiver or person in the receiving list had
then that means people are going to go. Right, then that means people are going to get traded or cut. Which means,
but Waddle's on the back of that
rather
list.
go trade? Somebody with value or somebody without?
No, but that's what I'm saying, though. Colors.
I'm not trading Waddle at all.
Waddle's not getting. I just don't think you understand that. Like what you could get for Waddle, they don't want that because they feel like he is worth the investment that they put into him. They don't need value. It's not all about just getting value back. If they feel like when he's on the field, even if he's not getting the ball, if he's on the field and he's a problem for the defense, like that's the thing about Tyreek Hill is like even if he doesn't get the ball, he's still a problem for the defense because you have to guard him.
They don't discuss that in the negotiation room. They go, okay, he had 104 targets, and then his second year.
They're not worried about that with
That's a
Waddle right
regression.
now. Waddle is 4 years away from his contract.
They don't care. It's about money for them.
I know, but right now Waddle's not worried about that because Waddle is done 1 year. He doesn't have the film to be able to come to the table and be like, give me my second deal. He's on his rookie deal.
What are you talking about?
Right. So why would he want to take less targets?
This is
to come to the table with in his third year
because he's trying to win. That's why.
This is the Waddle should be, bro. Waddle was 2 first-round draft picks. What are you talking about? This should be the guy like we used last year.
I wouldn't.
He should be the animal of our offense.
I'm keeping Waddle.
Are you guys? Let me just ask, because maybe I'm misunderstanding this. Are you guys upset that Tyreek Hill is in Miami? That's all I'm asking.
No. Why does it have to be?
No.
I'm just asking.
Why would anybody be upset?
I just didn't want to assume. I just wanted to know because
you're projecting on us.
They're
now.
saying Waddle.
Waddle
upset Tyreek Hill.
Hold on.
So what if I am or ain't? What does it matter if I am or I'm not?
Listen, I asked the question so I wasn't projecting. That's the whole reason for the question. So don't say that I'm projecting on you.
But you're saying you're already projecting and you want to find a way, you want an answer to the question so that you can stop projecting and know the real
that's
truth.
Not the case at all. No. In your mind, that might be the case, but not in my
mind. Why ask the question then?
Listen. Exactly, bro.
Why are you...
Because it's offensive, dude.
I don't know why you're getting offensive. I just wanted to know why, like, if you guys wanted Waddle on the team or not.
About why it's offensive, or do you want me to shut me down and say I'm stupid for rambling on about why it's offensive? Which one do you want?
I don't know why you're getting so like hostile, Color. I just asked a simple question.
So you guys think
like I'm literally telling you
usually what happens when you fucking offend somebody.
All right, I think I should go. You guys have a good night. It seems like it's just not going well.
Jeez,
Color, you're getting really upset. It is what it is, man.
No one's getting upset. It's all right, man. It's all right.
I'm getting pretty upset.
Listen, buddy.
I had a good
it's all right.
time.
No one.
Seem like
Bryson.
Here.
Like whether I want Tyreek, am I mad about Tyreek being in Miami? Who gives a fuck if I'm mad about Tyreek and being in Miami?
I'm not mad.
Listen, no one's mad.
Look, Bryson, I'm gonna talk to you. Let me answer your question. Bryson, can I answer your question?
Tyreek being
I am not mad that Tyreek Hill. I just finished telling you this guy wants to be a Hall of Famer. I love that guy. He's gonna be great. But I can see things quickly go sour.
Waddle's mad that Tyreek is in Miami.
What I'm saying is, I'm not even saying. I'm not even. Look,
fucking times.
I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I haven't said it, but I'll say it now. Waddle is extremely mad. You know how, man, when you're a wide receiver, you want the ball, bro. You don't want to just be out there running routes, getting tired for nothing. Are you out of your mind? Waddle probably will never tell the media, but you know what? I'm speaking for Jalen Waddle himself right now. Hell yeah, I'm mad because I want 100 catches every year. And he ain't going to get it. And he might not even get 70. Oh, George Kittle got 70. Or he ain't going to get 70. We got Mike Gesicki. We got Cedric Wilson. We got Myles Gaskins. We got Tua that just checked down the tight ends. Seriously.
So Waddle is lining up single coverage on a second string cornerback. So you don't think he'll be able to exploit that?
Tyreek Hill, listen to what I'm telling you.
Maybe his catches go down, but his yards per catch go up.
Listen, Bryson, they call him Cheetah, but he's a lion. If Tua throws Jalen Waddle, if Tua throws Jalen Waddle a ball on third down and it goes incomplete, Tyreek Hill will scream at Tua so loud that he won't throw Jalen Waddle the ball no more, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It will start becoming problems.
You guys on my question, that was not my intention. I was not trying to assume anybody's position on Waddle, on Tyreek Hill, or anything. I just wanted to get some clarity and understanding on where you guys were from. Now, if that offended you,
where I stand
I
is,
apologize.
so where I'm standing, I don't hate him.
Anybody by my question.
Okay, that's fine. And I was never offended.
You understand,
the way you guys were talking
I can't even argue objectively without somebody asking me what I feel about something.
Are you trolling? Are you making this up, Color? Are you just talking to talk, Color? Maybe you just want to be heard. You want to say these things. No. We're talking our Dolphin thoughts. This is what you come over here to get. And I'm a Dolphin fan, and you're a Dolphin fan, right, Bryson? Look at that logo. You got the best logo ever.
We just want to win. I can respect that.
Here's an answer to your question. If Tyreek doesn't produce what he produced in Kansas City, I'm pissed we blew the wad. Yeah.
And that'll look like
about that. I don't know why I can't ask a question and you got to get so emotional by the question.
Well, it's not just,
dude. The way you've brought up Tyreek Hill just seems like you might not be happy with the decision, and I just wanted to know where your thought
about my feelings, and then fault me for being emotional.
I never faulted. When did I
can't understand this logic, bro. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Leave me alone. Okay, just leave me alone.
Okay.
Okay,
dude, you're the one that came at me, bro.
Questions about my feelings.
You were the one that came at me,
Color. Things and leave me the fuck alone.
All right, so moving on with the
one that came at me.
Bryson, man up,
you were the one
Bryson.
that came at me. You can't come at me and get
Waddle,
all butthurt.
Bryson,
about-
do you think Waddle's
Just leave me the fuck alone, bro.
If you think Tyreek
I'm
is
gonna
not
say it one more
successful
motherfucking time
like he did,
before I fucking leave myself.
There. Hold on, Color.
What you
Bryson,
say?
do you think if Tyreek Hill has a bad season, do you think it was a waste of money?
I hear you, EM.
No, I want to see how the offense does. Now, what it matters like what you mean is bad. Now, do I think he's gonna?
I mean, like 700 yards, 30 catches.
Yeah. Now that's obviously not $30 million worth. Yes, that something needs to be done of that. But now, is that Tyreek Hill's fault? Is that the offense's fault? Is that Tua's fault? I mean, there's a lot of things.
But okay,
that go into that.
let's take it to the next step. Even if it's Tua's fault, then who is to blame more, Tua or him? Given that Tyreek is giving you better performances with a better quarterback
who is the
versus
fault? I mean, I think that Tyreek Hill can't throw the ball to himself, so I think,
yeah, but he's also had Alex Smith
open,
throwing him the ball, and he's been just as successful.
Yeah, that's true.
Tyreek's gonna be fine, man. He's gonna get his 1,000,
I don't think he's gonna get
and
700
Waddle's
yards
gonna
for
get
the
his
sake of the
1,000,
argument.
and everybody's gonna be good. I don't like. Why can't Waddle get his 1,000? I don't get it.
I'm not.
They
worried
both
about
can.
it.
That means we would have to be like
They
Alabama.
both can, Pete. They both can, Pete. Both of them. Can
Are
get
we willing to
1,000
contribute
each.
that and give in? We can't have it both ways. We can't say, "Oh, we're going to be running the ball like the Tennessee Titans," and then expect 1,000 yards from two pair of receivers. It don't work that way. One's going to have to give.
Yeah. See, for me, I just don't see why you would say no to the 49ers if you're going to move off of Waddle eventually anyway.
What do you mean no to the 49ers? Hold on, I missed it.
49ers initially, when they were talking to us about Debo, they wanted first-round picks and Waddle, and we said no.
Oh,
So-
they wanted him as a part of a deal.
Yes, and we
to
said
give
no.
in exchange with Debo.
Correct.
A veteran
So
for
if you're
its
going to
essence, a
move
rookie.
off of Waddle,
Who
what is
said
the
that? Was
point?
it Greer or Ross meddling? Because you know Ross has a tendency to meddle.
This is what the alleged offer was. I don't know who offered it exactly, but this is the alleged offer. If we're going to say no to that,
Okay.
what's the point of doing it now? You
Not
understand
now.
what I'm
It will
saying?
have to come in the
But
next
here's the other
offseason.
thing. Why are we
No,
running-
you can't do it now. You got to wait till the next offseason. You're going to even take that risk.
I agree with that.
Got to be
But here's the other
2024,
thing.
2023.
I truly believe that this team is being built on the fact that we have a first string, second string, and third string of players that play the similar style. So when one man goes down, the next person comes in, it clicks like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why I think there's multiple people in this team that are very similar. So I just don't see us moving off of Waddle. I really don't. He's cheaper. Why get
Look,
another?
I got a confession, guys, that I don't really want to say out loud, but I'm going to because it's how I feel.
Mhm.
X, I love him to death, but he gets burnt a whole lot, like a lot. And yeah, I don't like to even think of it like that or say anything like that, but it's like it happens. So I don't know. I feel guilty. That's my confession, man. X
Here's
be
my
getting burnt.
confession to that. Here's my confession to what you think. I would tell you that while I understand where you're coming from, I feel that having Byron Jones on the other side allows you to get burnt because what his sole purpose at this point is to be that ball hawk and pick it right out and take it to the
Right.
house. That's what X does. Now, Byron Jones, on the other hand, he's good at the short yardage, but in deep coverage, you know what I mean? He needs help from the safeties left and right. And that's my concern about Byron Jones. But I understand why they work well together because they do two different things. So I understand what you're saying, but I think Byron Jones is more of an issue than the other. Let's see.
I
What
think
else?
Byron Jones is going to be out of here after this year.
Yeah,
With how his contract's set up.
That is definitely a possibility. Color, let's do the rundown and then we'll get final thoughts, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So make sure you guys check out, actually, before you check out anything, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, help out the channel. Really appreciate it. We got TMI Tuesdays at 9 p.m. with Tonk and Color. Some great info, some charity insights as well. I really like that information. Every Thursday night, you can get Color commentary. He's on weekdays sometimes now, too. Coffee and Color. I like that. On Saturdays, we got Late Night Exhale with myself and Color at 10 p.m. every night. Make sure you also check out El Capitan Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 p.m. TFTG. And we got Fanatics, our official partner. Check them out. Get your great sports gear. Great stuff. We also have a new partner. Actually, no, we'll go to the merch. We got merch. Check out the hats, sweatshirts, flip-flops, tank tops, yoga pants, great hats. We have all different colors and everything, beanie hats. We also have an awesome new flag, which I really want to get for my tailgate. That's going to be a must. I may even put that in my man cave here, which I'm going to give a special preview once I start getting things rolling. So definitely. We also have a brand new partner. You want to put that back up, Color? I didn't get to speak about that. We got Backroom Collection. Check them out. Use our code #TFTG at checkout to get 10% off of your purchase at Backroom Collection. So definitely check them out. Final thoughts. We'll start off with Paul.
Enveloping Paul. It's like cool. Look how the graphic is like enveloping Paul there.
Yeah, I actually like this graphic here. This is pretty cool. So definitely. Yeah. I also got a new logo. I don't know if you guys noticed that this way. Sorry. You got check that out. I got a new logo above me. It's my the wolf from my graphic.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I like it. I think it looks cool. So definitely work in progress. Let's go with Paul. Paul, what's your final thoughts? What do you think about everything? What do you want to say to everybody? What do you got?
Man, hey, I don't know where Pete went. I want to go at Pete a little more, but I don't know. Tua's gonna do good this year. We ain't getting no Drew Lock, shish kebabs and Modelo for tailgates.
Hell yeah!
And let's go Dolphins, man. This I think if our offensive line can perform, we have a Super Bowl contending team. If they cannot, then next season is our Super Bowl team. So we're close. We're almost there, and it's gonna be fun to watch. And I'm excited, man. Let's go Dolphins. And great show, Ali. Thank you for 5 hours.
Thank you for coming on, man. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you, Color. Thank you, Ali. Man up, Bryson. Don't be letting Color punk you down like that.
Oh, I'm chilling,
all right. Thank
bro.
you, guys.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Paul. Have a good night. Bryson.
You can't talk to people like that.
Bryson.
What's up?
Well, I'm sure in Bryson's line of work, I'm pretty sure he can handle guys like me.
Oh, what do you do? Correct. What do you do, Bryson?
I'm an air traffic controller.
Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Thank you. Yep. Bryson. So tell me, what are your thoughts, final thoughts for tonight?
Yeah, man. I mean, it got heated. I just want to know it's all out of love, man. I don't have any facetious feelings or negative feelings towards anyone. I don't know. We're just all passionate about the team, and I understand that. And we all want different. We all want the same thing, and that's to win. Now we all might see that differently, right? Like some people, might might want the team to go one way, might want the team to go the other way, right? The crappy thing is none of us have control over it, but the cool thing is we're all together for the ride. But with all that being said, I think we're in a good position. Meaning just for being a fan my whole life and watching my dad, just growing up, watching my dad watching the Dolphins fan. I mean, this is the best roster I've ever seen the Miami Dolphins have. I know I'm young, and I mean, obviously didn't grow up during the Marina era, but I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a great year. I think Tua is gonna ball out. I think he's gonna have a great year. And if he doesn't, I think this roster is set up to go get someone that can ball out,
Mhm.
because I mean, we are really a quarterback away.
Mhm.
So
I
that's
agree.
really it, man.
All right, man. Well, I really appreciate it. Again, thank you for your service and everything you do.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yep.
I am
Absolutely.
offended though. I'm very upset with you, Bryson, because you didn't come at me and offend me at all. You left me out. Everybody got offended, but I didn't. You didn't come
You're
in and
just an
disrespect me. So I'm very
I
upset.
can't, dude.
I got left out.
I will say though, dude. No, I do want to say before I go, you guys do a great job with this show, Ollie and Connor.
Yeah.
You guys, I love this show. It's a great time every time I come on.
And don't forget, Bryson. Look, and my apologies too, because I didn't. I don't mean to offend, and I just get so excited because I'm just trying to provide balance for what Pete's saying. He's got to be able to get out his energy and say the things he's saying. And it's just I see him get so unfairly attacked that yeah, I do get a little excited about it. But at the same time, it's 3-something in the morning and I'm tired. So when somebody starts coming at and questioning my feelings, especially about this team and the players on it, that whatever, man, it's no big deal.
No, for sure. My intention wasn't to.
So you maybe might shed some light on how I reacted. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. No, I understand, man. It's water under bridge, in my opinion, and it's all love at the end of the day.
Agreed. And this is, as I told Thomas Jensen yesterday, this is we call this the no grudge zone.
I think it's like this.
Riley had the no spin zone. This is the no grudge zone.
Color, this is how it goes, man. I grew up as the youngest brother of 3. I had 2 older brothers. And dude, those dudes beat the pulp out of me growing up, right? But the second somebody else said anything to me, they were willing to drop everything to just, devour them. So it's like, I think that's just how our community is like, yeah, we might, fuss at each other like a family, right? Like, we might fight and all this stuff. But the second the Jets or the Patriots or anybody comes at us or comes at one of our fan base, we're all in. Absolutely. So.
And again, as I tell everybody, if I didn't care even about Tua, I wouldn't be wasting the calories. His name wouldn't be even coming out of my mouth if I didn't care.
Oh, for sure.
That's definitely
what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think people forget that part of the time. Like seriously, if I was and felt a certain way about people, we'll say the quarterback, if I felt the way people project that I do, I would not be wasting 1 second on his name.
Yeah, and I do want to say, even though I might, I even agree. Pete, he wants the same thing we all want. He wants to win. He's a Dolphin fan like the rest of us. So even though, like, in the moment, I might get upset with his takes, or maybe not upset, but emotional, or think he's trolling. If that is his thought process on the situation. I mean, I got to respect that he wants to win. But at the end of the day, we got to get together when it gets week 1, whoever our quarterback is, whoever our wide receivers, our corners, whoever, and that's our team, and go with it,
Right on, man.
Definitely. Thanks, Bryson.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night, man.
You too, buddy.
You too, buddy.
Man behind the steel curtain. What's up, Mr. Wizard of Oz Crypto? Tell us what your final thoughts are. What did you think of tonight's show? Tailgating, beers. What did you think?
Yeah, I haven't quite made it down the yellow brick road yet, so bear with me. I'm still stuck in the petrified forest with the poppy seeds all over the place. So just give me a minute.
Sounds like a good time. It's your birthday. Oh, we got. Pete. Hey, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. Shout out to Pete. $20 donation. Tua is the best left-handed quarterback in the entire NFL. Good night. Great stuff, everybody. Seniors and waddlers need to wake up. The new rebuild is happening. Good night.
Jeez. Nice send off, Pete. Appreciate you, buddy.
Shout out to Pete, the only man that donated in my channel twice in the same night.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right. That's right.
You got it. Yeah,
and also I forgot to say hello to EM Dolphin fan. Saw you there, man.
There you go, EM Dolphin fan.
But it's your birthday, Mr. Crypto. Tell me what your thoughts are. Say anything you want to the audience. If you want to call somebody out, I'll let you have it for right this moment.
Oh no, it's it's all good. It was earlier. It was my I just so happened to come on exactly at 12 o'clock when I don't know if you noticed the time when I came in. You know, but it was perfect timing, you know, for to come in on the conversation, and then it went to the second part of your question with the Deshaun Watson thing. It's just, you know, we've already litigated this, you know, but it is what it is. NFL's gonna do what they're gonna do.
And
It's
just so you know, Crypto, I don't mean to interrupt you, but just so you know, I didn't mean any disrespect when you were just screaming out of passion. I understand that. And I just wanted, I was just making sure that we could hear Tonk, and Tonk had the chance to respond to you drilling for your beliefs. I understand, you know what I mean?
I know the decimal level went to, you know, sometimes when you always got clips in your ears, you know, it's you kind of
I hear you.
You go to a different, you know, it's not Polk Audio or Def Tech. It's a clips volume.
I definitely hear you, man. It's just passion, bro. It's just passion. That's all it is.
Yeah, it is with the fan base. Even just talking football in general or sports in general. You know, not you don't even have to be the Dolphins topic, you know. But it's all fun and game. It's all fun and love. They used to say in the military, it's all fun and games until someone gets pregnant. So it's you just make sure we all.
On that note, a cold winter night in Schwäbisch Hall, Germany, back in 1976.
Right.
After one of those beers that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Right, with some exactly.
What's it called? A half site. What was it called again?
Hefe Bison.
Hefe Bison. Do you think Total Wine and Spirits would have it?
They should.
Okay.
I mean, by the way,
they should.
Schwäbisch Hall does
Wine and
make a
Spirits
good.
should definitely have it.
Schwäbisch Hall does make a good Löwenbräu.
And Lowenbrow.
Yeah. Also, they do make a good heavy vice too. If you're ever in that area,
they've added a variety of flavors over time. You know, they've had the base flavoring with the citrus. Because it's always good with citrus flavors. All of the variety of citrus.
They're mostly
even grapefruit. It's crazy.
They're mostly known for their Haller Lowenbräu, but the town I was actually born in, Stuttgart, has a Hofbräu that's really
Stuttgart.
good.
Yeah, that's a nice town. I like Stuttgart. Yeah.
Do you guys
Pretty
like
popular.
beers that are made from other vegetables or anything like that, or fruits? I'm sorry.
Other fruits. Yeah. It's got a
Like,
it's got a
Blue Moon
natural
puts out
flavor.
a pumpkin
That's what-
flavor beer, and I love it. To be honest, I really like that
Pumpkin flavor. I know.
Yeah,
we
it
tried
tastes
that one.
really. It doesn't sound good, but when you taste it, it goes down really smooth. I just like. I don't know. It's just me. I'm kind of weird like that, I guess. But I like.
Do you
Blue
have
Moon
to add
pumpkin.
like a spice to it?
No, you could. I've never tried that before, but I might want to try that. But it just goes down smooth, man. In fact, it's weird. Like that's one of the few beers that I can actually drink that I can drink a whole 6-pack and still feel comfortable. You know what I mean? Not like plastered.
Right.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't know if what you guys' take on that was, but
I think
share. So
yeah, I think so. I
Definitely.
think it's pretty. I've been the kind of guy that's always been gullible when it comes to tasting a variety of different drinks. I'm the type of guy that if you need something sample on the drink side, I'll take a shot or two. Just to take whatever,
My
I've
best
always
friend is
been
Patron.
gullible when it comes to sampling any kind of drink.
Yeah, my best
I don't
friend is
drink
Louis.
and it's crazy because I don't even drink a lot. It's just when I do drink, I like drinking something different each time.
Right. I'm kind of that way too, Crypto. I'm not
Right.
really a drinker per se, so I kind of get into the connoisseur mode whenever
Is
I
that
do.
right? I want to sample something different. I don't want something that
I
I've always
know what
tried.
a
That's just
Budweiser
popular.
tastes like. I want to know what, like you're saying, I want to know what a good Hefeweiss tastes like. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially now the new infused grapefruit flavor. Try that one. That's a
So
good
do
one.
you drink all the yeast or fungi or whatever it is down at the bottom of them Hefeweisses or what?
I have, but most of mine's a good mix.
Hey,
So I
Crypto,
have.
Crypto, the Hefeweiss. Just curious, do you prefer it warm or chilled?
Chilled.
Well,
Chilled,
keep
so
in mind though, Ali,
Yeah.
that's kind of a little
It's
bit
better
of a
chilled.
it's a little bit of a misconception about Germans drinking warm beer. It's
Okay.
not that they drink warm beer, it's that they drink beer at room temperature. Now, keep in mind that when you say room temperature in Germany, you're talking about walking down to the cellar that sits at about 34 degrees
Yeah.
all year long and
That
pouring
is
out
their
beer. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see what you're
Right.
saying. I
So
just
it
was
is kind of a little bit of a misnomer, you know.
Okay, I wasn't even correlating the
consider
German.
warm.
Oh, I
part of
know.
it.
I'm
I
just
was-
putting that out there because that
Yeah.
happens to be also out there. You know,
But
what I
they're
mean?
sitting,
Yeah.
like you said, in a very cold basement.
Because some people
in
like
a
warm
cellar, yeah.
beer. That's why I
Yeah.
was inquiring.
Now they don't for their soda, they don't necessarily use ice. I mean, if you're an American or a kind of a person that is from a culture that uses ice, you'll have to exclusively ask for it when you're over there.
Yeah. If
So
you want
yeah,
ice,
but
yeah.
if you can drink it down quick enough, the climate's nice where it doesn't get like you wouldn't do
It don't
that
get
in
too
South
warm,
Florida.
yeah.
You throw some ice on it, you know, and still
Now,
have to try to drink it fast, you know.
right.
But
Some beers are okay at a really true lukewarm temperature.
well,
Like
that is true too.
to the point
That
where
is
it's
true too. You know,
And probably that beer that you're talking about with the pumpkin may be okay in a warmer.
And that's why I say it's a little bit of a misconception. Yeah, there are definitely
Mhm.
some brews I'm sure they prefer right at room temp, you know, right at a warm or a warmer temperature, sure.
Yeah.
For different reasons.
I imagine
that the
something that's got
connoisseur
some
may know
spice to
about,
it.
you know.
Yeah, something that's got a spice to it.
Right.
I could see drinking warm.
And also their purpose in drinking it. Are they coupling it with a steak dinner or, you know, whatever?
Or they couple it with a Jaeger schnitzel.
Right.
Or some pommes frites.
Some pommes frites, right? I was going to say the same thing, pommes frites, which is actually a French word, but the Germans adopted it for the word for their French fries.
Right.
Pommes frites.
The pommes frites.
All
Yeah,
right,
it's
Crypto.
nice.
All right. Well, thank
Yeah,
you
it's
so much. And go
I
ahead.
appreciate spending the beginning part of my 47th with you guys. I enjoy it. It's
Yeah,
been a pleasure.
Definitely, man. I really appreciate
Alrighty,
it. Thank you for coming on.
Yep, Color. Yep. And Ali, y'all definitely take it easy. I'll be seeing y'all in a few.
You too, buddy.
Yep.
All right, Color. Thank you for another great show. Any final words for everybody?
I mean, other than sorry I had to yell again. I feel like that old like, you know, abuser that like, sorry I had to beat you up again. You know what I mean? Promise I won't do it again. No, you're gonna hear it a lot more, especially if during the season, if you know, if the ball's going backwards. You'll hear a lot more than you've heard from me now. See,
yeah.
TD's got the whole market on crazy reaction because of Miami Miracle and all that, and something positive. No, you want to see some crazy reactions? Wait till we start losing and I'm calling the game. Oh, jeez. No, I'm kidding, man. I just love the team, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no matter what it is, man, we will always love this team. And
I mean, if whoever it is, we obviously need more production at quarterback. Nobody can argue that. We can argue about why we didn't get it, but that's just stupid at this point. But when we look at what we can project, we can only project what we've seen. And it just seems to me that, okay, let's say you do increase somebody's targets. Well, we talked about Gesicki's targets increasing. You know, to his attempts will increase, sure, and yardage and everything else. But do we know that for sure? And so if we look at what there is to be distributed, how much meat is on the bone, Tua threw for 204 yards a game. That's got to be distributed. between a lot of receivers. And if you think that it's any different with Patrick Mahomes, and that's why everybody could eat there, that's not true. Patrick Mahomes only threw for like 265, I believe, per game, or 285 or something. It was sub 300 per game overall. You know, so who's going to get the lion's share of those targets? A guy that's making $1 bajillion? Well, we know that the Dolphins don't like putting money on the bench, which is the reason we saw Jesse Davis for so long, in my opinion. You know, but that being said, I don't know. I don't know if it matters so much.
And, you know, I was thinking about this. Maybe they already expect to be throwing the 60-40 or the 70-30 that
but that's precisely there again. If you're willing to concede that we're not going to be this amazing run only team, and you're willing to concede Crypto's point about 60-40 or 70-30 yeah, there you go. Now there's a bunch enough to be distributed for both guys to still look like a star.
Yeah, because then it makes more sense. I get it.
You know, it also coincides with Gesicki and his cryptic Instagram post about throwing the ball 40 times a game. I don't know why everybody's
Mr. Greer, Lamar's mom's on line 1. Answer the call.
And you know what else? We can look, and it may be fair, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe it's all hype and Tyreek is willing to take a half step back. Fine. We have no evidence of that. So these people that think both are going to eat, you know, well, they got to get the targets from somewhere. And, you know.
See, I think it's a very possible that he's okay with it because of the fact that he got the bag. You know, it's different if, okay, you're not going to pay me, but I want all the targets. You know what I mean?
But that's what we're paying for. Because we could have got like 2 or 3 guys that are almost his level for that kind of money.
But could have they done the same exact thing? Because
maybe
Drubitron will argue this, and I actually did what he recommended, and he's kind of right. I want you to, on your off time, not tonight, unfortunately, but on your off time, go watch a highlight reel of Tyreek Hill, right? After you're done watching it, immediately go and watch a highlight reel of Deebo Samuels. Even though we say they're like almost the same player, they do the similar thing, it's like night and day. They're 2 different things, and there's a drop off. You know what I mean? So we could have gotten 2 or 3 people, but would they have gotten anywhere close to what they do? No. Because if there's that many players that can do anything close to what Tyreek can do, then there's no point of paying Tyreek or anyone that amount of money.
Right.
You see where I'm coming from? You see what I'm saying? So that's just my opinion, though. I mean, you might do what I asked and then prove me wrong, and that's fair. But that's my current belief based on what I know.
Right. Well, and I'm sorry, I had kind of had a brain fart just a second ago where I was going with that. But if you're going to concede in an argument for against something else in another subject matter, if a person is going to concede that, we're going to throw the ball more to be able to, you know, get those targets, and all this is going to increase, you can't then say, oh, Mike McDaniel's greatest strengths are that he knows the running game, and we're going to go run heavy to open up the pass. You see what I'm saying? It can't be both ways.
Yeah, I understand. You can't
and Mike McDaniel said it himself. How is Mike? Okay, if anybody, let's say we take Mike McDaniel for his word, and we should be playing Jalen Waddle in fantasy. How is Mike McDaniel going to make both him and Tyreek eat and make our run ratio heavier than our pass?
And that's why I think Tyreek or Jalen Waddle, more so Tyreek because he's done it before, might be playing in the running game more than what you think.
Yeah, but
because remember what he said. What he said is he wants
why
to get
everybody
the ball
assumes
to
that. We've got a stacked
guard.
running room.
I understand, but remember what he said. He wants to get the ball in the hands of their players as quickly as possible.
But not behind the line of scrimmage.
He didn't mention if it was behind or beyond the
Well,
line.
it would have to be a run play.
Yeah, but then again, here's another thing: we're looking for another star for this team. Doesn't make sense on why, and we're also looking for another running back possibly to be added. So that doesn't. I have a feeling that either they're not happy with the receiving core or they're not happy with the running room. Which is it? Or maybe it's both.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe Mostert, they don't really feel Mostert's going to be ready still. As much as they say he's going to be ready for week 1, maybe he's not going to be ready till
it may be at least fair to say that their evaluation has completely changed just in the little bit of time they had on the field for OTAs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we just don't know how those evaluations have changed.
And here's another thing. What's the one player we haven't heard a peep from since his interview with Travis?
Waddle?
No, we've heard from Waddle.
Yeah, I don't know. Who?
The one player that hasn't said anything, let's say he hasn't said anything, but he hasn't been talked about unless it's about someone we've added this season, is Chase Edmonds. Chase Edmonds, we haven't said anything negative about him. Nothing has come out negative or positive.
Well, he did say it was hotter than hell in Miami the other day, and he had to take 2 showers and have 2 different changes of clothes.
Yeah, but we're talking. Well, that okay. I see what you're saying about that, but I'm talking about about the play on the field or at practice or anything. You haven't heard anything about him.
Well, for y'all that think I'm crazy about bringing up the human issues, you heard it here first before Chase Edmonds said that. By the way, that we have no idea when it was in response to the people that want to default to Gaskin being the one that is go first, and I pointed out that Gaskin is already acclimated to the Miami weather and don't think that doesn't play a huge part in things. And then not 2 days later, Chase Edmonds tweets out that he a funny tweet about how he's got to take 2 showers and have 2 change of clothes. So
that's
y'all
true.
think like I'm stupid or something, you know?
You're not stupid, sir. Not at all.
It's funny sometimes.
Anything else before we close this down, bro?
That'd be it, man. I've gobbled up enough of your time, man.
That's all good.
I'll let you have the floor, bro.
All right. So thank you everybody for coming to show out, and we talked about food and beers. I thank you for all the comments. Thanks, Pete. Thank you, Pete, for donating to the channel twice in the same night. I love you, man. May not agree with all of your takes, but I definitely respect you. And that reminds me of something, ladies and gentlemen. I've gotten feedback from friends, family, and even people in the audience that, man, we love to go after each other and we love to yell and scream and fight. Listen, that's our fan base is passionate, regardless about what quarterback or what player on the team you support. The one thing we have in common is our passion, and we express passion. And in the end of the day, we're on the same team. And just like Color was giving it to Bryson, or another Go Pack a week or two, Color was bringing it to me, and it's I'm the host of the show, but it's okay. We're all on the same team and we respect each other. And I'm going to go backstage and talk to Color like he's my best friend or like a friend. So, but that reminds me, next weekend, it's going to be Saturday night, late night confessions here on my show. Paul gave me the idea, late night confessions. We're going to talk our deepest worries and confessions about our team next Saturday. Check it out, 10 p.m. Love you all. Fins up.